Chapter 726, Retreat. Seeing that his attack did not destroy this despicable poisonous tumor, 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned. He opened his mouth and roared with even more anger, as his right arm pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Following his action, a huge hand made of grand starlight formed and slapped the rolling rock battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. After the attack of two immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield cracked open as a huge opening revealed the scene inside the battlefield. It had not broken apart yet. Fang Yuan saw this and retracted his gaze, running without rest. Hai Lu Lan let out a breath of foggy air. Her worry was mostly lifted. All right. 7-star child immortal zombie is fighting Shilei now. This is the best situation. Fang Yuan, why are you running? Saving a person. Fang Yuan's reply was extremely brief and to the point. Hai Lu Lan was curious, save who? At this time, Fang Yuan turned around a mountain wall and stepped onto a cliff. He pointed. Hai Lu Lan looked and saw that there was a Gu immortal lying on a cracked rock after a trail of broken trees. It is that Star Path Gu immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wanxiang, and saw that there was a huge hole on his chest. Not only was it completely pierced through, he had lost almost all of his chest, only some flesh by the two sides were holding him together. Such heavy injuries made even Hai Lu Lan breathe in sharply. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombies. Stomp. Fang Yuan lowered his body and his 8 arms searched Star Lord Wanxiang's body in turns. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, although his body's injuries are severe, it can be healed by paying a huge cost. But his soul was sucked into the dream realm, unless Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream was broken. This Gu immortal's soul can only wander inside that dream realm, or transform himself into another dream realm. Hai Lu Lan was standing at the side, using her investigative Gu to check. She said with some lingering fear, there is no way to save him, even his soul is entirely missing now. Don't tell me it was because of the dream realm. If you did not save me, would I end up in that state as well? What a pity. Fang Yuan muttered. His movements did not stop. If he was still alive, we could still gain important information from him. In fact, we could use your slavery immortal Gu to make him become one of us, doing our bidding. We could even plot against Shilei, and might have a chance of killing Shilei without taking any risks, while also leaving us free from suspicion, obtaining the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to my words? Hai Lu Lan was stomping her feet in anger. If you have the time for that, why don't you come and help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fang Yuan's words attracted all of Hai Lu Lan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. Hai Lu Lan quickly moved ahead and sent out her divine sense, but it could only move around the area outside the immortal aperture, unable to enter. He is dead, but he left behind his obsession. The blessed land now has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms were continuing to move, planting all sorts of Gu worms on Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star Lord Wanxiang's injuries continued to heal. What can I do to help? Hai Lu Lan was stunned by the incredible techniques that Fang Yuan was using endlessly right now. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked, he was concentrating. Sealing the blessed land is a troublesome matter. Thankfully the land spirit has just been formed. I did not expect such a situation. I am lacking Gu worms now. You have to observe the battle situation up there, while communicating with Treasure Yellow Heaven to buy these Gu worms. Remember, we cannot have a single one missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I know. Hai Lu Lan obtained a list and her face was serious. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as a guard while using her own immortal aperture to communicate with Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not just that, she even used the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan lent her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Boom boom boom. High in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack endlessly. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost any immortal essence at all. He used them one after another. The rolling rock battlefield could not take the pressure and was finally broken. The battlefield broke apart, and the zombie dragon fell from the sky helplessly, like a dead snake with lots of injuries. Shile, who caused its injuries, was not in a good state either. He was covered in wounds, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder to his waist. The wound was so deep his bones could be seen. Shile was panting heavily. His face was pale. There was still a trace of gray-white zombie fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the more injured he was, the greater his fighting intent. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie, who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this Gu immortal from Combat Immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not have any fear. Instead, his fighting intent was blazing like a forest fire. Intruder, die. 7-star child immortal zombie shouted, expressionlessly pointing a finger at Shile. Immortal killer move, 1-star finger. At the same time, Shile snickered, flipping his palm. Immortal killer move, shocking rock break. The two killer moves were attacking methods that had short activation time but great offensive power. 7-star child immortal zombie's fingertip burst out with starlight. In the blink of an eye, it tore through space and pierced Shilei's chest. Meanwhile, a huge mountain rock pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie. With a loud bang, 7-star child immortal zombie was sent crashing to the ground, buried under a small hill. Shilei's blood was spewing out in a line, from the front and back of his chest. His body shook in the air for a while. He almost fell but he managed to continue floating. Shilei was stunned. The attack earlier was too fast. If he did not move his body in time, his heart would have been destroyed. At the area of his wound, there were countless star path down marks. As they were near his heart, blood was flowing out unceasingly. Ordinary mortal goo could not help. Even mortal healing killer moves could not do anything, but Shilei had his own healing immortal goo. After the treatment of the immortal goo, Shilei's injuries healed rapidly. The blood stopped spewing out. It flowed down his chest like a stream. Right after he finished treating his injuries, the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie broke apart. A huge starlight hand pressed hard and broke the rock into pieces, sending the shards flying. Roar! 7-star child immortal zombie shouted loudly. His body was covered in a multicolored star cloak. With a loud bang, he flew up, only leaving behind an illusory figure on the spot. The intense force caused the ground below the immortal zombie to crack, caving in to form a crater. Shilei's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by 7-star child's burst of speed. Shilei had just summoned his defensive immortal goo when 7-star child immortal zombie crashed towards him with a loud bang. The immortal goo's defense was nearly broken. Shilei spat out a mouthful of blood with his vision spinning. He was sent flying into the sky from the impact. Oh no, this is a movement immortal killer move. Shilei could feel the wind brushing against his ears. He tried hard to open his eyes. Whoosh! Hearing something with his ears, Shilei turned around with much difficulty, only to see 7-star child immortal zombie covered in a robe of starlight, piercing the clouds and appearing before him. 7-star child immortal zombie flew alongside Shilei, towards the sky. At that moment, the immortal zombie opened his left palm, aiming it at Shilei's head. Immortal killer move. Star billow pillar. Boom! The huge light pillar pierced the cloud layer from a high altitude, penetrating a mountain peak and causing a large area to collapse and fall apart, resulting in much dust and smoke. A body descended from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shilei. He had endured the attack of the star billow pillar for 15 breaths, but he was still alive and had some battle strength left. His entire head was charred black. His facial features were all blurry, like the melted wax of a candle. Roar! Shilei opened his eyes, his golden pupils bursting out with an unprecedented ruthless light. His heart was filled with rage. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Rock Mountain Immortal Monkey King Transformation. 7-star child immortal zombie charged over, but was repelled by a burst of golden light. When the giant pillar of golden light vanished, A 16-meter-tall giant monkey appeared. The monkey had golden fur, like it was clad in golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like huge rocks. Its golden pupils were emitting an emotionless dominance, as the reflection of seven-star child immortal zombie could be seen in its eyes. There were a pair of huge hands with red fingernails that were sharp as swords. When his fingers were extended, his hands looked like two fearsome claws. Opening its mouth, fangs grew. In a moment, fangs were protruding out of its mouth. It was as if a demonic god had descended into the mortal world. On one end, it was the huge immortal Monkey King. On the other end there was the awakened immortal zombie clad in a starry cloak. The two were at a standstill, neither of them attacked yet. Hai Lu Lan watched with her heart shaking. She knew that the moment the two of them attacked, it would be an overwhelming battle. She could not help but urge Feng Yu on. Quick, the situation is becoming more troublesome. Okay, but without immortal goo, we can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture will have to land on the ground and take root. Feng Yuan was extremely busy. He felt dizzy as his 8 arms stopped moving in that complex manner. He heaved a deep sigh, looking at the sky, seeing the fearsome immortal Monkey King, as well as the 7-star child immortal zombie who is surrounded by shiny starlight. Immortal Monkey King moved his golden pupils, using his peripheral vision to look at Feng Yuan and Hai Lu Lan. Feng Yuan's concealment method could not deceive Xile in his current state. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He found us. Quick, hide the corpse. Hai Lu Lan's expression was solemn. She quickly dragged Star Lord Wan Xiang's leg and tossed him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie howled towards the sky. His voice pierced heaven and earth. Beams of starlight pillars shot down from the sky. From the pillars, desolate beasts came out. Diamond bear, flying sword rat, star desolate hound, golden pangolin. After 7-star child immortal zombie started thinking again, he finally used the advantage of the grotto heaven. He released the desolate beasts inside the 7 spaces and displayed an overpowering position. Seeing this, Feng Yuan said nothing more, activating fixed immortal travel. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. Hai Lu Lan entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. In just a few breaths of time, the two of them vanished. Fixed immortal travel, immortal zombie, Feng Yuan. 3 phrases appeared in immortal Monkey King's mind. But 7-star child immortal zombie charged over again. Xile was bold, but he was not stupid enough to continue fighting. He flew down, towards the walking meat tree, and placed the 2 segments of the tree into his immortal aperture. Boom! A trace of starlight tore through the sky, piercing immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. After Xile was hit, his body merely shook slightly. He continued to fly towards the flying heavenly boar corpse. He had the intention to retreat already. He wanted to get his loot before leaving. He endured 7-star child immortal zombie's attacks as he flew towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse, stretching out his arm to grab it, but he got nothing instead. What? Xile was shocked, seeing the broken mortal goo on his arm. He understood at once and flew into a rage. It had to be that Feng Yuan. Bam! At the next moment, a star billow pillar hit immortal Monkey King directly on the back, causing him to fall onto the ground. Chapter 727, Escape. Immortal Monkey King was hit directly by the star billow pillar. With a loud thud, he crashed on the ground, with his head facing the floor. He growled angrily, spitting out the soil in his mouth. Getting up quickly. Xile did not care about the 7-star child immortal zombie. He only wanted to get to the star demon bat corpse, towards the location in his memories. He took huge steps as he ran, uprooting all of the trees in his way. He looked at the star demon bat corpse from afar, joyful to see that it was still intact. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, 3 golden lights flew over from the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rat desolate beasts. Xile snorted coldly. He did not want to engage with them. He raised his arms and covered his face. Clank clank clank. The flying sword rat's nails were as sharp as swords. They scratched Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but no blood was seen as the soft golden monkey fur blocked the nails, emitting a loud metallic noise. Shilei's current form had outstanding defense. The three flying sword rats did not let go of Shilei yet. They were small and agile. They followed him and continued to scratch and hack away at his body. Bunches of monkey fur fell from Shilei's body. Wherever Shilei went, monkey fur would scatter on the ground. Damn rats! Shilei shouted, whipping his tail and using it like a golden whip. The flying sword rats were hit by the tail, but after they were sent flying, they returned and continued to disturb him. Just as he was about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear appeared. Scram! Shilei was furious. He clenched his fists and swept with his arms. His fists were slamming horizontally as his brute force pushed the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew in the air for a short distance, before crashing partway up the mountain. With a loud thud, its body, which resembled diamonds, had cracks on it, but it stood up like it was uninjured. Desolate beasts generally had strong vitality. They were durable and sturdy existences. Shilei did not want to tangle with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get back his loot. He ignored the disturbance of the flying sword rats as he reached the star demon bat corpse and grabbed it with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He had been deceived once again. Shilei reacted quickly, shouting in anger, "Damn, what method is this? How can it look so real?" Flying bear, right. There is still a flying bear here. Still having some hope in his heart, the golden fur giant monkey changed directions and continued to run. Along the way, he was met with obstruction from desolate beasts, but with his brute strength, he forcefully carved out a path. During this period, 7-star child immortal zombie who was in the air attacked non-stop, sending blows towards the golden fur giant monkey. Even with the great defense of the immortal monkey king form, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Shilei finally got close to the flying bear corpse, but he saw that there were 5 flying bears surrounding the corpse. Some made mournful cries while others were licking the blood on the ground. There was one which used its head to nudge the flying bear corpse, but the image flickered. Shilei saw this and lost all hope. It was completely dashed as rage overwhelmed him. It seems that all of the desolate beasts that I killed were stolen by that despicable thief Feng Yuan. All of these are my loot, the fruits of my victory. He dared to steal my possessions, the immortal monkey kings. How long has it been since such a thing has happened? Shilei's huge body attracted the attention of the flying bears. Grrr. The 5 flying bears had bloodshot eyes as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey. Shilei did not have the mood to fight with them. At this point, he knew there was nothing to gain here. He wanted to escape. Even though Star Lord Wanqiang was killed and Shilei lost the method to leave Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he knew the location of that Grotto Heaven loophole. As long as he can find that place, he could exert force and create a bigger hole, connecting to the outside world of Central Continent. Shilei immediately changed directions, but he realized that while the 5 flying bears were still charging towards him from the front, on the left, there were 3 blazing divine stallions getting closer. On the right, there was a huge ghost-faced tortoise, and behind him were 7-star desolate hounds. In just a short while, he was surrounded by desolate beasts on all sides. Shilei wanted to fly into the sky, but he looked up to see an iron crown eagle, a 9-palace crane, and a chi grand lion, these 3 desolate beasts above him. Other than that, 7-star child immortal zombie was also ready to attack. 3 desolate beasts are nothing much, but this immortal zombie. The golden fur giant monkey's golden pupil shined with wariness. He lowered his head, looking around and deciding to break through from the right side. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was like the size of 3 mountains, floating in the sky silently. It was the largest in build and had the most difficulty in turning around. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack, he could use the ghost-faced tortoise's huge body to act as a shield. Shilei made up his mind and took a huge step forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. He had transformed into the golden fur giant monkey. He was more than twice as large as Feng Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, he was like a pearl in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise growled, as countless soul beasts emerged from the holes on its shell. The dark blue-colored soul beasts formed into an army, huge in numbers, filling the sky and charging towards the golden monkey like a torrential wave. Shilei fought against the flow and moved up, his fists sending all of the soul beasts in his way flying. His golden fur had great defense. Although the soul beasts were huge in numbers, they were slaughtered mercilessly. Shilei managed to use this soul beast army to avoid the entrapment of the desolate beasts. Only those 3 flying sword rats were still near him, causing small wounds from time to time. This immortal zombie seems to be unable to think, even though he has strength. His beasts are hindering each other, and cannot display their true power. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Who cares about the lives of the soul beasts? Shilei had rich battle experience. After evading the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the soul beast army, he continued to move forward. The other beasts could only stand far away. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was staring blankly, as if he did not want to harm the soul beast army. Finally, Shilei came to the opening of the loophole of the grotto heaven. He let out a breath of turbid air. He was just about to relax before he winced, as blood poured out from his back. These 3 accursed rats! Shilei growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fist, sending the flying sword rats flying. The flying sword rats earlier could not cause much damage, but when damage accumulated, a small injury would grow into a large one. His back's injury was already filled with metal pathdown marks. The flying sword rats crashed onto the ground, but they quickly flew towards Shilei again. Shilei's eyes shone with a ruthless light. He activated an immortal killer move, Filthy Mud Robe. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the filthy mud robe and could not free themselves, like they were stuck in a swamp. Shilei used another move, Earth's Root. From the thick filthy mud robe, countless spikes shot out, stabbing and piercing the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats held on for over a dozen breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced through by hundreds of spikes. They died at the scene. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. He mobilized the soul beast army and ordered the desolate beasts to charge forward fearlessly. It is too late, fool. Shilei breathed in deeply. The sticky filthy mud robe on his body moved rapidly, detaching from his body and covering the grotto heaven opening. Shilei placed both his palms on the filthy mud robe, pouring a large amount of immortal essence into it. Immortal killer move, Earth Disintegration. The filthy mud robe scattered and flowed out. The grotto heaven crack became a huge hole after this attack. Shilei could see another sky out of this huge hole. He laughed heartily, taking a huge step and forcing his way out, because it was a forceful breakthrough and was not as meticulous as Star Lord Wanxiang's methods. During the process of leaving, a huge invisible force squeezed at Shilei's body from all directions. Thankfully, Shilei had become the golden fur giant monkey. His defenses rose by more than 10 times. He resisted the pressure and went through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially the wound caused by the flying sword rats. His flesh was mushy and large amounts of blood was oozing out. Shilei sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He shouted in his heart, "Who dares to block my way? I am out of here." "That accursed immortal zombie, I will definitely take you down." "And for that Feng Yuan, the thief that stole my loot, a mere tiny rank 6 immortal zombie that doesn't know what is good for him, he dared to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly, and let you know the terrible fate for offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shilei's mind, but at this time, he heard the growls of flying bears near him. Shilei quickly looked around, seeing that 5 flying bears had gotten extremely close to him from 5 different directions. What is going on? He raised his head and looked, only to see 6 huge star shadows in the sky. "Why am I still here?" I had undoubtedly. Shilei was extremely shocked. His mouth was wide open. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him as he laughed coldly. "Little monkey, Did you think that my 7-star space is so simple? I do have to thank you. If you did not awaken me, I might still be stuck in that dream realm. As thanks, I will bury your corpse below my most beloved mountain peak." By now, 7-star child had actually regained his senses. He could think normally again. "This is bad." Shilei's heart sank. 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Scram! Shilei was just about to erupt, when starlight flickered around him. His body became heavier and his movement became slower. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was amazing. It was even more effective than the offensive immortal killer move earlier. At once, bear paws slammed down from all directions. Shilei shielded himself on his left and right, but he was unable to protect himself thoroughly. When he finally got rid of his restraint, he rolled and escaped from the 5 bears. But at this time, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen, becoming green and purple. Although he had no bone fractures, his body was aching intensely. After 7-star child regained his senses, his danger level escalated intensely. "I have no choice, I will have to seek help from the sect." HMPH, to think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, was forced to use seek help Gu at this moment. Where will my reputation go after this? Fang Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will make sure you pay. Shilei shouted in his heart. He was going to puke blood from anger. Fang Yuan not only stole his loot, causing his trip to be an overall loss, he even took away Star Lord Wanqiang and trapped Shilei in this starry sky grotto heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds traveled over, and the ghost-faced tortoise also floated ahead of him soundlessly. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child immortal zombie, "Fight me for 300 more rounds if you have the guts." 7-star child immortal zombie laughed arrogantly. "Sure, come here." The golden fur giant monkey growled as sharp golden light burst out, forcing 7-star child immortal zombie to squint in response. After the golden light faded, Shilei regained his human form. He charged into the forest and sped away rapidly. The result was, he ran away. The immortal Monkey King Shilei, famous for his bravery and ruthlessness in Central Continent, had chosen to escape. If this was known to the outside world, who knows how many of Central Continent's Gu immortals would gasp in shock. 7-star child immortal zombie was shocked for a while before reacting, responding angrily. "You dare to trick me? I thought you were a heroic champion who would rather battle to the death and would never give up. Escape. Go ahead and run. I want to see where you can escape to in this grotto heaven of mine." Shilei did not say a word. He ran even faster. Chapter 728, Star Form Blessed Land. "We are here." Fang Yuan looked around him and gave a satisfied nod. "Where is this?" Hailu Lan came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The two had used fixed immortal travel to escape Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and arrive at this place. Hailu Lan looked around her and guessed this was either an underground cavern or inside a hollow mountain. The light was sparse, causing the place to be dark and gloomy. There were jagged rocks and the moisture in the air was very high, however it was quite spacious. "This place is Earth Abyss," Fang Yuan lightly replied. "Earth Abyss?" Hailu Lan looked at Fang Yuan with an astonished gaze. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, and knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the far west of Central Continent, and was an incomparably large underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into tens of layers, with every layer being at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The space was extremely large and the underground world was deep and secluded. There were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like labyrinths, some had giant underground lakes while some had flat ground. Earth Abyss was home to untold number of living organisms. It was full of vitality. The unique ecology was clearly different from the surface. Truly a great place. The earth chi is dense in Earth Abyss and will greatly reduce the time for the blessed land to fall. Hailu Lan nodded, then changed the subject. But the main headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect is in Earth Abyss. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects. It is like a colossal beast that has held dominance over the far west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treat it as their own exclusive domain. If you want the blessed land to fall here, it is like planting flowers in another person's backyard. Aren't you afraid of being found? Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, the depths of Earth Abyss are extremely secluded. Ancient Souls sect has spent thousands of years but has only explored no more than 18 layers fully, with some brief explorations up to the 27th layer. From the 28th to 36th layers, only Ancient Souls sect's Gu immortals roam about occasionally. As long as we plant the blessed land below the 40th layer, we do not need to be concerned about being discovered even if we make a large commotion. 40th layer. I remember the exploration of Earth Abyss done by Ancient Souls sect only found 36 layers. Hai Lu Lan was astonished. Fang Yuan snickered. That is because they are incompetent. The depth of Earth Abyss surpasses people's imaginations. How could it stop at 36 layers? As he said this, he recalled his previous life. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan was rank 5, endless beast tides emerged from Earth Abyss, attacking the surface and bringing disaster to Central Continent. Ancient Souls sect suffered the brunt of their attack, suffering such disastrous losses that their foundation was damaged. After the beast tides charged out of Earth Abyss, they constantly drove out beast groups on Central Continent's surface and gradually formed into an unprecedented, terrifying beast tide that spread over the whole of Central Continent. In those years, there was great misery and suffering in Central Continent. Countless small sects were destroyed like stones in the path of a flood. The 10 great ancient sects organized groups of experts and rushed everywhere to destroy the beast tide. They spent several years before they were finally able to eradicate the beast tide from the surface. Afterwards, both righteous and demonic path Gu masters moved together inside Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan also entered Earth Abyss together with others and killed wild beasts, obtaining resources for his cultivation. They purged layers after layers, and entered deeper and deeper. After entering the 36th layer, Gu masters discovered a new passage. Further down was an even larger underground world with territories of countless beast groups, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was a land filled with dangers everywhere. Even when Fang Yuan had self-detonated, the exploration of the Earth Abyss had not finished. They had only discovered there were 107 layers. Ancient Souls sect currently occupied 36 layers, which was just the portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not speak of these details to Hai Lu Lan. He only said, "Just follow me." Hai Lu Lan saw Fang Yuan's confident appearance and followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they had appeared was the 8th layer, and as they moved down, they saw many of Ancient Souls sect's Gu masters. These Gu masters mostly were in groups. Some were hunting wild beasts while some were gathering underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer the number of Gu masters they saw, while the cultivations of the Gu masters increased correspondingly, from rank 2 Gu masters at the start to rank 3 to rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to detect Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan's traces? Even if they brushed past some Gu masters in a narrow path, these mortals would not have been able to sense anything. When they reached the 30th layer, they no longer saw mortal Gu masters. It was a scene of darkness which greatly restricted vision, but fortunately, Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan were Gu immortals. They had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th layer, one of Ancient Souls sect's rank 6 Gu immortals was being chased miserably by an ancient desolate beast and 4 desolate beasts. This Gu immortal had helped Fang Yuan. He and Hai Lu Lan were able to smoothly pass through the desolate beasts' camps and enter the 36th layer. Here, Fang Yuan walked to the key area according to his previous life's memory. After setting up 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed below his feet and said to Hai Lu Lan, "My attack power is not enough. It is better if you activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." Hai Lu Lan followed Fang Yuan's instruction. She transformed into a strength path phantom giant and punched heavily at the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and stones spattered, but could not splash out of the Gu formations. Thunderous sounds echoed, but outside the Gu formations, It was a scene of tranquil silence. The muddy ground was not completely smashed and only formed a crater that reached 70 to 80 feet. Continue, quickly. Fang Yuan urged before jumping inside. Hai Lu Lan took a deep breath and jumped inside, punching rapidly. Under these continuous bombardments, the giant crater deepened further, and after thousands of feet, it finally broke open completely, forming a hole. Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan entered this hole to the 37th layer. Hai Lu Lan was covered with sweat. She raised her head and saw that the hole was rapidly being restored under the effect of the goo formations. That was the thinnest area in the 36th layer. Even so, it was nearly 10,000 feet thick. Fang Yuan explained. How did you discover this place? Hai Lu Lan was filled with doubts. Fang Yuan snickered. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie but could choose to not speak. Hai Lu Lan saw Fang Yuan's silence and snorted, but did not pursue it. The 37th layer was filled with much more danger. After all, this place was completely in its raw state. Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan could be said to be among the first outsiders to explore it. When the two finally reached the 40th layer, the seal on Star Lord Wanxiang finally reached its time limit. Your estimate was really accurate. Hai Lu Lan placed Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse on the ground and gazed at Fang Yuan deeply. At Fang Yuan's will, hundreds of mortal goo flew out from Star Lord Wanxiang's body like a swarm of locusts. They buzzed as they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the layer of suppression, Star Lord Wanxiang's body gradually let out bright starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter. At the same time, the ground started to tremor. Several breaths later, vast amounts of earth chi emerged like layers of dust accumulating on the ground. The starlight stabilized. The piercing radiance was comparable to the sun during a summer afternoon. A formless suction force suddenly erupted which started to absorb the surrounding earth chi. Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan had already retreated far away from the starlight. What is going on? It is an earthquake. Another earthquake. Leave. The earthquake this time is quite strong. If we don't leave now we might be buried alive. The goo masters in Earth Abyss scurried off like rats, shouting in panic as they ran as fast as they could out of Earth Abyss. They did not feel this was strange. The structure of Earth Abyss was not stable and there would occasionally be earthquakes or collapse of places within. It was because of this as well that Ancient Soul Sect did not spend a lot of energy to carry out explorations, even though they were in control of this place. Large amounts of stones fell down from above. Even more dangerous were those sharp stalactites that could pierce through rank 3 defensive goo if they struck. In fact, not only the goo masters, the numerous living beings in Earth Abyss were also in misery. Many were crushed to death by the falling stones, while others were buried alive. To place the blessed land, Fang Yuan had brought about the death of at least 100,000 or more lives. After 5 minutes of time, the starlight slowly stopped absorbing earth chi, and formed a large square door. The large door was completely constructed from starlight and was hovering in the air. There was a plaque on top of the door where 4 words were written, Star-form blessed land. Hai Lu Lan let out a breath of cloudy air. We finally succeeded. It seems our luck is not bad. The commotion was huge, but it did not lead to an attack from the wild beasts in this place. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead and opened the starry entrance. Hai Lu Lan followed closely behind. The two entered star-form blessed land. It was as if it was late at night in here. The sky was pitch black and filled with stars. The dazzling starlight shone on the ground of the blessed land. The visibility was high and it was not dark. The whole of Starform Blessed Land's terrain was like a giant basin. In the center were upward sloping grounds while at the edge of the Blessed Land were continuous mountain ranges, as if forming a circular wall. So much star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The grass underneath him here actually entirely consisted of star fragment grass. Star fragment grass clearly required to be planted on cloud soil, but this star fragment grass was directly planted on the black muddy ground, yet their growth was in a much better state than the ones Fang Yuan planted in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan sighed with praise. This is the benefit of having a star path blessed land. Growing the related plants is not only easier, but also guarantees harvest. Hai Lu Lan's gaze was, however, attracted to the spine-fin star dragonfish that were leisurely flying in the night sky. She could only see 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These giant dragonfish were about the size of a whale, but had the shape of a carp. There were bones protruding out of their backs that extended outwards. Their scales were blue in color. Their eyes were as large as carts, with some starry radiance in them. However, under the keen observation of Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan, they quickly discovered some traces of battle. Not far away, large patches of plotted grass were in flames with black smoke rising up. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfish had injuries on their body. At the far end of their sight, those continuous mountain ranges also showed unnatural holes, like cheese that was nibbled at by rats. It seems that this Gu immortal had been in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan said, right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, suffering hidden injuries to both the physical body and soul, how could my grand main body, Star Lord Wan Xiang, perish inside the 8th star hall? A boy suddenly appeared before Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan. His appearance was as if he was carved from jade. He was wearing pinkish blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots. He was hovering in the air, his small cheeks puffing in anger. Chapter 729, Splitting Loot. Star Lord Wan Xiang, it's him. Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fang Yuan revealed a flash of comprehension on his face. Land spirit, do you still remember me? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I had bought Star Fragment Grass and the killer move, Spring Star Rain, from your main body previously. Star Form Child's gaze flickered. He reassessed Fang Yuan as his expression became more gentle. So it is you. I have some impression. Just the land spirit alone cannot take care of the entire blessed land. I wonder if you would like to seek refuge with one of us? Fang Yuan asked directly. Hai Lu Lan stood at the side, showing some nervousness on her face. She stared intently at Starform Child. Starform Child nodded his small head, showing some sadness, saying, to protect this foundation, I will need the help of others. But I have my conditions. Although Starform Child was formed from Star Lord Wan Xiang's lingering obsession, it had assimilated with the Blessed Land and was the representative of the Blessed Land's will. If he did not have the help of other Gu immortals, the Blessed Land would experience heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again and again, until it perishes. Any life form had an instinct for survival, even land spirits were no exception. Please speak. Fang Yuan quickly asked. Starform Child frowned, pouting as he said angrily, the reason my main body died in the 8th star hall was because of Songzi crossing. He caused a huge injury to my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and explore the grotto heaven with immortal monkey King Shilei. If you want to become this blessed land's owner, you will need to bring me Song Zixing's head. Song Zixing's head? Hai Lu Lan heard this condition and laughed bitterly. Even though she was not a person from Central Continent, she had heard of Song Zixing's reputation. Song Zixing was a former disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc. After getting the Blood Sea inheritance, he refused to hand it over and chose to betray them. In order to exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu immortals in succession, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7. In the end, 4 were killed by Song Zixing, 3 were crippled and 1 was forced to retreat. Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a huge loss, and from then on, they did not dare to attack Song Zixing without preparation again. Song Zixing was now roaming around scot-free. He was one of the strongest experts among the demonic path in Central Continent. He had rank 7 cultivation and used the blood path, which was extremely powerful at fighting. People in Central Continent publicly recognized that Song Zixing's battle strength was about the same as Shilei, while being weaker than Feng Jiayuj. That was because many years ago, Song Zixing had encountered Feng Jiayuj and was forced to retreat after Feng Jiayuj used 3 moves to utterly defeat him. Alright, I will give it a try. Fang Yuan's expression was unchanged. He agreed. You have to hurry. Try your best. Starform Blessed Land's earthly calamity is coming soon. If I cannot get through it, the blessed land will be destroyed. It will be useless even if you meet the condition then. Star-form child urged. Fang Yuan's gaze shined. If that is the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Star-form child shook his head like it was a rattle. I will not allow any external goo immortal to stay in star-form blessed land for more than 7 minutes. People's hearts are hard to read. Only my master can help me to pass tribulation. Not long after, I will use treasure yellow heaven to spread this information, and get more people to deal with that accursed Song Zixing. Hai Lulan's heart sank, but she had a deeply scheming heart. Her expression was still very calm. She thought about her words as she said, "Then you have to be careful, land spirit. People's hearts are hard to read. You might attract greedy wolves that would come and attack your blessed land directly." Star-form child laughed. "Don't worry, I am not stupid. I will not expose this location to them. Only those who meet my condition can enter star-form blessed land. Leave, and remember not to tell others the location of this blessed land." The land spirit was sending the guests out. Fang Yuan did not stay forcefully. He bid his farewell and left with Hai Lulan using the blessed land's entrance, back to Earth Abyss. The moment the two of them stepped into Earth Abyss, the door behind them vanished, completely disappearing. The blessed land was a small world, even though it was placed on the ground and took in Earth Chi. As long as the entrance was not open, it was very well hidden. Fang Yuan and Hai Lulan were silent. After getting rid of all their traces, they used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were in a safe environment now. The first thing they did was to split the loot. This journey into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was terrifying but harmless. We made a huge profit. I am regretting it slightly now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to the 40% and 60% split. Hai Lulan sighed as she took the loot out of her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This boar looks like an ancient desolate beast. There is a lion here, it is not dead yet. At once, little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted to the desolate beasts on the ground. Blazing divine stallion, flying bear, star daemon bat, chestnut yak. A total of 7 desolate beast corpses and a yellow jade lion which was barely on the verge of death. Other than these, there was the astral wind-flying heavenly boar, the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. There were also several hundred kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. Finally, there were around 10 mysterious trees. These trees were part of a forest. When they had first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they trapped Fang Yuan and Hai Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees and decided to take a few into her immortal aperture. Afterwards, a star desolate hound charged over and interrupted their collection process. The corpse of a desolate beast was worth approximately 40 immortal essence stones. Ancient desolate beast corpses were much more expensive. They were 10 times the price of desolate beasts' corpses. That was 400 immortal essence stones. Looking at this, it seemed that the price of an ancient desolate beast was unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill. Not only was their battle strength equivalent to rank 7 Gu immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks. Mortal killer moves were ineffective on them. Even immortal killer moves were not very effective. Ordinary immortal killer moves used rank 6 immortal Gu as the core. When dealing with ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a dagger to stab an elephant. Although it had effect, the injuries had to be accumulated over a long period of time. Only immortal killer moves formed with rank 7 immortal Gu were an effective method to forcefully deal with ancient desolate beasts. Therefore, when immortal killer moves were involved, immortal essence would be expended. The cost of killing an ancient desolate beast would be much higher as a result. One often needed to expend several hundred green grape immortal essence speeds or tens of red date immortal essence speeds. As a result, the profit that they gained was usually only about 100 immortal essence stones. Although the profit of killing ancient desolate beasts was still much higher in terms of efficiency, 2 factors needed to be considered. First, there was great risk in fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, Not any Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would choose to retreat or run away when faced with an ancient desolate beast. Only rank 7 Gu immortals like Shilei, an expert even among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses are worth around 280 immortal essence stones. The nearly dead yellow jade lion, for now we can count that as around 80 immortal essence stones. The corpse of the astral wind flying heavenly boar is 400 immortal essence stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil is around 30 immortal essence stones. These mysterious trees are of an unknown origin. We will exclude them for now. All in all, the profit is 790 immortal essence stones. Hai Lu Lan calculated. The result made her a little tongue-tied. Almost 800 immortal essence stones. Undoubtedly, this was a huge fortune. Hai Lu Lan's breathing became faster. Ever since she became an immortal, she had been calculating her immortal essence stone expenditure piece by piece. Right now, there were almost 800 immortal essence stones right in front of her. Fang Yuan was in better shape than Hai Lu Lan. Using the unlimited inspiration of Wisdom Gu, he made many transactions with Lang Yuland Spirit and had tens of immortal essence stones on him as liquid currency. But even so, with 800 immortal essence stones in front of him, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Even in his previous life, he had no such experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the highest amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand at a point in time was merely 60 or so. According to the 4-to-6 ratio, Fang Yuan could get 474 immortal essence stones. This huge profit was because we looted all of this without any battle, thus we expended no immortal essence. We merely picked them up for free. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and said, "Hee, that barbarian monkey is probably fuming now. Will he attack Ho Immortal Blessed Land?" Hai Lu Lan asked with a bit of worry. After all, this was a huge sum. No. Fang Yuan shook his head. To us, this is a huge sum, but for a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shilei, he has at least several thousand immortal essence stones in his possession. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu immortals could have several hundred immortal essence stones on them, while ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would have thousands. Strength and wealth were in a reasonable ratio. Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan were newly advanced Gu immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Gu immortals. They were working with a whole new identity, starting from scratch, thus they were extremely poor. As for Fang Yuan lacking money in his previous life, one reason was because Blood Path was not good for the development of assets. It excelled in fighting. Secondly, because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, there were many fights and he had high expenditure during that period. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Furthermore, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are righteous sects, and even compared to super forces in the other regions, they have a long history. These great sects have to abide by order and stability. They care about their face and reputation. Shilei will definitely want revenge on us, but he would not do it forcefully. He will use righteous methods to suppress us. After all, we are now a part of Immortal Crane sect. Hai Lu Lan nodded. She agreed with Fang Yuan's perspective. She showed some pity on her face. It is unfortunate that we did not obtain that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant, a thing of legend. It can be sold for a higher price than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Fang Yuan said, "I do not believe so." At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, Starform Blessed Land was much more important. How will we split Starform Blessed Land? Hai Lu Lan looked at Fang Yuan, her expression turning serious. In front of a huge profit, she was not going to give up on it easily. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because their price could be evaluated. But Starform Blessed Land could not be easily assessed. Immortal essence stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was like a gold mine, it could produce resources endlessly. After swallowing it, It could even improve a Gu immortal's cultivation. It could be said that one's blessed land or grotto heaven was the Gu immortals' greatest achievement in their cultivation journey. Fang Yuan thought about it, before saying, "Star form blessed land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete for it fairly. Whoever fulfills the land spirit's condition first will obtain star form blessed land. The other party has to accept the result without any compensation. Star form blessed land is the result of our hard work. Only the two of us can compete in this contest. We cannot interfere with each other maliciously. Other than us, even if it was Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bei Yun Sheng who want to fight for star form blessed land, we will work together and stop them. What do you think?" Hai Lu Lan's gaze flickered as she nodded. "That will be the best." Chapter 730, Giving You King Puti. Central Continent, Baking Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shined down on this small world. The mountain stream flowed slowly. The tall ancient trees spread out their huge green leaves. Sunlight penetrated between the holes amongst the leaves. Because of the breeze, beams of light would sway gently when shining down on the ground. Feng Jinhuang was reclining on the grassy ground, her back against a tall tree. Feeling the wind, she breathed in deeply. The clear air was mixed in with the fragrance of the grass. The book of the legends of Renzu was exquisite and beautiful. In the hands of Feng Jinhuang, she had already flipped it to the last few pages. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were clear as water. She stared at a page of the book without blinking. Although she had heard about the story of Renzu since her youth, due to her mystical experience in the dream realm, when she read the legends of Renzu again with deeper insight, Feng Jinhuang felt many new emotions emerging in her. At the end of the legends of Renzu it said, Renzu's 10 children died one after another. Even Renzu himself was going to die of old age. He was at the end of his life. Before dying, Renzu retrieved the corpses of his 10 children, and sacrificed himself, sending them all into Derivation Gu's stomach, eaten by it. Large amounts of dream realms also followed the smell of the delicious food, going into Derivation Gu's mouth along with them. Derivation Gu's stomach was burst open, as countless light of life shone on the lands, creating the first batch of mortals. Because the dream realm was involved in the derivation, the first batch of mortals would experience dreams when they slept at night. Humans often sink deep into dreams, like northern dark-iced soul, and are unable to free themselves from it. Feng Jinhuang thought as she stretched out her hand, closing the Legends of Renzu book as she stood up. "Mother, send me back to the building. I am tired," she said softly. "Okay." At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang heard Fairy Baking's gentle voice echoing near her. Feng Jinhuang vanished on the spot. She reappeared in her own room inside the small building. In the room, Fairy Baking was already waiting. Feng Jinhuang's eyes shone with joy. "Oh, Mother, why are you free today? Don't you need to blend in the Earth Chi?" When a Gu Master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu Immortal, their aperture would take in the 3 Chi of Heaven, Earth, and Human, elevating it into an immortal aperture, forming a small world. Gu Immortals manage their immortal apertures and increase their cultivation level. But the more objects that enter the immortal aperture, gradually, the Heaven and Earth Chi inside the immortal aperture would become insufficient. Like a carefully nurtured bonsai, as the tree inside grows larger, the pot becomes too small, and the soil will seem very shallow. At this time, Gu Immortals will place their blessed lands on the ground, taking in Earth Chi, or place their grotto heavens in the sky, taking in Heaven Chi. After taking in Heaven and Earth Chi, they would stabilize their blessed land or grotto heaven, increasing the foundation of the immortal aperture. After their cultivation level stabilizes, they would be able to continue cultivating with a more stable foundation. Fairy Baking's current condition was that she had managed the blessed land for quite some time. It was becoming unstable. She placed the blessed land on the ground, and she herself was inside, taking in the Earth Chi of the large region, Central Continent, and assimilating it into her blessed land. Fairy Baking looked at her cute daughter with a doting gaze, praising, "Huang it seems that after this dream realm encounter, your mental state had been greatly trained. In the past, you would have complained to me and would request for me to accompany you. But this time, I blended in the Earth Chi for 3 days and 3 nights without spending any time with you, yet you actually read books and refine goo quietly. Your mental state is much more mature than before. Mother is very happy. Of course. Feng Jinhuang smiled happily, showing her white teeth. She raised her head as the bells rang on her phoenix coronet. She said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood. How can I ruin both of your reputations?" Her smile infected Fairy Baking as she smiled as well. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost nobody can avoid dreaming. After all these years, countless geniuses and talented individuals, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, they have their own dream realms. These dream realms gather together, forming a huge hidden realm of an unprecedented size. Huang your dream wings immortal goo can allow you to enter dream realms at will. It is a movement immortal goo that prevents you from being influenced by dream realms. This is a huge opportunity for you. You need to make good use of it. I understand, Mother. These recent days, I have been trying to refine goo. I found out that my refinement path realm had reached quasi-master level. The advantages of the dream realm are simply too much. I had always lacked interest in refinement path. I had never practiced it normally. But after this dream realm journey, my attainment rose so sharply. I have exceeded many people in the sect. Feng Jinhuang sighed and said, "You moved about in old immortal Kongju's dream. You unknowingly obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But that was because old immortal Kongju himself was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. Thus you had much to gain." Dream realms are extremely complex. You might not be so lucky next time to encounter the dream of someone as qualified as old immortal Kongju. Fairy Baking analyzed. Feng Jinhuang was nonchalant. She laughed. "If I can't encounter it, then so be it. I do not have interest in refinement path anyway. Next time, all I need to do is enter the dream of an immortal venerable or demon venerable." Sigh. It is a pity, I walk on the metal path, yet none of the 10 venerables cultivate this path. Fairy Baking heart jumped when she heard this. She became serious. Huang do not let your guard down. You were safe and sound this time because you were lucky. The dream realm you were in was not dangerous or harmful. If you really enter the dream of a venerable, you have to retreat immediately. The power of a venerable is not something you can imagine. Feng Jinhuang's first stuck out her tongue, before she replied obediently, "Yes, Mother, I understand." Fairy Baking's expression became more gentle. She took out a letter. "Goo, this is a letter from your father. He has already broken through the regional wall, and has found a place to rest after entering Northern Plains. He has not learned of your awakening yet, but since he has already sent us a letter, we can use this letter Goo to reply to him, say a few words to him and relieve his worry, so that he can deal with the missions in this Northern Plains journey." Father's letter? Feng Jinhuang's eyes shined. She jumped over and took the letter Goo from Fairy Baking, her consciousness entering it. But in the end, she could not read it. Feng Jinhuang pouted. "Oh, it is that information path immortal Goo, letter sending green bird. I am still immortal. I cannot read it." Fairy Baking patted her head. "Your father is currently in Northern Plains. How can he cross the regional wall without using an information path immortal Goo? What are you anxious for? I had just praised you for becoming more mature." Saying this, Fairy Baking injected a will into Feng Jinhuang's mind. Feng Jinhuang was familiar with this. Countless thoughts generated in her mind as she conversed with the will. Instantly, she could see the information in Feng Jiayuji's letter. "Father." Feng Jinhuang read Feng Jiayuji's letter, and saw the concern and worry he had towards her. She was so moved her eyes turned red. "I want to see father immediately and show him my current refinement path attainment. He had always been worrying about my refinement path realm." Feng Jinhuang muttered. "Don't worry, I will tell your father in the letter." Don't tell him. I want to give father a surprise." "All right." Fairy Baking took out a letter Goo next. It was also a letter sending green bird Goo, but this was a rank 5 mortal Goo. "This is another letter for you. It is from Feng Yuan. He had sent it long ago. Take a look at it." Fairy Baking said. Feng Yuan. Feng Jinhuang heard this name and gritted her teeth, her brows were sharp like swords, and her beautiful face turned red from embarrassment. She snatched the letter Gu and checked it. Feng Yuan had put in a lot of information in the letter. He first praised Spirit Affinity House extensively. His tone was like he wanted to join them, and he afterwards agreed with Feng Jinhuang's challenge, and he even apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter, there was a line, "I am currently in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. My doors are open to await for Fairy Feng Jinhuang's visit. I have heard that Spirit Affinity House's King Puti is extremely famous. If you intend to spar with me, I would get to experience the taste of this famous tea. That would be extremely enjoyable." HMPH. He truly has the leisure time and mood. He wants to drink King Puti. He wants to enjoy the taste of tea. Evil thief, lecherous thief, I want to tear you into pieces and break up your bones to feed dogs. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were burning with fire. She exerted some strength unknowingly, and the letter's sending green bird Gu was chirping in response. Fairy Baking quickly saved this letter Gu. Huang this is something Mother wants to talk to you about. Undoubtedly, Feng Yuan has exceeded our expectations once again. He is no longer like before. If you spar with him now you will only lose. There is no way to win. What? Feng Jinhuang stared with her eyes wide open, looking at Fairy Baking in shock. Fairy Baking told her about the details of Feng Yuan becoming an immortal zombie, and that he had a mysterious force behind him that managed to force Immortal Crane Sect to retreat after attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie? Feng Jinhuang muttered to herself. If it was not her mother saying this, she would not believe it herself. How long has it been? He actually became an immortal already. We are about the same age. How can he have such firm foundations to charge towards Gu Immortal Realm? Feng Jinhuang was very perplexed. Fairy Baking replied her, regarding his suddenly transformation into an immortal zombie. Our 10 great ancient sects have some guesses. Although raising one's foundation is hard, it is not impossible. There is an example right in front of us, that is Dream Realms. Other than that, we have guessed that the mysterious force behind him might have some sort of special immortal ascension method, to allow a Gu Master to become an immortal zombie. But becoming an immortal zombie means your cultivation level will stagnate, it can no longer progress. Feng Jinhuang frowned. That is the cast. But think about it, a rank 5 mortal Gu Master compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is obviously much stronger. Fairy Baking said. Feng Jinhuang showed some disdain on her face. I don't care if he was greedy towards short-term profits, or that he was forced to do so. He will definitely not be my match in the future. He is rushing to challenge me now. It is obvious that he knows he can only continue to bully me during this period of time. In the future, it will be my turn. This coward is timid like a rat. He is a shameless and unscrupulous person. Huang do not be blinded by your own hatred and anger. Fairy Baking's expression was very solemn. This Feng Yuan is not simple. This letter that he sent was right before Immortal Crane Sect attacked. His real intention was to build a relationship with us, Spirit Affinity House. It was a tactic to bring in a third party. He has Danghun Mountain right now, and is making transactions with our 10 great ancient sects. His name has spread far and wide in Central Continent. Almost every Gu Immortal knows of his existence now. Mother, I was wrong. I was too agitated. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, trying to regain her calm. How will you respond to this letter? Ignore it, or reply to it. I will let you decide. Fairy Baking purposely tested her. Feng Jinhuang said immediately, of course we will reply. Since this challenge was set by me, and he has already responded. If I avoid battle because he is an immortal zombie, then I would be showing weakness. But her eyes turned as she said, the enemy is strong while I am weak. Only a fool will go head-to-head with him. HMPH. Soon, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is going to begin. I will use Refinement Path and defeat him in public. This will soothe some of my anger. Mother, what do you think of this? Fairy Baking nodded in satisfaction. This is a good idea. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes shined with bright light. In the following days, I am going to find Refinement Path Gu Master Dreams, and rapidly build up my foundation in Refinement Path. Using him as an opponent, it will urge me and promote the growth of my cultivation level. Fairy Baking laughed, patting Feng Jinhuang's head. This is my good daughter. Feng Jinhuang squinted, as she replied. She chuckled coldly. You want to pretend to be cultured and drink King Pu tea? Sure, I will give you 50 or 60 jars of it. But if you want to compete, we cannot do so without a bet. I will make you lose in both reputation as well as substance. Chapter 731, 4 to you, 6 to me. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit, I brought you a live desolate beast, come and check it out. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture, activating a dozen goo worms as he took out a lion and placed it on the ground. This lion was large like a giant elephant. It was brown-yellow in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was sleeping now, making a snoring sound. It was the yellow jade lion. It was originally injured heavily, on the brink of death. But as long as it was still alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and assets, he could heal it back to full health. Lang Yilan's spirit stroked his beard, walking around the yellow jade lion as he observed. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were all released. Good lion, even if you are sleeping, you look so fierce. Not bad. Saying so, Lang Yilan's spirit stretched out his arm and opened the yellow jade lion's mouth, seeing the tightly clenched teeth. Good teeth. Lang Yilan's spirit praised. He continued to touch the lion along its body, until he reached the area between its hind legs. Throughout the process, Lang Yilan's spirit had been activating goo worms silently. After inspecting it, he was pleased. Not bad, it has vigor and vitality, it can reproduce as well. It is a pity that my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land. It is not great for raising these fierce beasts. Lang Yilan's spirit had 12 desolate beasts. He was very experienced with them and had become quite an expert. He was not unfamiliar with desolate beasts at all. But Langya Blessed Land was a refinement path blessed land. Refining goo here would have higher chances of succeeding. But there was no assistance or help for raising beasts. Meanwhile, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land. It was good for raising fox groups. The fox groups inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have greater chances of producing a desolate fox. Blessed lands and grotto heavens were all very different. Each of them had their own specialties. This was because blessed lands and grotto heavens were the immortal apertures of goo immortals. When goo immortals undergo immortal ascension, they would take in heaven and earth chi, and according to their understanding towards heaven and earth, their immortal aperture world would be created relating to the path of the goo worm that they toss into it. Lang Yilan's spirit was very pleased with this yellow jade lion. He quickly gave Fang Yuan 88 immortal essence stones. At the same time, he gave the details of the killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan looked through the details of it in front of Lang Yilan's spirit. This killer move had an extraordinary origin. It came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he had an innovative idea and went on a creative path. Fang Yuan praised, there are only 300 goo worms used here, but they involve Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and others, for a total of 6 paths. Some of the goo worms are rare. It seems that it will take a while to recreate this killer move. After I collect all of these goo worms. Langya, do you have these goo worms? Lang Yilan's spirit shook his head, chuckling. What would I keep these goo for? I cannot use this killer move. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, and Familiar Face. These 3 killer moves are a series. What you obtained is merely the mortal killer move, able to transform into someone people do not know. If they know the person, you will be exposed. The latter 2 are immortal killer moves. Even if you transform into a familiar person, you would not be exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seemed to have left behind an inheritance of this. If you have the opportunity, you might obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime, who knows? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. How could I have such luck to coincidentally find the other two immortal killer moves? The inheritances of these two might have been taken by others already. Although he said that, he was moved in his heart. He thought about the time in Northern Plains, when he obtained the inheritance that involved thieving heaven demon Venerable's Luopo Valley inheritance. He had already refined the key to enter the inheritance, open door Gu and close door Gu, but he had not acted yet. Gu master inheritances were not easy to obtain, especially demonic path inheritances. They were usually much harder than righteous path inheritances, and much more dangerous. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance was definitely an extremely dangerous place. With the situation being unclear, and Myriad self being unusable, Fang Yuan would rather wait a while longer than take the risk unnecessarily. Fang Yuan did not place much expectation on this, because he had guessed long ago. The inheritance clue that I obtained was obviously not the only one out there. Thieving heaven demon Venerable did not want his inheritance to remain undiscovered, thus he spread the clues far and wide to increase the chances. This inheritance had been created such a long time ago, someone might have gone there already. Not speaking of anyone else, just look at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seemed to have used Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance involves Luopo Valley, I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already been involved in it. In fact, he might have taken Luopo Valley away already. Clearing up his mind, Fang Yuan took out 3 completed Immortal Gu recipes and handed them to Lang Yilan's spirit. This is the current transaction. Lang Yilan's spirit received the Immortal Gu recipes and checked them. Seeing that there were no problems, he praised Fang Yuan's talent again. Rascal, I rarely admire people, but your talent in deducing Immortal Gu recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Fang Yuan said, regarding the transaction of the Immortal Gu recipes, I would like to change the details of our transactions. Oh, all of your Immortal Gu recipes that have a high completion rate have been deduced by me already. The remaining ones have 60 to 70% completion rate, or even under 50%. I want to deduce these Immortal Gu recipes, but it would take a long time if I want to complete them. If I have to spend a month or 2 on them, I would not be able to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of our transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished, Lang Yilan's spirit shook his head. Not changing, not changing. Why must we change? I've spent so many Immortal Essence Stones. Wasn't it because you could deduce Immortal Gu recipes? You are a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, and you are so skilled at deducing Immortal Gu recipes. Why do you not want to continue? At most, I can increase the price and pay you a bit more compensation. Lang Yilan's spirit, don't reject me yet. Listen to me. I know you will be interested. Fang Yuan laughed confidently. My suggestion is this: from now on, you will take charge of deducing the Immortal Gu recipes. Whenever you encounter a problem and cannot continue, I will help you deduce the next step and get over that hurdle. Each time, I will only charge 2 Immortal Essence Stones. What? So it is such a deal? Lang Yilan's spirit fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Longhair Ancestors' land spirit. His refinement path attainment was quasi-great Grand Master. He had skills in deducing Immortal Gu recipes. The reason he did not finish deducing these Immortal Gu remnant recipes was because he had met with a tough problem in each of them and could not continue until he resolved it. If he passed this obstacle, he might be able to advance through the Immortal Gu recipe easily, and successfully complete it. Thus, Lang Yilan's spirit would only need to pay Fang Yuan 2 Immortal Essence Stones. It would be much cheaper than their former price. Of course, if the Immortal Gu remnant recipe was very difficult, Fang Yuan might earn even more Immortal Essence Stones than before. But Lang Yilan's spirit was confident, with his refinement path attainment, the first situation would be more likely. This way, Fang Yuan, your income will be much lower. Ah, I almost forgot, you are selling Gutsku now. Your business is booming. Is that why you do not want this work anymore? Lang Yilan's spirit jumped to realization. Fang Yuan laughed. Land spirit, This transaction benefits you too. After getting so many immortal goo recipes, and having regained your freedom, you can refine immortal goo again. When refining immortal goo, the vast majority of attempts fails. The success rate is simply too low, and you would expend an incredible amount of resources. I am helping you to save immortal essence stones. Shouldn't you be thanking me? HMPH, I knew you would say that. Lanyolan's spirit rolled his eyes, saying, I can agree with this, but I have a condition. What condition? It is a long story. Do you know about Qin Beisheng's auction? Lanyolan's spirit could not leave the blessed land, but he knew clearly about the things happening in northern plains. Of course I know. Fang Yuan nodded. Lanyolan's spirit continued, you are aware that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Lanya blessed land. They all failed, and during this process I captured some goo immortals. I intend to sell them all, or rather, I want to sell their blessed lands. Selling blessed lands? Fang Yuan looked at Lanyolan's spirit with some shock. This was a very big move. Is this business practical? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. It would be 1,000 times more popular than my Gutsu business. After goo immortals buy these blessed lands, they can swallow them and raise their cultivation level. They can also skip heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Why did you not keep them for yourselves? Lanyolan's spirit shook his head. To swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needs master level attainment in that realm. To swallow a rank 7 blessed land, one needs grandmaster level. To swallow a rank 8 grotto heaven, one will need great grandmaster attainment. Although my refinement path attainment is high, I am not involved in many other paths, and the most important reason is, I do not want to devour them. My Lanya blessed land has already reached the limits of a blessed land. Any progress would elevate it to a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven's tribulations are far more dangerous. Back then, I purposely weakened Lanya grotto heaven until it became a blessed land. Why would I raise it up again? Fang Yuan understood. That is true. Wait, your condition is to ask me to sell these blessed lands at the auction in your place? Lanyolan's spirit raised his thumb, saying with a tone of flattery, you are a smart lad. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. Do you want to kill me? No, this is definitely impossible. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will become the biggest target of everyone. It turns too much attention. How could have the ability to capture all these goo immortals? If I appear like this, that mysterious force would know and associate me with Lanya blessed land. Next time when they attack you, they might even attack my blessed land. Isn't the Inkaman King Motan Sang your good friend? Ask him to go. Sigh, he is an Inkaman immortal. His origin is not good and has always been ostracized by humans. Furthermore, he has his family and Inkman City to take care of. He is not appropriate. Lanyolan's spirit shook his head. Oh, you do not want him to go die, so you want to send me to die? Don't make it sound so terrible. Don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? With this killer move, other goo immortals cannot identify your true form. Lanyolan's spirit said in a low tone. Fang Yuan gave an assessing look at the land spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous, giving this precious killer move to me, so you had a plan from the start. Lanyolan's spirit could not take it anymore. He stared with furious eyes as he shouted, Rascal, do you think I'm unfamiliar with you? You have ridiculous guts. Since when have you been scared? You even destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and toppled 88 True Yang building. As long as the benefits are high enough, you are a desperado. Afraid of this matter? Just tell me, how much do you want? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the profits from selling the blessed lands. At the least, it has to be a 4-to-6 ratio. 4-to-6 ratio? You are too greedy. You are asking for 40%. Lanyolan's spirit screamed. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His face was grim. You are wrong, land spirit. My intention is, I will take 60%, you will take 40%. Lanyolan's spirit was stunned. Even though he had lived for so long, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply, staring at Fang Yuan's face. Such words, You have the face to say it. Why wouldn't I? Fang Yuan's face was thick as a city wall. I am going to take a huge risk involving my life. Without enough profits to motivate me, I will not do it. This price is already the lowest. I am considering this based on the fact that we are old friends. This is a friendly price. Friendly price? I think you are trying to con a friend, so no deal. Consider it more. This is the price I want. There is still some time until the auction. I am leaving first. Fang Yuan opened a stargate. Get lost. Chapter 732, Top-tier mortal killer move, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, looking at a pair of bat wings in front of him with full concentration. A pair of large bat wings was hovering in front of him, thin and small scales of an eerie blue color with each having the size of a pinky finger grew on the wings. As light refracted from the scales, it seemed to be giving off starlight. After Fang Yuan returned from Langya Blessed Land, he started repairing the star demon bat's wings. After 9 days and 9 nights of effort, it had reached the current crucial moment. Whether I can fix these bat wings or not depends on this. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a mortal goo from his aperture. He flicked his finger and threw this crucial mortal goo in. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid which created a layer of green light when it shot into the bat wings. The radiance flowed like water. The green light spread and soon covered the entire pair of bat wings. In the blink of an eye, the green light dispersed and was replaced by fine hair that covered the whole of the star demon bat wings. Fang Yuan meticulously observed and probed with his 10 fingers in turn. Following his movement, the green-haired bat wings also made constant turns in the air, letting Fang Yuan observe it from all angles. Fang Yuan spread open his fingers. The shrunken star demon bat wings also unfolded. When he saw fine hair growing inside the bat wings, he nodded in satisfaction. When Shilei attacked and killed this star demon bat, he attacked with no restraint, causing the wings to be greatly damaged when I obtained it. Now I have invested my full effort into restoring it, but whether I can restore it or not, even I don't have much confidence. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and stood up. He casually waved his hand. Hundreds of goo worms flew and circled around the green-haired bat wings, tightly securing it inside. Fang Yuan then passed by the bat wings and walked out of this secret room. He closed the door of the secret room. Darkness enshrouded the green-haired bat wings inside the secret room. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and lightly stamped his foot, calling, "Land Spirit, Master, Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fang Yuan, her eyes shining and her face carrying a joyful expression of being able to see her master. "I asked you to pay attention to the business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. How is it going?" Fang Yuan walked as he asked. Little Hu Immortal closely followed behind, replying, "Master had put the desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale, but only one desolate beast corpse was sold over these days." Immortal Monkey King Shilei had already discovered Fang Yuan, thus, Fang Yuan might as well put these desolate beast corpses up for sale openly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had discussed matters with Hai Lulan. The two took what they needed first. Fang Yuan took the yellow jade lion and star demon bat wings while Hai Lulan took the flying bear corpse. Fang Yuan was put in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would have to give 40% of the earnings to Hai Lulan. Hai Lulan was also not afraid he would renege on his words. After all, there was the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses would be popular goods that were quite rare. When they were put in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they would be sold within 4 to 6 hours and it was very easy to earn immortal essence stones. However, Fang Yuan did not want immortal essence stones this time. He arranged a will to express to other Gu immortals. To buy these beast corpses, they would have to exchange with specific goods. First of all was a method for immortal zombies to turn back to human, or any information and clues. Second was the goo recipe for White Lotus giant silkworm goo, the goo worm itself, or corresponding information and clues. Third was the wings of bat desolate beasts. Fourth was top-tier mortal killer moves. The more outstanding they were, the better. Fifth was Bone Path Goo, worms like Battle Bone Wheel that could be arranged to form the killer move. White Bone Chariot. Last was Wisdom Path, inheritances or information and clues about them. These 6 conditions were arranged in descending order according to Feng Yuan's needs. The ones listed first would be cheaper for the buyers when they purchase the beast corpses. Feng Yuan's Gutsku business was extremely thriving right now. He did not lack immortal essence stones for the moment, thus he wanted to exchange them with goods. Because of this, the desolate beast corpses, which were popular goods and easy to sell, had become this hard to sell. 12 days had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but they only managed to sell 1 desolate beast corpse. Oh, what did that beast corpse exchange for? Feng Yuan asked excitedly. 1 whole chestnut yak was exchanged for a pair of bat desolate beast wings and an investigative killer move called 100 Li. Little Hu Immortal replied. Mortal killer moves normally would not exceed 6 immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were also detailed classifications between them. Mortal killer moves that sold for half an immortal essence stone were classified as bottom tier goods, but they were better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that were worth 1 to 2 immortal essence stones were mediocre. They could provide some help to Gu immortals if used properly. For instance, the killer move Feng Yuan looked at before but did not buy, Spiral Drill Star Spear, was valued at 1 immortal essence stone. Star Lord Wan Xiang's Spring Star Rain was sold at 1.5 immortal essence stone. The Poison Breath killer move which Fairy Li Shan gave Feng Yuan could be sold for 2 immortal essence stones. Feng Yuan's previous defensive killer move Hair Armor was worth 2 immortal essence stones and was at the peak level of common mortal killer moves. Tai Bei Yunxing's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring could absorb enemies' attacks to a certain degree before counterattacking. It was valued at 2.5 immortal essence stones. Mortal killer moves worth 3 immortal essence stones were middle tier. They were reliable methods. For instance, Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady's killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin, was valued at 3 immortal essence stones. Mortal killer moves worth 4 to 5 immortal essence stones had outstanding might and could not be looked down upon. They were considered as powerful methods that could often change the situation to a certain extent when they were used. Feng Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust had mixed in minutes June's inheritance, which raised its value to 4 immortal essence stones. The Lion Fur Armor, which was an improved form of hair armor, was valued at 4.5 immortal essence stones, and mortal killer moves that were worth 6 immortal essence stones were classified as top tier. Few could be bought in the market. Feng Yuan's reinvented movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, would have the effect of this tier if 3 pairs of bat wings were used. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength. When Feng Yuan possessed Icy Drill Stardust, Hair Armor and Light Illusion Bat Wings, his battle strength had already reached the upper tier of rank 6 Gu Immortals. In his previous life, before Feng Yuan self-detonated, he possessed more than a dozen mortal killer moves. Most of them were top-tier level killer moves worth 6 immortal essence stones. His battle strength had been at the peak of rank 6. However, when one reached rank 7, it was a different scene. The immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods, and those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence became uncommonly used. Hidden trump cards. Most Gu Immortals did not have Immortal Gu. This was referring to rank 6 Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals that could cultivate to rank 7 were even fewer in numbers. They were the elites of elites, experts among experts of rank 6 who would have experienced innumerable tribulations and calamities, had excellent aptitude, temperament and accumulation. There was no way to justify them not having Immortal Gu. With Immortal Gu, there would be immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves were evolved from using mortal killer moves as a foundation. Like Hai Lu Lan, who was trying to modify her strength path killer move to an immortal killer move. Often one immortal Gu can form different immortal killer moves according to the differences in mortal Gu. Thus, many Gu Immortals would have offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive immortal Gu. For instance, Feng Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move. but its core was cleansed soul immortal goo, which was a support immortal goo that helped goo immortals in soul path cultivation. 100 Li. After hearing Little Who Immortal's reply, Feng Yuan nodded and commented, "This mortal killer move is valued at 6 immortal essence stones. It allows the goo immortal to observe the scenery within 100 li as clearly as the lines on one's palm." Good. I was lacking this kind of investigative killer move. But of course, the greatest satisfaction in this transaction is that I obtained another pair of desolate beast bat wings. He then asked, "Did any important things happen in the blessed land these recent days?" Little Who Immortal shook her head and reported that everything was normal. Such tranquil days were very rare to Feng Yuan after his rebirth. However, Feng Yuan did not dare to slack even a little. Ever since he saw the external manifestation of a dream realm in his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he felt a sense of urgency and could vaguely tell that the waves of the new era were coming. Over the next few days, Feng Yuan began to handle the newly obtained pair of bat wings. At the same time, he also arranged the old hairy men in the blessed land to refine goo. The Ersk goo which could store guts goo were naturally the main focus of the hairy men. Besides this, Feng Yuan divided the refinement procedures of group strength goo and small family chi goo. He then separately taught the old hairy men and let them go through similar practice. These 2 goo recipes could not be compared to others. They were ancient goo recipes, their materials were rare and not easy to find in the present age. Thus, Feng Yuan first used other similar materials and goo worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. When their proficiency reached the level Feng Yuan was satisfied with, only then would he truly let them refine these 2 goo. Feng Yuan's doctrine was to not raise idlers. Since he had already purchased the hairy men, he would try to squeeze every last bit of their worth. After 3 days in Who Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no activity in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Feng Yuan had taken care of a small part of the newly obtained bat wings, but the wings of the star demon bat was still being incubated. Feng Yuan opened the door of the secret room and entered, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. Right now, the green hair on the bat wings had already grown to be extremely thick and lush. Success or failure shall be determined at this moment. Feng Yuan used mortal goo and with a snapping sound, a spark immediately was sent flying out. The spark flew to the green-haired bat wings, a soft sound echoed, the spark set the green hair aflame, forming a green fire. The fire appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In a blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings floating in the air was already burnt off, revealing a pair of black bat wings. There were no small blue scales on the bat wings. Instead they were replaced by a layer of thick ash. Feng Yuan showed a trace of disappointment, failure. He softly let out a breath of cloudy air. The weak breath touched the bat wings. This pair of bat wings fell down on the ground like charcoal and broke into pieces. The bat wings were filled with heavy injuries. Shilei had destroyed the star demon bat's wings first to kill it. The wings had thus suffered serious damage. The star demon bat could no longer display its advantage in flying, and was finally killed by Shilei. Fortunately, I have another pair of bat wings. Feng Yuan quickly got over the disappointment, and soon he was busy in the refining process. Chapter 733, Recognizing One's Own Ordinariness. With the previous refinement experience, this second attempt was much easier for Feng Yuan when refining the desolate beast bat wings. After over half a month in Who Immortal Blessed Land, he transplanted this pair of desolate beast bat wings onto his back. In accordance with his usual practice, Feng Yuan still chose to retain the sense of pain in the bat wings. On this day, Feng Yuan was testing his killer moves on the top of Danghun Mountain. 100 Li. He activated the killer move. His bright red pupils suddenly enlarged. He could see the grassland or debris within 100 li of his surroundings with extreme clarity, like they were in front of him. Outside of 100 li, his sight became blurry but was still much clearer than seeing with the naked eye. After 400 li, his line of sight reached the limit. It was all blurry and he could only distinguish some color and shadows. 100 li is the base for 1000 li. The latter is an immortal killer move and requires corresponding immortal goo to be used. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was valued 6 immortal essence stones, and it indeed had outstanding effect. It was just that the vision could not see through stealth or bypass obstacles. If any obstacles blocked the sight, the thing behind the obstacle could not be seen. This was the downside of 100 Li. Fang Yuan remembered both the merits and demerits. As he lightly flapped the wings on his back and flew to the sky, he continued to maintain 100 Li while flying, looking at the sky and ground with clear vision. Lion for armor. He willed and activated the defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor with a helmet resembling a lion's head. Even his wings were covered with a layer of thick plate, greatly raising its defense. But the speed, however, became slower. Lion fur armor and true solid bat wings cannot perfectly complement each other. Once I activate lion fur armor, true solid bat wings will have its speed reduced. If I don't use it, my speed might be fast but my defense will be lacking. Fang Yuan frowned. This problem surpassed the range of his capabilities. To create a movement killer move like lion fur armor, he had to balance the Tao marks of 3 paths, and it was the limit of his master attainment realm in transformation path. Adding true solid bat wings on top of that was too difficult for Fang Yuan. If he had grandmaster attainment in transformation path, there was a possibility. But reaching grandmaster realm required large amounts of time and accumulation. This time was not only tens of years but could be 100 years or even several hundreds of years. Fang Yuan's highest attainment realms currently were Blood Path and Strength Path. Blood Path Grandmaster realm was achieved by Fang Yuan in his previous life after 200 to 300 years of deep accumulation. It could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's realm and accumulate their foundation. His strength path attainment was also at Grandmaster realm, and besides a small part of the accumulation being from his previous life, most was from obtaining reckless savage demon venerables true meaning infusion. Otherwise, he would have required 200 or 300 years of accumulation to reach Grandmaster realm. At the Gu immortal level, one had the strength to search and obtain lifespan Gu or other methods to prolong lifespan. Ordinary mortals had lifespans of 100 years. But as long as a Gu immortal put some effort, they could live several hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. The long lifespans and time involved made the significance of accumulation even more heavy. Why were Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan not able to beat immortal Monkey King Shilei? It was because after Shilei became a Gu immortal, he relied on combat immortal sect and had accumulated all sorts of experiences and insights for close to 300 years. Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan had only recently advanced to Gu immortal. How could they compare to Shilei's 300 years of accumulation? It was normal for them to not be able to defeat him. If so, why did Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan have battle strength at the upper tier of rank 6 Gu immortals when they advanced only recently? Fang Yuan relied on the gains found in 88 True Yang building, while Hai Lu Lan relied on her mother's inheritance as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they had borrowed help from the accumulation of their predecessors. If I want my battle strength to improve drastically, just relying on myself to advance step by step would no doubt be a very long and inefficient process. In my previous life, when I walked on the blood path, I spent over 200 years before I was able to comprehend a dozen or so mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path Gu. I naturally need to learn from this lesson. In this world, heroes emerge in large numbers and geniuses are everywhere. Stars and peaks have been shining constantly in the long history of time. If someone wants to stick out and move forward bravely, they can only take advantage of their predecessors' inheritances and accumulations, absorbing their essences. All rivers flow into the sea. By being able to gather the different specialties together, only then can one rise above the group and become a ruler of people, achieving supreme feats. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he flew around, sighing deeply in his heart. People often believed they were extraordinary when they were young, feeling they were the main characters of the stage. After they undergo some experiences, they would then realize and accept, many other people had talent not inferior to themselves. The saying goes, no matter how excellent you are, There is always someone more excellent than you. A person's lifespan was limited in the end, like a lone boat. Meanwhile, the mysteries and profound meanings of heaven and earth were equivalent to a vast, limitless body of water. Since ancient times, those who were in some sense able to reach the peak of heaven and earth numbered no more than 10, but even they could not reach the peak of all fields. Thus, even giant sun immortal venerable and thieving heaven demon venerable had to request for the help of long-hair ancestor in the Gu refinement aspect. There was a record in the legends of Renzu. Renzu started walking on the road of life. The surroundings were pure darkness and under his feet was dirty mud. Renzu asked Self-Gu, "Where is this?" Self-Gu replied, "This is the ordinary marsh in the lowest level of ordinary abyss." Renzu knew of ordinary abyss. His eldest son verdant great son had once been trapped inside. Renzu could not help but become excited. Since this is the bottom of ordinary abyss, does that mean I have already left the door of life and death and returned to the living world? Does that mean I am now reborn? In a way, that is true. Self-Gu said, "But how is this possible? I have not passed Luopo Valley and have not charged through the reverse flow river." Renzu said in an incredulous tone. Self-Gu said, "O human, you should know that you are talking about the path Fate-Gu traveled, and this path you have walked on is a completely new path, a path created by you. Where this path goes is all decided by your own intentions. Like I said before, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Renzu suddenly came to a realization, so it was like this. He then felt doubtful. Then how did I walk to this place? Self-Gu, humans are born ordinary. Although they are the spirit of all living beings, they do not have the claws of a tiger nor the ability to absorb nutrients from the earth like plants, and also cannot transform like clouds and rain. You came to the ordinary marsh. What's strange about it? It is not only you. Look at the mud under your feet carefully. You will see traces of many other footprints. Renzu lowered his head close to the ground before he was able to see clearly. Like Self-Gu said, ordinary marsh was filled with all kinds of marks. Claws prints of wild beasts, root imprints of vegetation, traces of water flowing and also traces of stones rolling past. How can there be so many marks? Renzu asked curiously. Self-Gu replied, "This is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here due to various reasons. All living beings are ordinary, but the absolute majority of them will be trapped in ordinary abyss for all their lives. Only a small portion can leave ordinary abyss through their own efforts. I do not want to be trapped here for my entire life. There is nothing here. It is completely dark and the air stinks. I want to leave this place." Renzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly. "If you think that being ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think that being ordinary is heaven, then it shall be heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your 2 legs to walk out of the ordinary marsh step by step and become extraordinary." Renzu took the first step. Suddenly, his body bent, his front leg was deeply embedded into the marsh. It was not easy to walk in the marsh. One step was deep, another was shallow. The path, which looked almost uniform, had some parts that were rather solid, while some were very loose. Renzu walked several steps when his eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a trick. He purposely chose to walk on the spots which had the claw marks. Since these spots could hold the marks, its soil texture was also much more solid. Thus, Renzu was able to walk very smoothly, almost like he was running when compared to his previous speed. He said with a burst of emotion, "So it turns out that in ordinary marsh, walking in the footsteps of predecessors is much faster than finding the way on your own." After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fang Yuan descended onto a slope. Unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. Almost all the goo worms required for this killer move were essentially purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven by Hu Immortal Land Spirit, while the last remaining portions were refined by the hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fang Yuan's bat wings retracted. His 8 rough and thick arms also changed to 2. His sharp teeth were greatly shortened while his scarlet red eyes also turned lighter. Finally, Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body shrunk back to a normal person's height with great changes to his appearance. It was only that his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body. It could not be hidden. Despite this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Wonderful. This is only a mortal killer move, but it is able to change my immortal body to this extent. Indeed worthy of being an invention of thieving heaven demon venerable. Fang Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could completely transform to any appearance, even changing to a woman perfectly. He now had an immortal body. His body was filled with strength path marks, and as a mortal killer move, it was definitely not easy to alter his appearance to this extent. The main thing was that this transformation was not an illusion but a real transformation of his physical body, even involving subtle transformation of his aura. In short, even if Fang Yuan stood in front of Taibei Yunsheng right now, the latter would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie was his own junior brother within a short period of time. Master, your appearance became much better looking. Ah, this letter just came in. Right at this time, the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, appeared while holding a letter Gu which she handed to Fang Yuan. Letter sending Green Bird Gu. Spirit Affinity House finally responded. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he took the letter Gu and sent in his consciousness. In a short while, he retracted his consciousness. A pondering expression flashed across his face. Feng Jinhuang actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention to compete in Refinement Path. I remember she had no interest in Refinement Path in her early years, and her accumulation in this field could be said to be like a blank sheet of paper right now. So why does she have so much confidence to compete with me in Gu Refinement? Could it be that she had already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fang Yuan's eyes turned cloudy as he recalled the details of his previous life. In his previous life, why did he gang up with a group of demonic Path Gu immortals to think of all sorts of ways to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land? It was to kill Feng Jinhuang and seize Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Chapter 734, Two Great Events. To think that more than 400 years before the end of my previous life, Dream Realms had already shown up. Fang Yuan held the letters sending Green Bird Gu in his hand as he sighed in his heart. At once, he lost the mood to test his killer moves. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to trigger the war, suppressing the other 4 regions single-handedly, and expanding rapidly. After that, the 4 regions collaborated, resisting Central Continent's invasion with much difficulty. The entire war had gone into a stalemate. And when the 4 regions joined hands and attempted to attack Central Continent in return, Dream Realms appeared in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Renzu produced the first batch of humans began to dream. Every time they dreamed, they would expand the Dream Realms, providing strength to them. After countless days, a vast amount of time and changes, many heroes and geniuses rose up among humans, constantly expanding the Dream Realms. The Dream Realms got bigger and bigger, finally attaining a qualitative change and surfacing to the outside world. The people soon discovered that even though the environment of a Dream Realm was extreme and complex, dangerous and strange, it had great benefits. In Dream Realms, people could obtain the foundations of ancient people, allowing their cultivation realms to surge and improve rapidly. The rise of their attainment could be in terms of decades, a century, or even centuries of hard work. Because of Dream Realms, the attainments of Gu Masters rose rapidly. This led to an increase in their strength, and produced many amazing experts. Previously, resources were held in the hands of clans and sects, attainment levels were hard to raise, and unless one was an incredible genius, they would not be able to rise up. After Dream Realms appeared, their attainment levels rose, like they were standing on the shoulders of former geniuses. Gu Masters could recreate many Gu worms and killer moves, and on this basis, they could develop new Gu recipes, and new killer moves that were tailored to their abilities. That was the flourishing of a super-level great era. Many small forces lacking in prominence rose up, countless lone cultivators emerged. The appearance of dream realms devastated the rigid system and structures. Social order was in upheaval. The immense benefits made the people go wild. Originally, the four regions were collaborating to resist Central Continent, but before they even began, the plan was halted. All the different forces, countless Gu immortals and Gu masters, they all placed their attentions on dream realms. In order to compete for all of the surfaced dream realms, the five regions fought against each other, resulting in a thoroughly chaotic war. In order to explore the dream realm more efficiently, many knowledgeable people, talents and geniuses, produced the necessary Gu worms. Soon, the newly discovered Dream Path was rapidly formed and developed. The legendary Rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of three venerables, was brought up once again. He predicted that many years later, after 3 great eras, 3 venerables would appear, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem regarding the Space Escape Gu, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already shown up. This made everyone believe in the prophecy more deeply. The two were linked together, forming a common theory. The Dream Realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Whoever can control the entire Dream Realm would be able to use the accumulations of past individuals to become a historical figure that transcends sages, a king among immortal kings, a venerable above venerables, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In my previous life, the reason why I could rise up and become the lord of an area was not only because of my fortuitous encounter involving Blood Path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. All of the super forces had much lower control over the situation at that time, and because they were focused on exploring dream realms, they could not pay attention to the real-world situation, and that gave me the time and freedom to develop and grow. Unfortunately, by the time I had control in the real world, this new area known as Dream Realms had already been split up by all the huge forces. Even though I could enter Dream Realms and explore using Mortal Dream Path Gu, I was lagging behind everyone as a beginner. Unless I had a Dream Path Immortal Gu, that would be the only way to catch up. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan gathered Song Zong and other demonic Path Gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, killing Feng Jinhuang. Unfortunately, he did not get her Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Lacking an Immortal Gu and only having Dream Path Mortal Gu, this caused Feng Yuan's exploration of Dream Realms to be without any important discoveries, while he was constantly chased away and suppressed by the large forces. Feng Yuan had obtained a Blood Path inheritance in his previous life. He was constantly chased after and had an arrest warrant on him. After building the Bloodwing Demon sect, he had spent a lot of effort managing his sect. It took away a lot of his time and effort. All in all, he missed the golden era of exploring dream realms. After rebirth, he had been reflecting upon this. This was a mistake, although mostly due to external pressure forcing him. A small part of it was due to his poor judgment. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson, and even though he had a foundation in Blood Path, he did not dare to cultivate Blood Path rashly before taking that crucial Blood Path inheritance. Blood Path Gu masters were hunted down like rats. Not only did the Righteous Path issue warrants to arrest them, even demonic path members were wary of them. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war, when law and order broke down, could Blood Path emerge and prosper at a time when nobody could afford to care about them. It turns out that Dream Realms surfaced more than 400 years earlier than the end of my previous life. All of the super forces had interactions with them long ago. Thus, in about 300 years, when Dream Realms surfaced extensively, these forces could enter and expand their influence. They were prepared since long ago. It was not my inability that I lost to them. At this point of time, Feng Yuan was still immortal during his previous life, desperately living at the bottom level of Gu Masters, restrained by his memories and experiences on Earth. Only after a long time did he break free of the limitations and shackles of such a mentality. Sometimes, The advantage of being a transmigrator can also be a disadvantage. This caused his information to deviate from what was happening in reality. For example, like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. What Feng Yuan knew in his previous life was that this Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was a lucky person who had gained the most benefits inside the fragment worlds of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, he was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was most likely because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm surfacing inside his Grotto Heaven. This resulted in 7-star Child obtaining some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulation. This matter regarding 7-star Child is what originally happened. But Feng Jinhuang, understanding the true usage of Dream Wings Immortal Goo was much earlier than in my previous life. Was this the effect of me snatching Hu Immortal Blessed Land from her? Feng Yuan thought. After Feng Jinhuang learned about the true effect of Dream Wings Immortal Goo, Spirit Affinity House was sure to be alerted, and this in turn would affect the other 9 great ancient sects as well. And from the other 9 sects, the entirety of Central Continent would be affected. There is no wall in this world that can block all winds. In this way, the speed at which the people in this world learn about dream realms would be greatly pushed forward by me. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt a strong sense of urgency. Dream realms were an entirely new field. They were dangerous and complex. Even though there was only one type of resource in them, they were extremely profitable. Feng Yuan would not commit the same mistake from his previous life twice. However, in the current situation, dream realms would not surface on a large scale. Dream realms that have surfaced can be explored using Dream Path Mortal Goo. Those dream realms that have not surfaced can only be explored by using Dream Path Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan was extremely aware of the value of Dream Path Immortal Goo. But currently, with Fairy Baking and Feng Jiayude around, even though Dream Wings Immortal Goo was in the hands of Feng Jinhuang, immortal, nobody dared to target her. Dream Travel was in the hands of the Northern Plains Goo Immortal, Lady Poison Scorpion. She lay dormant in Zidu Blessed Land, and was the first Goo Immortal who used Dream Travel to explore dream realms. In the future, she used the identity of a lone cultivator to become the 3rd overlord of dream realms. Lady Poison Scorpion was a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Her battle strength was even greater than Hai Qing, and the defense of her blessed land was like an iron fortress. It was not easy to target her either. As for the other Dream Path Immortal Goo, they were either not created yet or had not appeared yet. Their origins were unknown. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while. He used his primeval essence and wiped away the details on the letters sending Green Bird Goo, using his thoughts to fill it with words of his own. He agreed to Feng Jinhuang's challenge to have a competition during the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Jinhuang has Dream Wings Immortal Goo. She has confidence in herself. But my Refinement Path attainment has advanced from Master level to Quasi-Grandmaster level. Why would I be afraid of this junior? Feng Yuan snorted in his heart. Deducing Immortal Goo recipes for Lang Yilan's spirit was an opportunity. It allowed his Refinement Path realm to reach a breakthrough recently. Refinement Path Convention. It concerns the infallible inheritance, such a grand event. Even if Feng Jinhuang did not challenge me, I would have gone there to get a share of the rewards. However, joining the Refinement Path Convention will need me to prepare my own Goo refinement materials. If I want to have any gains, I will need to start collecting materials now. Feng Yuan had the experience of participating in the Refinement Path Convention from his previous life. To get a good ranking, he would need to prepare a huge amount of materials, worth at least 500 immortal essence stones. A clever wife cannot cook without rice. Even the best Goo recipe could not proceed without the relevant materials. Other than this, I have to attend the huge auction that Ken Beishing is organizing with Fairy Li Shan as well. According to the newest information, this auction would have a segment for exchanging Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo could not be bought. Commonly speaking, they could only be exchanged. When Goo Immortals obtain Immortal Goo, they might not suit their own path. At this time, they would undergo exchange with other Goo Immortals. to get an immortal goo that was suited for themselves, to display greater effect when used. Just like Feng Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo, this was a water path immortal goo. The effect was much weaker when Feng Yuan used it as compared to a water path goo immortal. This was because worldly wave trace immortal goo had the law of water path. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was a strength path goo immortal. His body was filled with strength path Dao marks. Strength path and water path interfered with each other, reducing the normal capability of this immortal goo. During the 5 regions chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life, because battles were common, these goo exchange sessions became much more frequent as well, but now was still a long time away from the war. This grand auction in Northern Plains would probably be the only large-scale immortal goo exchanging opportunity for the next 200 years. Feng Yuan naturally had to make use of it. Other than that, he was also very interested in the luck path inheritance auction and refinement path convention. Both of them need huge amounts of immortal essence stones. I have only 200 immortal essence stones on me now. I can barely join in either of the grand events. It seems I can only rely on Languland Spirit's idea of selling blessed lands of goo immortals. Chapter 735. Finally obtaining a wisdom path inheritance. Even with the sale of God's goo, it had been too short of a time period. Feng Yuan had not accumulated enough immortal essence stones yet. Furthermore, he had been refining goo and tempering his bat wings. All these expenses caused his accumulation of wealth to be very slow. The auction and refinement path convention were 2 huge events. They would be held one after another. The former was already right around the corner. The only way to obtain a huge amount of immortal essence stones now would be through the goo immortals' blessed lands in Languland Spirit's possession. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot swallow other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy the blessed lands would be me. Feng Yuan sighed in his mind. The immortal apertures were small worlds. They could swallow each other. But there were requirements. Firstly, dead apertures could not swallow apertures. They could only break down constantly until they vanish completely. Secondly, a smaller immortal aperture could not swallow a bigger one. Lastly, to swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment realm, to fuse the 2 different worlds together without problems. To devour a rank 7 blessed land, Grandmaster Attainment Realm is needed. To swallow a rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Great Grandmaster Realm is needed. That is to say, if Feng Yuan wanted to swallow immortal apertures, he would first need to become alive again, making his blessed land regain life force. Secondly, he could only devour Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path, and Transformation Path blessed lands. Although Strength Path and Blood Path were at Grandmaster Attainment Realm, he was only rank 6 and could only devour rank 6 blessed lands. But even with such limitations, goo immortals were never hesitant towards blessed lands they could swallow. The immortal aperture was the base and foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation. Swallowing blessed lands was like taking someone else's foundation. It caused one's own cultivation level to surge extremely quickly. As long as one was a goo immortal, they would know the value of the blessed land. Regarding the auction of blessed lands, it was sure to whip up a huge storm during the auction. In the following days, Feng Yuan refined group strength goo and small family chi goo, while using the light of wisdom to try and improve the transformation path killer move Unfamiliar Face. At the same time, he was still continuing to sell desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The sole rank 7 corpse in Feng Yuan's possession, Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, was successfully sold. Feng Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been wanting since a long time ago. Malicious Thought Goo. A few days later, Feng Yuan held a rank 5 mortal goo in his hands with a complex expression. This malicious thought goo was refined by him using the goo recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It had a huge body, around the size of a washing basin. It was like a spider, but the 8 legs were like needles. The tips were extremely sharp. On the body of the spider, there was tough and long prickly hairs. If not for Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, Ordinary flesh and blood would bleed upon touching this goo. Fang Yuan injected primeval essence, and malicious thoughts appeared in his mind one after another. These malicious thoughts were like bubbles with sharp spikes on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these malicious thoughts. As they started to collide into each other instantly, the scene of their collision was very peculiar. The bubbles had spikes, they hooked up to one another, before getting destroyed or fusing into even bigger thoughts after that. Soon, these malicious thoughts were consumed. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing some joy in his gaze. Even for wisdom path goo immortals, their main method for deduction is to use thoughts. When using malicious thoughts to scheme or plot against others, the effect would be much greater. In that case, one malicious thought could be equivalent to tens of joyful thoughts, star thoughts, or empty thoughts. Fang Yuan had used delight in water and mountain immortal goo to create a huge amount of joyful will in the past to assist his thinking. That was a wrong move. Although wills were made of thoughts, their real use was not for thinking, but to act independently after splitting from the main body. Goo immortals create many different wills, sending them into treasure yellow heaven to sell items. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was left behind to defend 88 True Yang building. This was the real use of wills. To make a comparison, thoughts were like cleavers, while wills were like sabers. When thinking about how to cut vegetables, one would obviously use a cleaver. Which chef would choose to use a saber for that? Different professions are like separate worlds. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this in the past, thus he used joyful will to think. The effect seemed reasonable, but he had, in fact, resulted in much expenditure. He was better off using joyful thoughts. I now have the goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malicious will goo. I can mass produce these two mortal goo. As an immortal, I have unlimited primeval essence. Activating a huge number of malicious thoughts would be the best value for me. Expending green grape immortal essence to activating delight in water and mountain immortal goo is simply too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal goo in his possession. Most of them were bought in treasure yellow heaven. The thoughts produced when using these mortal goo were simply too few, and they varied in types. They could not sustain the expenditure when deducing immortal goo recipes. Thus, he had to use delight in water and mountain immortal goo. But now that Fang Yuan had the goo recipes for wisdom path mortal goo, his first plan was to mass produce these mortal goo. The thoughts produced by one mortal goo were few, but with enough quantity, the numbers of the thoughts would be very significant. Activating delight in water and mountain immortal goo was not only expensive, it was a waste of a precious resource. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. I have already entered the next stage in my transaction with Lang Yilan Spirit. If this appeared earlier, I would have been able to save a huge amount of green grape immortal essence. After saving green grape immortal essence, my costs would fall. The profits from each deal would increase and it would definitely not be 26 immortal essence stones like before. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt a little regret. He could not help it. Life is like this. Not everything would happen at the exact time you needed it to. Life did not go so smoothly. It was bound to include imperfection, dissatisfaction, and untimely events. Like the wisdom path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained, it was not complete. It was quite lacking. All in all, it was already a very fortunate thing that Fang Yuan could obtain the mortal goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malicious will goo. Other than these two goo recipes, he also obtained a wisdom path killer move, called Harboring Malicious Heart. The goo immortal who sold the goo recipe seemed to have a great need for the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, and it seemed that he was a bit tight on finances as well. If not for that, even if an ancient desolate beast's corpse was worth several hundred immortal essence stones, he would not have sold the wisdom path inheritance. Even if this wisdom path inheritance was not complete, it was still very rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu immortal blessed land peacefully and refined malicious thought goo non-stop. Even though malicious thought goo is not a consumable goo, it is still a mortal goo. It has limits. Even though my primeval essence is unlimited, if I activate it too many times, After a while, these malicious thought goo would be damaged. With that in mind, Feng Yuan knew that his need for malicious thought goo would be kept at a certain level in the future. But the refinement of goo would always take a long time. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the longer the time it would take. Goo immortals often spend decades, a century, or even centuries to refine one immortal goo. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided to put in a large investment and purchase hairy men. During this time, he had sold more batches of guts goo. Each batch earned him 48 immortal essence stones of profit. He only kept 50 immortal essence stones. He spent the rest to purchase hairy men without restraint. This caused the price of hairy men in Treasure Yellow Heaven to surge for a brief period of time. Feng Yuan wanted the hairy men inside Langya Blessed Land the most. These hairy men were not only well trained, they were also much better in quality than those in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But after he asked Langya Land Spirit, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, Langya Land Spirit scolded him fiercely and said that Feng Yuan was not being a good friend. Although Feng Yuan was scolded, he was happy. Langya Land Spirit saying he was not being a good friend meant that Langya Land Spirit acknowledged him as a friend already, even though their friendship could not compare with Langya Land Spirit and Inkman King Motan Sing's relationship. However, Motan Sing and Langya Land Spirit's friendship had not started in this generation. It began with a former city lord long ago in Inkman City. After countless generations, Inkman City had been maintaining this relationship with Langya Land Spirit secretly. This friendship had accumulated to an immense amount through time. Langya Land Spirit has just been released, and has obtained so many completed immortal goo recipes. According to his temperament, he is definitely going to refine immortal goo. But refining immortal goo requires a vast amount of resources. Even the affluent and rich Langya Blessed Land cannot sustain such costs. Goo immortals cannot enter Treasure Yellow Heaven physically. After this auction, he would have no chance to sell them. If he wants to sell the goo immortals' blessed lands, then to him, it is an urgent matter as well. Feng Yuan knew that Langya Land Spirit was already anxious deep down. When he loses his cool, he would find Feng Yuan personally. Langya Land Spirit's connections were too shallow. He only had Motan Sang, but Motan Sang had Inkman City to take care of, and he was a variant human. He had lots of restraints. How could he appear personally to sell these goo immortals' blessed lands? The status of variant humans was lower than normal humans. The same applied to variant human goo immortals. Seeing that the variant human goo immortal was selling human goo immortals, it would ignite the animosity of the human goo immortals against a common enemy. That is to say, other than finding Feng Yuan, Langya Land Spirit had no other candidates. This was really not his fault. After all, a land spirit could not leave the blessed land. Furthermore, Langya Blessed Land was a land of treasures. It was filled with wealth and would draw out people's greed. Since blessed lands could be swallowed, it was Langya Land Spirit's method of self-preservation to have minimal contact with goo immortals. Langya Land Spirit was internally anxious. This made Feng Yuan much less anxious about it. For the next 2 months, Feng Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, building another Feng Yuan stone nest, and also filling up all of the rooms in the stone nests with hairy men. These hairy men were quite skilled in refining goo. They were the higher quality goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven. High-grade hairy man slaves. Even though Feng Yuan could buy them, they were low in numbers. When Feng Yuan bought this group of hairy men, he not only needed to care about the quality, but also have sufficient quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of Ersk goo would increase, which meant that the production and sales of Guts goo would also increase. Each time Feng Yuan made a transaction, he would earn more immortal essence stones. But Feng Yuan did not order all of the hairy men to refine Ersk goo for now. The second stone nest was meant to refine malicious thought goo. Chapter 736. What a huge transaction. If malicious thought goo were used to replace delight in water and mountain immortal goo, the quantity of the former would definitely have to be enormous. Feng Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo and not just several hundreds of them. He made an initial estimation that he required at least 2,000. By simultaneously activating them, the amount of malicious thoughts they produced could barely be sufficient for use under the light of wisdom. Most importantly, these 2,000 malicious thought goo must be rank 5. Fang Yuan had the recipes of rank 1 to rank 5 malicious thought goo. Rank 1 to rank 5 malicious thought goo had similar effects in producing malicious thoughts. The only differences were the amount of thoughts they could produce in one activation and the vast difference in the quantity of primeval essence they consumed. Goo refinement is not easy. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to refine, especially rank 5 malicious thought goo, which cannot be obtained immediately but requires the refinement to be one step at a time, from rank 1 to rank 2, rank 2 to rank 3 and so on. This means, in addition to a low success rate, the amount of resources consumed will be extremely large. Fang Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought goo. As for malicious will goo, he did not need it at the moment, as he still had a lot of joyful will left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo was no doubt an enormously time-consuming project. If Fang Yuan had not purchased hairy men and built the second stone nest, the hairy men in the first stone nest could only take on this project when there was spare time from refining air's goo. This meant they would at least need 10 years of time to reach the target of 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo. Now, Fang Yuan had the second stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. This time period was greatly shortened to about 16 months. If I can improve the goo recipe within this time and think of a completely new rank 5 goo recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought goo, then the 16 months will be further reduced greatly. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. His refinement path realm had already advanced to quasi-grandmaster, but he had almost no foundation in wisdom path. However, he still had confidence. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom goo. Relying on the light of wisdom, he could get endless inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not of much concern and he could forcibly make deductions. The might of rank 9 immortal goo is indeed extremely terrifying. Fang Yuan was becoming increasingly aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal goo recipes, and these immortal goo recipes had perplexed even the quasi-great Grandmaster Languland Spirit, unable to make progress. Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from the remnant recipe of Blood Deity, after using up several years of time in closed cultivation. If it were Fang Yuan and he possessed the corresponding lightning path attainment, using the wisdom goo, he would require at most a month to accomplish this. Hai Lu Lan was currently trying her best to advance her mortal killer move, Self-Strength Phantom, to an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of immortal killer move and the strength path attainment level, she would require at least years of time to reach her target. Were it Fang Yuan, he could probably accomplish this in half a month. In actual fact, Fang Yuan have been intermittently deducing immortal killer moves. The immortal killer move he was deducing was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, but because it was starving, it could not be used. Fang Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo with other goo worms. Unfortunately, once this Soul Immortal Goo was gone, the power of the killer move greatly fell. Even if he used a lot more mortal goo, it could not reach the original might. In the long history of goo masters, since ancient times till now, there was only one mortal killer move that had the offensive power of an immortal goo. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move came from Proud Bone Demon Lord Shen Jiao. It was a peerless creation standing high above in both ancient and present times. Thus, Fang Yuan had listed as one of the exchange conditions for buying a desolate beast corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to use a desolate beast corpse to exchange for rank 5 bone path mortal goo like Battle Bone Wheel. Battle Bone Wheel was one of the mortal goo required to form the White Bone Chariot killer move. Fang Yuan only had one of it, which he obtained from the battlefield where Wolf King Chang Shanyin had hidden himself in northern plains. Fang Yuan's talent could not match Shen Jiao. If he got rid of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, Myriad Self would simply not have enough power. Over the next half of a month, Fang Yuan tried hard to improve Malicious Thought Gu's recipe, and besides this, he also did not give up in improving his immortal killer move Myriad Self. In this time period, he sold another 2 desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He exchanged them for the second pair of bat desolate beast wings as well as dozens of immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan had not wanted to use desolate beast corpses to exchange for immortal essence stones, but he only had 50 immortal essence stones remaining on him, as most of his wealth had been used to purchase hairy men. Now, he was refining rank 5 Malicious Thought Gu on a large scale, which required extremely great resources. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange for immortal essence stones in order to barely be able to cope with his expenses. With this, Fang Yuan only had 3 desolate beast corpses remaining on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The immortal essence stones on him also reached a number of just over 20, and since he was constantly making deductions, his green grape immortal essence also fell down to 36 speeds. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan of improving Malicious Thought Gu's recipe succeeded. It was a completely new Malicious Thought Gu recipe. Although it did not reach his previous expectations, it already was reduced by a number of steps. Previously, the rank 5 Malicious Thought Gu could only be refined step by step from rank 1 to rank 2 and so on. Now, the rank 5 Malicious Thought Gu only required 2 steps. The first step refined a half-finished Malicious Thought Gu, while the second step completed the refinement. Although the success rate did not improve, the procedure had shortened, the materials required decreased by a lot, and time was also saved. According to this speed, the estimated 16 months has been directly reduced by half. I will have 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought Gu in just 8 months. However, I am already tight on immortal essence stones. At this rate, even with the support from the transaction of Guts Gu, I won't be able to make my ends meet. Do I have to slow down for the moment and let the second stone nest refine Air Gu, raising the production of Guts Gu to earn immortal essence stones? Just as Fang Yuan was having this thought, the good news he had been waiting a long time for had finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your condition. We will split in a 4-to-6 ratio. Lang Yilan's spirit said furiously, his emotions in a mess. Fang Yuan lacked money to refine mortal Gu on a large scale, while Lang Yilan's spirit was refining immortal Gu. The resources he had to expend amounted to more than 100 times what Fang Yuan required, so he lacked money even more so. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Lang Yilan's spirit did not have other channels and only had Fang Yuan to accomplish this task. Thus, he had no choice but to accept, even though he knew this was an extremely large loss. Fang Yuan also did not want to push his luck. Such a sharing of profits was already the limit of the land spirit. If he did not accept this and angered Lang Yilan's spirit, there would not only be no transaction, even the relationship he had built with much difficulty would collapse. Northern Plains, Bezugrado Heaven. The hall was lit with bright lights, beautiful women were dancing without rest, fine wine and delicacies were presented at the table in a row. Eat this, I personally like this dish very much. It is made of the rank 5 Gu, flying Vajra centipedes, which are roasted over a charcoal fire, making its flesh delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Bezu said with light laughter from the main seat, inviting the 2 Gu immortals in the hall. The 2 Gu immortals were none other than Qin Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan. Although the dishes were made by others, the 2 immortals had no misgivings. Qin Beisheng picked up a long piece of meat and threw it in his mouth. He chewed it loudly, his lips shone with oily luster. He raised his thumb in praise. Indeed a delicacy. Not bad. Not bad. Heavenly Lord Bezo laughed loudly before looking at Fairy Li Shan. I wonder how Fairy finds it. Fairy Li Shan's eating manner was much more elegant than Qin Beisheng. She took a few bites then appreciated the taste before smiling. It is delicious. Not only is there the smell of coal, there is also a nice chewy taste with a creamy and refreshing texture. It truly is a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Bezo laughed heartily with extreme satisfaction. I won't conceal it from you two. I thought painstakingly and tested for 8 days and 8 nights to create this dish. This is one of my most satisfying works during this year. Heavenly Lord Bezu was a rank 8 Gu immortal and a lone cultivator. He had a hobby which was famous throughout the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He liked to cook gourmet food and create new fine dishes. In this visit, we not only succeeded in inviting Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, but also tasted such a delicacy. It is truly our honor. Ken Beisheng spoke at an appropriate time. I shall engrave Heavenly Lord's hospitality in my heart. Now, we have already signed an alliance treaty. Please forgive Li Shan for not being able to stay longer. Fairy Li Shan said, he. Heavenly Lord Bezu nodded while all smiles. Good. There are only a few rank 8 seniors in Northern Plains. You two have already invited me, as well as Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Old Ancestor Zhu Hu. If only Prince Fengxian is left out, it won't be good. Heavenly Lord has penetrating insight. We were going to invite Prince Fengxian. Go. Organize this auction properly. This old man has great expectations. Ken Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan left Bezu Grotto Heaven, then hurried towards the southeast direction. Midway, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's message had arrived through moving perspective cup gu. Fairy Li Shan slowly came to a halt. Ken Beisheng asked curiously, Fairy, why are you stopping? Fairy Li Shan gave a light smile. There is a person I want to introduce to you. Eh? Ken Beisheng's interest rose. At this moment, Feng Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He quickly scanned his surroundings before looking at Ken Beisheng. Lord Ken, your mighty name has long since resounded in my ears. Ken Beisheng was a rank 7 Gu immortal with outstanding battle strength at the level of Shile. Right now, as he saw Feng Yuan was only an immortal zombie with the lowest cultivation of rank 6, his interest that had been roused just before rapidly disappeared. However, remembering Feng Yuan had directly come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it could be seen that Feng Yuan's relationship with Fairy Li Shan was not shallow. Ken Beisheng did not become arrogant, and only nodded and smiled lightly. You flatter me. You are? My name is Xia Huang. I have a large transaction that I want to discuss with Lord Qin. Feng Yuan smiled. What large transaction? When Feng Yuan spoke of the matter of selling Gu Immortal's blessed lands, Ken Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan both turned pale. In the letter from the moving perspective cup Gu, Feng Yuan had not explained things clearly and only said he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was endlessly shocked. Xia Huang, you really have blessed lands of Gu Immortals to sell? Haha, they are not mine, I am only running an errand. Feng Yuan smiled. He and Fairy Li Shan were under the Snowy Mountain Alliance, so he must speak the truth. However, this indeed was the truth, just that he had only said part of it. He naturally would not say that he, this errand boy, had more of a share of the profits than the owner. Ken Beisheng's mood calmed down only then, as he deduced that Feng Yuan was a subordinate of some great person. In the open, Northern Plains had 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals, but it was rumored there were some old monsters who were apparently still alive. Immediately, Ken Beisheng re-evaluated Feng Yuan. He was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change now. It is indeed a huge transaction, brother, since you think highly of me and have confidence in this auction. Then how could I refuse? Many thanks to Lord Ken for making an exception. Feng Yuan's smile turned even bigger. What exception? Honestly speaking, I am just glad it was not too late. Gu Immortal's blessed lands, TSK. This will definitely heighten the climax of the auction. Haha, this auction I am holding will definitely be one of the few grand auctions over several hundred years in Northern Plains. Ken Beisheng laughed loudly and passionately patted this small rank 6 immortal zombie, Feng Yuan's shoulder. Honestly, I am a boorish person. Lord Ken is a strange way to address me, brother. If you think I am worthy, then even if I am older by some years, how about calling me brother? Ken Beisheng was already over 700 years old. He was indeed older than Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan directly cupped his fists with a smile. "Brother Qin." "Haha, Brother Shaw." Qian Beisheng returned the greeting. Chapter 737, Joining Zombie Alliance. Qian Beisheng was quite the character. His battle strength was on par with immortal Monkey King Shilei, but he did not have any arrogant attitude. Not only that, when he conversed with Feng Yuan, he kept a cool demeanor and was very amicable. Not only did he laugh grandly, he even gave people a feeling that he was very open-minded. This time, Feng Yuan had obviously appeared under the disguise of the mortal killer move unfamiliar face. He had to conceal himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the hands of Qian Beisheng. If they had revealed the details or had their souls searched, Qian Beisheng would have known about Feng Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form already. Be it Hai Lulan, Tai Bei Yunsheng or Feng Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie figure, they could not appear openly in Northern Plains because the three of them were key surviving members of the 88 Truyang building incident. Right now was a sensitive time. Ever since Northern Plains' #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Changfan, deduced before his death that the culprit was not a person from Northern Plains and was an outsider, Northern Plains had formed an attitude of resisting a common enemy. Countless forces and experts wanted to take revenge, especially the 10 or so super forces in Northern Plains. Their benefits were heavily affected. They wanted to slaughter the culprit, to chop them into pieces and slice their skin and bones, to torture them for endless years to appease their hatred. Once Feng Yuan and the others showed up, even if their crimes were not exposed, it would sure to stir great attention and Northern Plains Gu Immortals would immediately make their moves, wanting to use Feng Yuan and the others as the key to obtaining more inside information. Thus, Feng Yuan came here using the fake name of Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into ordinary zombie shoulders. His terrifying 6-meter-tall body had turned into that of a normal person's build, or even shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also completely retracted. He no longer looked ruthless but instead gave off a weak and powerless feeling. Of course, Feng Yuan had informed Fairy Li Shan already regarding his disguise in his letter. When they established the Snowy Mountain Alliance earlier, they had considered such a situation. Thus, this was Fairy Li Shan and Feng Yuan collaborating to deceive outsiders. He did not go against their agreement at all. But even if Feng Yuan was so insignificant, an immortal zombie with stale cultivation and a grim future, Qian Beisheng did not look down on him at all. He talked with Feng Yuan on equal terms. In fact, when they conversed, he spoke with an affectionate tone. Qian Beisheng's attitude made Feng Yuan praise him inwardly. This person is really quite a character. No wonder he could turn this around and forcefully change this situation of being attacked by Northern Plains Gu Immortals to one that benefits him greatly. Qian Beisheng was also thinking, this small rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after I probed him for so long, he has not slipped and exposed anything. Even now, I do not know his origin and background, while he can still talk to me, Qian Beisheng, calmly and normally. He is not simple, not simple. Fairy Li Shan was at the side, squinting as she smiled, watching Feng Yuan and Qian Beisheng talk. Fairy Li Shan saw that they were talking with more enthusiasm as she laughed lightly. The way you two are talking, it is a shame that you have only met now. You actually left me in a corner. You look like long-lost brothers who had just met each other. I am ashamed. Feng Yuan quickly said. Qian Beisheng heard this and his eyes brightened up. Fairy said it well. That was fabulous. Brother Shaw and I feel like old friends. We really hit it off. Why don't we become sworn brothers? With Fairy's mountain pledge Gu, from now on, as long as I have meat to eat, I will not let little brother starve. Fairy Li Shan was shocked. She did not expect Qian Beisheng to be serious. After the shock, she flustered. Is Qian Beisheng's discernment superior to mine? He has already seen through Feng Yuan's disguise. Feng Yuan gasped, immediately showing an expression like that of a youngster with poorly concealed temptation. I am not worthy, I am not worthy. Oh, what is brother saying? There is no such thing as worthiness. This is fate. Unless Even though brother is showing this on the surface, you actually look down on me, a person without a force? Ken Beisheng's eyes shine brightly. He looked at Feng Yuan tightly, showing a half-smiling expression. Oh no, my unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move. Ken Beisheng has felt something amiss already. It boils down to the excessive strength that I displayed. I actually had Gu Immortal prisoners and was going to sell Gu Immortal's blessed lands. Although Ken Beisheng is a lone cultivator, he is skilled at gathering allied forces and is organizing an auction, thus he wants to use me to latch onto the force behind me. Of course, there is a possibility that he suspects that I am the culprit who toppled 88 Truyang building. No matter which one it is, I can see the troublesome and powerful methods of this person. These thoughts flashed by in Feng Yuan's head quickly, as he gave a bitter smile. To speak the truth, I really hit it off with Brother Qin, but I am a small character. I cannot decide this. I am not like Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan who are free. The matter of becoming sworn brothers, it is not that I do not want to, but I cannot. Of course they could not. Once they did, making an oath before the mountain pledge Gu, Feng Yuan would be at his mercy. The most simple way was for Ken Beisheng to suggest that brothers cannot lie to each other. What can Feng Yuan do then? How could he reject him? So that is the case. Brother has his difficulties. I understand. Not only do I understand, I can even help you, brother. Ken Beisheng patted his chest. While speaking, he still continued to try probing Feng Yuan's background. Feng Yuan cupped his fists to thank him, before turning around and looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, I came here this time with another task, that is to borrow and make use of your mountain pledge Gu. This. Fairy Li Shan looked at Ken Beisheng, hesitatingly saying, Sha Huang, you might not know, but we are going to find Prince Feng Xian to invite him to attend the auction. Our time is tight. I am not sure if Prince Feng Xian will be angry. After all, he is the last person we are visiting. Ken Beisheng said instead, Prince Feng Xian is a model of the righteous path. How can he be so small-minded? Anyway, we are going to take some time in flying there. It is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. It's fine, I am not in a rush. Feng Yuan cupped his fist. In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should go first. We will split up here. Why doesn't Brother Sha Huang come with us? It is a rare opportunity to be able to meet Prince Feng Xian. Ken Beisheng invited. How could Feng Yuan dare to go to a rank 8 Gu Immortal, especially when this Prince Feng Xian had an investigative Immortal Gu that was at least rank 7? Even though unfamiliar face came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was just a mortal killer move. In front of an investigative Immortal Gu, it was insufficient. Feng Yuan rejected Ken Beisheng's invitation and watched them fly away. As their figures vanished into the sky, his expression turned cold. He had finally learned how troublesome Ken Beisheng was to deal with. Compared to the brutish Shilei, this person had an exquisite mind, who knew how many thoughts were in his head, while he could appear on the surface to be grand and full of passion, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. Just this acting ability alone was on par with Feng Yuan. If not for Feng Yuan being a reborn old monster, he might not be able to see Ken Beisheng's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, yet he was able to make a network of alliances and influence the entire world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. His methods were truly incredible. He has some real skill. Unfortunately, his luck in my previous life was bad. Just when Blood Hunter came out of seclusion, he unfortunately met with and engaged in fierce battle, succumbing to that monster's methods. Feng Yuan recalled as he turned around, flying towards another direction. Not long later, he met with a group of azure ostriches. This bird had a swollen back, like that of a camel. It had azure feathers and its body was as strong as a grown man. Often gathering in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of azure ostriches were not few in numbers. They were a myriad beast group. Feng Yuan did not care about them. He continued to fly forwards. The azure ostriches found the prey Feng Yuan and were very excited. They first screeched before getting close to him, but the moment they got close to him and sensed his immortal zombie aura, they ran away in fear. All living beings had survival instincts in them to avoid danger. Even beasts and birds had this insight and would not send themselves to death. If this had been Feng Yuan when he stepped into northern plains for the first time in his previous life, if he met the Azure Ostrich group, he would need to dig a hole and bury himself to avoid them. But now, even without doing anything, he had chased this group of Azure Ostriches away. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's achievements, my cultivation level has greatly exceeded what I had been during this time. In my previous life, at this point, King Mao Mountain had been destroyed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Because clans are united by bloodline, they spurn outsiders. Before I became a lone demonic cultivator, I joined a caravan and was often at the front lines, trying to earn a living like this. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea for over 300 years before becoming a rank 5 Gu master in central continent. But now, only decades had passed and Feng Yuan was already an immortal. Even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength was already upper tier among rank 6 Gu immortals. Firstly, the rebirth advantage he had was huge. Secondly, Feng Yuan took part in many dangerous situations. The higher the risks, the greater his rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth would become bigger and bigger. This auction had never happened in my previous life. Hopefully, when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance this time, there will be fewer accidents and my plans would go smoothly. Having unfamiliar face, Feng Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could not keep up with changes. His original plan was to first take Dark Limit Immortal Gu, but Zhu Songzi and Hai Cheng's incident had inadvertently served as an alert. Afterwards, Fairy Zhang Yu had disappeared mysteriously. Even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. He also had another plan, to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan. But now that they were captured by Ken Beisheng, they were watched by almost all of the Gu immortals in northern plains. How could Feng Yuan kill them now? After these two plans succeeded, his third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But with the current situation, Feng Yuan had insufficient control of the circumstances. He had to take a risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was dangerous. As he flew, Feng Yuan considered the plan for joining Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he met many bird groups, but they were all repelled by Feng Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he met a desolate beast-flying snake. Feng Yuan did not want to waste time and avoided it. Although Northern Plains was huge, having 5 billion square kilometers of surface area, 10 times that of Earth, but Feng Yuan's current location was not far from his destination. After half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. It was Kumu Mountain. Chapter 738, Old Earthwood, Immortal Zombie Gu Yi. Kumu Mountain, rather than a mountain, it looked more like a giant dead wooden tree that extended into the clouds. The name of the wood was Old Earth. Old Earthwood had a long lifespan. This particular pillar of Old Earthwood had more than 1,000,000 years of history. From Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era, to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and then to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, it was still alive. When it had lush leaves, the greenery covered the entire sky, and it produced countless fresh fruits. On its strong branches, unique tree farms could be created. During its golden years, it was usually owned by the strongest Gu immortals or the most powerful forces in northern plains. But as the river of time continued to flow, the lush green leaves wilted, its strong trunk decayed, its glorious days were over, and it became a gloomy and silent structure. Long ago, countless forces had fought over it, fighting with their lives or even dying due to the old earthwood, but eventually, its late years were lonely. The barren tree branches could only create a shade over a small area, attempting to pitifully recreate its former glory. Right now, the old earthwood tree's main trunk was mostly dead, only a small portion still had a little bit of life left. From a mystical treasure that everyone was after, to a monument that nobody visits, It was like an aged giant, bending its back and sitting on the ground calmly, awaiting the end of its life. Fang Yuan did not come here to admire the old earthwood tree. He was here for the immortal zombie who was living on top of the old earthwood. This immortal zombie was a woodpath Gu immortal during his life. His name was Gu Yi. If Fang Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he would need an immortal zombie's recommendation. Fang Yuan had already gotten the details of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi was not because this person was special, but because he was the closest. As he got close to the old earthwood tree, Fang Yuan slowed his speed, but he did not see Gu Yi appearing. He frowned slightly. This Gu Yi's alertness was simply too terrible. Finally, when he arrived at the old earthwood tree, Fang Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord around? My name is Sha Huang and I am here to visit." His voice echoed through the old earthwood tree, causing the wilted leaves to scatter onto the ground. From a deep part of the old earthwood, a figure came out. "Why are there more people? Do you really think I, Gu Yi, am easy to bully?" His tone was filled with anger and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared before Fang Yuan. He was yellowish in color, tall and skinny, resembling the old earthwood. There were wooden markings on his skin. It was an immortal zombie body that resembled dead wood. Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Yi was stunned. The anger vanished on his face as he said hesitantly, "Sirs, I am Sha Huang. I have turned into an immortal zombie recently without much choice. I wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old Earth City Lord may give me a recommendation?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists as he expressed his intention directly. "Oh, you are a newcomer who wants to join Zombie Alliance. A pleasure to meet you." Gu Yi's expression changed. He quickly greeted back while smiling. "I thought it was. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. We are all in the same boat. Please come in." Fang Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Yi's lead, they traveled past many rotten leaves and branches, arriving at a deep part of the branches of the old earthwood tree. This was a city. It was completely built on the old earthwood branches. It resembled a carved wooden city. It was quite unique. Countless wooden houses were lined up, some were tall while some were short. Not only were there common squares, there were towers and city walls. All sorts of streets and paths were interconnected like blood vessels, moving along the countless branches. There were also all sorts of vine ladders, either drooping or hanging from one branch to another. It was a pity that this wooden city was half destroyed. Large numbers of houses had collapsed. The yellow vine ladders were no longer green. They could not sustain any weight. When the cold winds blew, the vines might break, landing on the branches and causing a loud sound. This is Old Earth City. Although it is like this, the atmosphere still remains. Back in the day, this was a popular area and countless famous characters gathered here. This was once the heart of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around as he sighed casually. "The city is dead. There is nothing left. Brother Sha is calling me Old Earth City Lord, but that title is very hollow now." Gu Yi laughed bitterly at the side. "To speak the truth, if not for this place still producing a woodpath resource called wilted essence, who would care about it?" Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. "That is indeed the case." Gu Yi sighed deeply. "Sigh, if I knew that this place was so barren, I would not have accepted this mission from Zombie Alliance. But the duration of my mission is almost over. I can leave this painful place already." "Brother, look at my pathetic state and learn from it. When you enter Zombie Alliance, do not choose the mission of guarding Old Earthwood." Fang Yuan had already guessed that Gu Yi was injured. Seeing him say this, he placed his gaze naturally on his face. Gu Yi's face was swollen. It looked like a pink beet was growing on one side of his cheeks. The other side of his face was caved in, filled with many cracks. Looking at him, his entire head was in a strange shape, like a deformed melon. Not only that, there was a long scar on his chest. Although the scar was shallow, the injury was big. There was poisonous gas that were dark purple in color spiraling it. Even if Brother Gu didn't mention it, I was going to ask, where did you get your injuries from? Fang Yuan asked. "Sigh, brother, seeing that you have just turned into an immortal zombie, You still do not know the pain of immortal zombies. Gu Yi sighed pitifully. He was about to start his story when there was a loud sound outside. The entire old earthwood tree shook intensely as wilted leaves flew. Even the rotting branches that seemed like tall pillars collapsed. They came crashing down. Gu Yi's expression changed. Next, Feng Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, "Gu Yi, come out now. This divine lord is here to make a transaction with you." Gu Yi's expression became uglier. His eyes were spewing fire as he gritted his teeth. "Divine Lord Tian Do again." Bam! Another loud bang. Old earthwood shook again. Leaves fell from the branches like a huge rain. The beautiful wooden houses collapsed, causing dust and smoke to rise. Outside, there was another Gu immortal shouting, "Gu Yi, right? Come out now. I am she who, come out. I have a matter to discuss with you." Saying so, there was another loud bang, causing a distressing noise in the old earthwood. Looking at their actions, they were not going to give up until Gu Yi showed up. Gu Yi's expression was very ugly. He clenched his fists as he took a few deep breaths, smiling forcibly at Feng Yuan. "Brother Shah, take a seat first. I will be back shortly." "No worry, I will go with you," Feng Yuan said. Gu Yi showed a touched expression as he cupped his fists, thanking sincerely. "Then I will thank brother in advance." The two walked out of the old earthwood tree, seeing the two rank 6 Gu immortals in the sky. One had a strong muscular body. His skin was bronze in color as lightning coiled around his body. His name was Divine Lord Tian Du. The other had messy hair. He looked like a brute carrying a skull. It was she who. Seeing Feng Yuan, Divine Lord Tian Du was stunned before laughing. "To think that Gu Yi found a helper. But it is a pity. You found an immortal zombie." In his speech, he did not hide the disdain towards immortal zombies. "You!" Gu Yi flew into a rage. About to speak, Divine Lord Tian Du waved his hand, saying impatiently, "I will not talk trash with you. I know that you have some wilted essence with you. My friend has an immortal essence stone. He will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. One immortal essence stone for 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Why don't you just rob us instead?" Gu Yi was stomping his feet in anger, shouting, "Robbing is possible too, but seeing that you are Divine Lord's friend, I wanted to do him a favor." Shihu snickered. His attitude was very arrogant, as if Gu Yi was helpless against him. "You two are shameless, you are basically bandits." Gu Yi stared with wide-opened eyes. His lungs were about to explode. He did not attack in the end. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party were two rank 6 Gu immortals, but he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. His blessed land was dead and he only had over a dozen immortal essence stones. Even though he would fight with them, what would he do after that? Ignoring the question of whether he could win, even if he won, he would expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. Without the blessed land's replenishment, he could only use immortal essence stones to replenish it. After one battle, he would go bankrupt. Gu Yi was full of worries. He looked at Feng Yuan beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tian Du and she were also looking at Feng Yuan. Divine Lord Tian Du had extorted Gu Yi many times already. He knew about Gu Yi's background, but he did not know anything about Feng Yuan. Furthermore, it seemed like Feng Yuan was Gu Yi's helper. But why would Feng Yuan help Gu Yi for no good reason? His gaze flickered. He showed a hesitant expression as he asked Gu Yi in a weak tone, "Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? Such absurd demands. Why isn't the Zombie Alliance interfering?" Seeing Feng Yuan's hesitation, Gu Yi lost all hope. He sighed deeply. "The Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford it. It was better when leader was around, but now." Sigh. "Forget it. After you join the Zombie Alliance, you will learn about it, brother." "Is that so?" Feng Yuan's face showed a perfect mix of shock, disappointment, and even worry towards the future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tian Du and Shihu could see the joy in each other's faces. "So this newly emerged immortal zombie wants to join the Zombie Alliance. We are going to successfully extort him again." The two transmitted. As they expected, Gu Yi was helpless but to accept their demands. Eventually, he sold 150 kilograms of wilted essence for 1 immortal essence stone. Ha ha ha, this was a pleasant business deal. Gu Yi, when you ask for help next time, at least invite a living person. The two left while laughing loudly. Sigh, this rotten place. I do not want to stay here for even one more second. Gu Yi showed disappointment. His head was sinking even lower now. Chapter 739, Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan watched as Divine Lord Tian Du and Shi Hu disappeared into the horizon, before retracting his gaze, looking at the immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him with a slightly flickering gaze. With a trembling and hesitant voice, he said, "Brother Gu, may I ask, how many times has this happened?" Gu Yi restrained his grieving expression, and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, comforting him. On the contrary, not too many. It is just that with the nearing of Ken Beisheng's auction, some shameless scumbags are trying everything they can to get the capital to participate in this level of grand event. Fang Yuan had not helped him, but Gu Yi did not blame him. He did not have any hope, thus his disappointment and grief had no relation to Fang Yuan. With this, even though they had just met each other, Gu Yi was even more certain that Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his and even slightly worse, as a fallen Gu immortal who had helplessly turned to becoming an immortal zombie. But this behavior is too ugly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression looked like his true feelings in Gu Yi's eyes. At least there is something to cover the humiliation. Gu Yi looked at the immortal essence stone on his hand with irony. This immortal essence stone was the price Shi Hu and Divine Lord Tian Du had paid for 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He shook the immortal essence stone. "Look, Divine Lord Tian Du and Shi Hu might be strong, but they still are apprehensive of Zombie Alliance behind us and had to give us face in this way. Could it be? Could it be that Zombie Alliance's face is only worth 1 immortal essence stone?" Fang Yuan's expression was aghast, as he made an inquiry. Gu Yi laughed. His laughter was bitter, mixed with helplessness, sadness and grief. He looked at Fang Yuan, and felt he was looking at himself back when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder again. "Brother Shah, you have reached this point and also know the hardships and disadvantages of immortal zombie. Blessed lands of us immortal zombies are already dead and cannot be operated, and cannot produce immortal essence. If I have to say it bluntly, we are on our dying breaths. Thus, we have to rely on external resources even more than those living Gu immortals. You also might have already heard about it. Zombie Alliance indeed has many immortal zombies like you. But if you want to rely on these people as support and to help maintain your face, you have to pay the price." Gu Yi's words had deep implications. "Price?" Fang Yuan pretended to not understand. "Yes, if you want to request a rank 6 immortal zombie to help you, you need 2 immortal essence stones, and this is only the initial price. The concrete amount will depend on how intense the fight is. If you want to request a rank 7 immortal zombie, you need 20 immortal essence stones. Similarly, this price is only the initial price. If you have sufficient immortal essence stones, you can even request the whole of Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have money or don't want to pay the price, then your face can only be worth this much." When Gu Yi said this, he slightly raised that immortal essence stone and intentionally shook it. Blessed lands of immortal zombies were already dead. It was hard to engage in business to generate income and they had to rely on more external resources. This made immortal zombies have to meticulously plan and often choose to endure as opposed to fight. Only like this could they barely maintain their livelihoods. Like with Fang Yuan previously, he could not produce green grape immortal essence by himself and could only use immortal essence stones to substitute. The pressure was too high. In that intense battle with Hai Ching, his finances almost collapsed and fell into a plight again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, which reduced the significance of his immortal aperture being dead. What was even more fortunate was that he had Wisdom Gu's help, and there were extremely large benefits to using the light of wisdom with an immortal zombie body. First was the immortal Gu recipe transactions with Langyland Spirit. which allowed Fang Yuan to get out of the mire. Then with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he was able to innovate Erskgu and engage in the Gutsku business, making Immortal Crane sect compromise, and greatly improving his entire living environment. If I didn't have these, my situation might be extremely dismal, just like Gu Yi's. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, while on the surface he showed a look of realization and took a step back, bowing and cupping his fists. Brother Gu Yi, I have received your teachings. Gu Yi shook his head. Even without me speaking of these truths, you would understand it for yourself after some time. No need for thanks. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the old earthwood branches at that exquisite wood city again. Gu Yi flew ahead to a large plaza in the center of the wood city. The plaza was in ruins, from the damaged floor tiles to the surrounding destroyed flower beds and dried up fountain. One might be able to only get a glimpse of its past prosperity. Gu Yi and Fang Yuan stood in the center of the plaza. Rise. Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence. The plaza's surface instantly brightened. The thick and solid floor became translucent like a giant jade. The green jade light circulated around. Shadows of countless goo worms fluttered within the light. At the same time, large numbers of mortal goo flew out of Gu Yi's body, mostly being rank 5 space path goo and rank 4 wood path goo. These goo worms flew above Fang Yuan and started to rapidly revolve like a hurricane. In the dusky surroundings, rays of brilliant light gradually appeared. Gu Yi continued to mobilize his primeval essence unceasingly. These flowing lights rapidly increased in number and soon created a vast bluish-green patch. Untold numbers of mortal goo, under some wondrous rhythm, converged their powers, overlaying on top of one another and mutually amplifying themselves, finally forming a might display. This is a top-tier mortal killer move our Zombie Alliance researched, Green Crystal Hero's Path. It can span across hundreds of thousands of li, directly connecting the old Earthwood and Zombie Alliance's garrison. You know, us immortal zombies are goo immortals as well. Our bodies are filled with Tao marks. Thus normal methods are unable to transport us. Gu Yi explained at the appropriate moment. Fang Yuan nodded. Immortal zombies might have weaker battle strength, causing their status to lower, and their thoughts to slow down, but their accumulations and foundations still remained for the most part. Especially when immortal zombies are in a similar situation, they could cast aside prejudices unlike normal goo immortals and cooperate with each other. Thus, being able to research a peak-tier mortal killer move was not strange. Gu Yi continued, I looked after the myriad poison date tree in Zombie Alliance for 2 years before I was able to get enough contribution points to exchange for this Green Crystal Hero's Path. Ah, right. You might be confused, Brother Shah. If you choose tasks which needs you to go outside, Zombie Alliance's prerequisite is that you have to grasp the killer move Green Crystal Hero's Path. Only with this can you reach Zombie Alliance at any time. They did not have fixed immortal travel, did not have Stargate, and also did not have moving perspective cup goo. Normal goo immortals could use connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo, but immortal zombies could not because of their dead apertures. Connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo were only mortal goo. The reason they could connect between blessed lands or grotto heavens was because the two small worlds involved would silently consume heavenly power, and an immortal zombie's blessed land or grotto heaven was already dead, and was unable to expend heavenly power. To set up connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo required the consent of both sides. Only with this, the immortal apertures could use heavenly power. If they were secretly set up, they would not be able to connect because of the absence of heavenly power. Connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo also could not be used if they were set up outside in the 5 regions. Ah, so Green Crystal Hero's Path was this important. Hearing Gu Yi explain again, Fang Yuan showed an appropriately admiring and envious look. Gu Yi caught Fang Yuan's expression and felt refreshed. The grief from the forceful transaction earlier eased up by a lot. Happiness often comes from comparison. Instantly, Gu Yi felt Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eyes. A thick green light soared to the skies from the dense dried yellow old earth branches and leaves. After a while, in Dark Flow City, Over 100,000 li away, on the plaza in the southeast section, a dark green light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza, dyeing the surroundings green. Wind surged, and the hanging iron lanterns in the plaza constantly shook and squeaked. The light quickly disappeared. In the originally empty plaza appeared Gu Yi and Fang Yuan. "Let's go, we should not stay here for long." Gu Yi composed himself and walked forward, with Fang Yuan closely following behind. This giant city was named Dark Flow. It was pitch black, resembling a giant beast sprawled on the ground. The sun was setting to the west and there was still a source of light. However, every tile and brick of the giant Dark Flow city emitted a dense darkness that dyed the surroundings black. Especially, the closer one got to the center of Dark Flow giant city, the denser this darkness became. Fang Yuan and Gu Yi walked ahead, but saw no humans in their path. The long path had street lamps erected every few hundred steps, but these street lamps let out weak dusky yellow light which only lit some dozens of steps, leaving behind long stretches of darkness in between the gaps of the street lamps, making the darkness of the giant city even more conspicuous. The large Dark Flow city felt like an abandoned city. However, there were still some faint clamoring noises coming from below the giant city. "This is the main headquarters of our zombie alliance in Northern Plains, and it is almost as large as a mountain. It is divided into 7 floors. The lower 5 floors are the residences of mortal goo masters and are very bustling and clamorous. 1 floor above is where immortal zombies and people with some relation to us reside. The highest floor has the conference hall where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed throughout the year." Gu Yi gave an appropriate explanation. Fang Yuan nodded without being surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization that was only formed from immortal level members, but also covered mortal goo masters. These goo masters, for the most part, made use of Dark Path, raising zombies, commanding zombies and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, arriving in front of a large hall without seeing anyone in the way. Tall stone statues stood on either side of the large hall. They were taller and bulkier than even Fang Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie physique. Fang Yuan carefully observed them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he discovered these stone statues were not as simple as they looked. "You find it strange too? This is Yin Liu Gong's immortal killer move stone casket. Inside them are not ordinary zombies but immortal zombies." Gu Yi said this, then said in a lower voice, "Yin Liu Gong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the city lord left Northern Plains, they assigned 3 deputy city lords. He is one of them and can command immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Liu Gong." Fang Yuan silently engraved this name to his mind. This name was not in his previous life's memories, but just based on the fact Yin Liu Gong could command immortal zombies to fight, he needed to be attached importance. "In my previous life, my rise was a matter that occurred 300 to 400 years later, and in this period of time, it was not that no outstanding characters emerged, but due to all sorts of reasons, they were washed away by the river of time." Fang Yuan was cautious, with no hint of carelessness. "Come and push the door." Gu Yi suddenly moved to the side. "So long as you can open this large door, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance." Fang Yuan quietly put his 2 arms on the door and softly pushed, opening the door by a sliver. Instantly, over 20 sharp, gloomy or dull gazes followed the crack and shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan intentionally changed his expression slightly, then he took a deep breath and fiercely pushed open the door completely. Gu Yi laughed heartily while patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. "Being able to push open this large door means you are a person of Northern Plains. Come, your timing is really exquisite. Our Zombie Alliance's meeting is held today." Chapter 740, 9 Heavens Fragment. Central Continent. White egrets flew in the sky. The weather was pleasant today. 3 rank 7 goo immortals who came from Combat Immortal Sect had gathered within this sky. According to Immortal Monkey King's request for help, it should be this place. Qian Zhujian looked around as he said. He was dressed in a green robe. He had a slim figure and his eyes were dark like an abyss, as if incapable of being alarmed. Although this place looks ordinary, it is evident that the grotto heaven opening that was stated in the letter has closed up. But to check if it is really this place, we will need Divine Mother's help. Valley Lord Minghe, who was dressed in a white robe, looked over. Beside him was a female Gu immortal, beautiful and elegant. She was dressed in a golden robe and radiated majesty and dignity. She was a spacepath Gu immortal, known as Divine Mother Jukong. Among these three, she was the oldest Gu immortal, being over 900 years old. Divine Mother Jukong closed her eyes, using her mysterious method. Her aura remained calm and there was not even any trace of fluctuation. In a short while, she opened her eyes, letting out a breath of foggy air. It is here indeed. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is located at this place. The other two immortals heard this and their spirits lifted. Seven-Star Child did not have much reputation back then. He actually cultivated to this extent without making a sound. In fact, his grotto heaven even absorbed a fragment of blue heaven. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven could still exist now. It is incredible. Qian Zhuxian sighed. During the immemorial antiquity era, the world of Gu masters had 9 heavens in the sky: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. They formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Renzu's children. Right now, only black and white heaven were left alternating in the sky. Seven-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past. He secretly absorbed a fragment of blue heaven. This allowed his grotto heaven to exist to this day, and not become a dead aperture due to his state. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. The immortal apertures of Gu immortals were also worlds. Worlds could swallow one another. The most famous example was Treasure Yellow Heaven. Back then, Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, rank 8 Gu immortal, doused countless treasures, unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of Yellow Heaven. Thus, after he fused it into his grotto heaven, it formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After Treasure Yellow Heaven was formed, it became extraordinary, and continued existing even until today. Once a grotto heaven absorbs a 9 the heavens fragment, the benefits are really great. Not only will they gain some unpredictable mystical power, the immortal aperture's heavenly power would become unlimited. Furthermore, calamities and tribulations would weaken greatly, or completely vanish. If I can obtain such a fragment world, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Minghe was full of envy. Dream on, Minghe. Get your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a grotto heaven of a rank 8 Gu immortal can absorb a 9 heavens fragment world. Qian Zhuxian laughed. Valley Lord Minghe heard this and laughed bitterly. I want to get to rank 8 too, but I have no confidence in surviving the second Grand Tribulation. Thinking about how rank 8 Gu immortals have to undergo a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, I shudder at that thought. As for the myriad tribulation that is even more terrifying than Grand Tribulations, I simply cannot imagine them. Maybe, only someone like Shile has no fear. Blessed lands had fortune, but heaven and earth was balanced. Thus, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would befall. Rank 6 Gu immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, when assessing a Gu immortal's cultivation level, they often used a heavenly tribulation as the standard. Fang Yuan was a 2 heavenly tribulations expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu immortal goes through 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, and they would become a rank 7 Gu immortal. Rank 7 Gu immortals face an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Qian Zhuxian and Valley Lord Minghe were 1 grand tribulation Gu immortals, while Divine Mother Jukong was a level higher than them, being at 2 grand tribulations cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, they no longer experienced any earthly calamities, but they faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were far more scary than heavenly tribulations, They were known as hopeless myriad tribulations among Gu immortals. The difficulty was extremely high. Thus, 9 heavens fragments were much more precious, because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the large world of Gu masters. Calamities and tribulations would only descend upon blessed lands and grotto heavens as they were immortal aperture worlds. This did not happen in the 5 regions or the immemorial 9 heavens. After the grotto heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, in a way, they become a part of the large world of Gu masters. This could greatly reduce the size and power of the calamities and tribulations, and the grotto heaven would not die if the Gu immortal dies. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact despite 7-star child already becoming an immortal zombie. If the 9 heavens fragment that was absorbed was big, calamities and tribulations could vanish for good. For example, Treasure Yellow Heaven had never experienced any calamities or tribulations. It was now the biggest trading area in the Gu immortal world. The benefits of absorbing a 9 heavens fragment are huge. But don't forget, this method has a weakness too. Even if you absorb just a bit of the 9 heavens fragment, you will take in the aura of the greater world. Once the grotto heaven is rooted into it, it can never be placed into your body again. Divine Mother Jukong reminded them. Qian Zhuxian nodded, agreeing. Simply put, by absorbing the 9 heavens fragment, the Gu immortal loses their freedom. They can only stay inside their immortal aperture world and cannot move about in the outside world. This is truly a huge loss. But if a 9 heavens fragment appears before me, I would choose it without hesitation. That's right. Valley Lord Minghe agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to survive. Sometimes, I would want to become an immortal zombie. At least their dead lands would not experience any calamities or tribulations. Alright, handling the task is the most important matter. We purposely wasted so many days. I'm sure that Monkey King has learned his lesson. Divine Mother Jukong slowly closed her eyes. Valley Lord Minghe fell into silence. Qian Zhuxian laughed. Hey, after we save Shilei, I want to see if he can still act arrogant again. Divine Mother Jukong could no longer keep a calm aura. Her golden robe fluttered as the aura of immortal Gu burst out from her. Open. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp as it pierced a hole into the void before her. The hole was about the size of a man. Through this hole, the 3 Gu immortals could directly see the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Qian Zhuxian charged ahead and entered it. Next, Valley Lord Minghe entered, followed by Divine Mother Jukong. But at the next moment, the 3 Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qian Zhuxian and Valley Lord Minghe showed some shock on their faces. Divine Mother Jukong's expression was solemn. Her relaxed appearance was gone as she muttered, "In is not in, out is not out. Space is interchanging, swapping around." This is the mystical ability Starry Sky Grotto Heaven obtained after absorbing the Blue Heaven fragment? Yes, Shilei mentioned this in his request for help as well. Valley Lord Minghe recalled. It is not strange. Why would it be simple if it could trap this monkey? Qian Zhuxian said. Divine Mother Jukong snorted coldly. This is only a minor problem. At the same time, in Northern Plains, Zombie Alliance branch, inside Dark Flow Giant City. This place had densely accumulated darkness, even the clear skies could not shine any sunlight into here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was inspected by more than 20 gazes. He purposely showed a scared and hesitant expression as he stepped into the discussion hall. He paid his respects, shouting, "I am Sha Huang, greetings to my fellow brethren." Fellow brethren. You used a good phrase. We members of Zombie Alliance are in the same situation. We should help each other. On the main seat of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie smiling as he said. He was a fatty. He was over 6 meters tall, just like Fang Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie form, but he was at least 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was like bronze. His stomach was like a wine vat, big and round. Not just his stomach. His face, arms, fingers, they were all extremely round. Fang Yuan saw him and thought of the information he had. Flesh bronze zombie body, Yin Liu Gong. Before Fang Yuan came to the Zombie Alliance, he had gotten the relevant information from Fairy Li Shan. Immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newbie. He quickly paid respects. Gu Yu pays respects to Lord Yin Liu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Fang Yuan followed after him. I greet Lord Yin Liu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he gave Gu Yi a look of gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. Yin Liu Gong was seated at the center seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was sitting up straight with a ruthless expression. His fangs were pale and sharp. On the right was Huang Quan Wang. He looked old and had a hunched back. Even though they had overflowing death energy, their rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had true rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City. Sha Huang. Is this your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha asked. His words were like steel. Once he spoke, a strong wave of killing intent burst out, making one feel as if they were in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. This was due to his experiences. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had joined the Imperial Court contest and had used some of the opportunities inside Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate his foundation and become a Gu Immortal. In other words, he had very rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. He opened his mouth, and his tone showed his imposing nature. It made people feel like he was pressuring them heavily. Of course not. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. Sha Huang was the name I gave myself on the second day after I became an immortal zombie. It signified a new beginning, for me to temporarily forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only when I regain my real body and get rid of my immortal zombie status would I use my former name again. Once he said that, all of the immortals in the discussion showed varying expressions. There was disdain, sneers, silence, sadness, but mostly understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance and his mental state was just like theirs in the past. But after so many years, their grand ambitions were gone. Their hopes and desires were almost completely burned out. They were still immortal zombies now. Life had not changed for the better. Alright, since Sha Huang opened the door, then he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. We in Zombie Alliance would be stronger with one more member. He has already proven himself. One has to know, previously, even Yao Huang did not manage to push open this door. Huang Quan Wang said as he started coughing, showing his old and weak state. Chapter 741, Immortal Zombie Discussion. Speaking of the door of the discussion hall, it had quite the origin. It was created by the founder of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was already lost in history, but his methods were simply divine. The door was filled with all sorts of Dao marks. Some people had guessed that consumable immortal goo were used on it. Only immortal zombies in Northern Plains could be acknowledged by the door, and would be able to push it open. If it was not someone who ascended to a Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, their immortal aperture world would have the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Once their hand is placed on it, they would be repelled. If one was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, but not an immortal zombie, this door would heavier than a mountain. They would not be able to push it at all. Although Fang Yuan was not born in Northern Plains, after reaching Northern Plains, he had adapted to the environment and had ascended to an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door did not hinder him at all. Dark Flow Giant City had expanded many times throughout history, but this door had been preserved intentionally. The members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance were very confident in this door. When they heard Huang Quan Wang's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan became milder. Yin Liu Gong nodded. Huang Quan Wang is right. You too, take a seat. You are just in time for the meeting. In addition, give Gu Yi some credit. He recommended a new member. According to the rules, he should be given 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending a new member had benefits, but after hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Gu Yi beside him. Gu Yi felt ashamed when he was stared at, like he had taken major advantage. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, Sit beside me. Everyone saw this and felt a deeper impression of Feng Yuan's ignorance. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat nearly in a circular manner. Only the direction that led to the discussion hall's door was left empty, forming a path for them to walk in and out. The other directions were filled with seats. These seats were not in one row. From high to low, there were 3 rows. The lowest row was for rank 6 immortal zombies. There were the most number of people on this row. The center row was for rank 7 immortal zombies. Only a few were present. The highest row was empty. It was for rank 8 immortal zombies. Gu Yi dragged Feng Yuan with much enthusiasm towards his seat. His seat was not empty. There was a will there. The appearance of the will greatly resembled Gu Yi. Gu Yi waved his hand and the will entered his mind. He immediately asked Feng Yuan to sit down. The meeting is not always attended in person. If we are busy, we will use a will to participate instead of our main bodies. Brother Shah, do you have wisdom path Gu worms? If you do not, I will give you one. Gu Yi said in a low voice. Of course I do. Feng Yuan replied. He expressed ignorance in relation to Zombie Alliance, but he did not want everyone to think that he was a complete newbie. The effect of wisdom path Gu worms was common knowledge among Gu immortals. He had to know them. Feng Yuan answered as he sat to the left of Gu Yi. The 2 seats beside Gu Yi were empty. There were so many seats. Most of the immortal zombies were seated far from each other. Although there were more than 20 of them, most were wills. Only a small number attended in person. Seeing that Feng Yuan and Gu Yi had sat down, Yin Liu Gong coughed. All right, now we will start the meeting. First, we will talk about the important affairs. Saying this, he pointed at the table. An image was shown. A spherical figure rose up from the center, turning into a volcano. This volcano was quite strange. It was short like a cord. It shook intensely, spewing lava out at times. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud and blocking out the sunlight. The flame furnace has erupted. I'm sure everyone knows this. This is a troublesome affair. We have to settle this by suppressing it as soon as possible. The longer it is dragged out, the harder it is to deal with. Our initial assessment is, if anyone can successfully suppress the flame furnace, they will get 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Liu Gong said. The immortal zombie began to converse with each other softly. Gu Yi introduced for Feng Yuan. This flame furnace is a great place for Gu refinement. It is especially good for refining fire path Gu worms. In the history of Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined immortal Gu in the flame furnace. But for the last few hundred years, we have not seen any refinement path grandmaster in Zombie Alliance. The flame furnace was left forgotten. At most the leader only used it several times. Because it was unused, it was also not maintained, thus it is erupting more regularly. Feng Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued, the flame furnace is extremely hot, especially the inner core area. It is like a sea of fire. Often when the issues happen, Fire Path Immortal zombies would go. But the Fire Path Immortal zombie has to have some refinement path background. They have to preserve or even fix the goo formation that was set up, otherwise, forceful suppression would destroy it. They might as well not do anything. If the mission fails, not only would they earn nothing, they might even lose out. Feng Yuan mentally understood this clearly. They had to be of fire path cultivation and have refinement path attainment. This resulted in very few eligible people. No wonder those in the hall only discussed it for a while before keeping quiet, turning their gaze towards a certain will in the hall. Yin Liu Gong broke the silence. He looked at the will, saying, in the past, leader went to suppress it personally, but now that leader is in Eastern Sea, within our Zombie Alliance, you are the most suitable person. Craftsman Huoda. Huoda, what do you think? This red will thought about it before saying, my cultivation level is too low, it is very hard to suppress the flame furnace. But if everyone agrees, I will not reject it. Except that 1,000 contribution points is simply too low. Yin Liu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is only an initial estimation. In that case, we will raise it to 1,200. Are you willing to accept that? I am willing. Puelda's will said. Good, now, On to the second matter. Yin Liu Gong did not drag on, he changed the topic. A yaksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is wreaking havoc. It is seriously affecting our extraction of the black oil. A while ago, Dr. Yin Zhuan and landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If you can chase this beast away, you will get 1,000 contribution points. If you can kill this beast, you will be given 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure that he wanted to take was deep within Earth Trench, and was guarded by a group of yaksha octopuses. This treasure was the reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance now. In the circular area, the image of the volcano changed, it became an octopus monster, roaming around in Earth Trench. Large numbers of tentacles were moving around, causing waves in the thick black oil. Seeing this, the discussion hall became much quieter. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not only did ancient desolate beasts have rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, the immortal zombie themselves were inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. They had much to worry about. An intense battle carried great risks. If they could not gain something, they would return with a huge loss. Even if they won, they would need to weigh it with their condition before battling. Winning the battle, but losing out in terms of profits, they might as well not fight. All of the immortal zombies here were astute. Seeing no answers, Yin Liu Gong turned his head towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha beside him. Dragon Commander, this yaksha octopus is compatible with your business, why don't you take on this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I'll not hide it from you. I received Qin Beisheng's invitation and have planned to attend the auction. There are some items in the auction that I have been searching for years. Now is a crucial time. I cannot take the risk, but I am willing to hand out an additional 600 contribution points to this mission. Once he said that, many of the rank 6 immortal zombies' eyes flashed. Killing this yaksha octopus was not easy for rank 6 immortal zombies, but to force it to retreat, it would not be difficult for several rank 6 immortal zombies teaming up. But this mission only awarded 1,000 contribution points earlier. When split among them, it was too little. Now that Dragon Commander Yi Cha took out 600 contribution points on his own, some people were moved. Battling with an ancient desolate beast was risky undoubtedly, but as long as the benefits were enough, risks were not an obstacle. Immediately, 3 groups of people stated that they could accept this mission. The first 2 groups were alliances of rank 6 immortal zombies. The third was a single rank 7 immortal zombie. After some negotiations, this mission was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome mission was taken by someone, Yin Liu Gong sighed in relief mentally. Next is the last mission. It involves the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He quickly thought of that glorious and huge flying boat that charged freely in the battlefield during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Gu Yi beside him explained softly, "You just joined Zombie Alliance. It is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal Gu house in history. It is very powerful." Earlier, a Northern Plains lone cultivator coincidentally obtained the entire recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but because he did not have the ability to refine it, he tried selling it everywhere. Leader tried to buy this boat's recipe, paying a huge price and buying about half of this recipe. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader had quite the ambition. Immortal Gu houses were more complete than immortal killer moves. They were the symbol of super forces. Basically, every super force owned an immortal Gu house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader wanted to obtain an immortal Gu house. That was obviously an intention to elevate this branch to the level of a super force. We encountered some problems. Yin Liu Gong said in a low tone. The Gu immortal who sold the Divine Boat's recipe broke the agreement and did not want to deal with us anymore. He wants to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe and the core immortal Gu's recipe in the auction for a good price. How will Zombie Alliance deal with this problem? The immortal zombies started discussing again. The auction again. These recent days, I have been extorted many times, all because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of grievance. But it was not Gu Yi. This Gu immortal has quite the guts, merely a lone cultivator but actually breaking the agreement with our zombie alliance. Kill him, we have to kill him, otherwise if news spread, all of our zombie alliance's face will be lost. Although zombie alliance is weaker than a super force, lone cultivators have no place to bully us, the immortal zombie shouted, most wanted to battle. Fang Yuan nodded secretly, although immortal zombies had much to worry about, when huge benefits were involved, they would still dare to fight it out. But he did not favor zombie alliance's chances, because in his previous life, the force who controlled the Red Fiend Divine Boat was not them. Chapter 742, Earth Drench Black Oil. The lone cultivator who sold the complete recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat was only rank 6 without any background. Eventually, the Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to search for this person, in order to maintain Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important reason was to obtain the complete recipe of the Red Fiend Divine Boat. But in truth, Zombie Alliance had already gotten most of it, only the few remaining core immortal goo recipes and the secret methods on how to coordinate the goo worms were left. Flame Furnace, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat. After these 3 matters were settled, the atmosphere in the discussion hall was relaxed. Yin Liu Gong continued, pointing at the table. Next, we will talk about other matters. His finger tapped the table, emitting a buzzing noise. The immortal zombies looked at the formerly empty space, as the image changed again, turning into 4 huge pillars. On each of the pillars, there were lines of words moving around. Are there still any missions that have not been reported by everyone? Yin Liu Gong said. Everyone looked around, no one stood up. Missions could be turned in at any time. They did not need to wait until a meeting. Gu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding Old Earthwood, but the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission early would cause some of his contribution points to be deducted. Very well, now you can put up your own requests, Yin Liu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became heated. Voices overlapped each other. They were talking about goo recipes for goo refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising a certain goo worm, getting information on certain matters. All sorts of requests were put up, with varying content. Fang Yuan spoke too. He wanted to ask for a method to get rid of his immortal zombie status, a method that could revive him. This caused much laughter around him. Brother Shah, you have not made an oath yet, you do not have a zombie alliance token yet. Without contribution points, how can you put up a mission? Gu Yi reminded him. So that's it. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious, after the meeting ends, I will bring you to get your new identity token. This token can record all of the contributions you have done for the Alliance. Furthermore, your request is the request of all of us immortal zombies. You do not need to purchase it specially. Look at the few missions at the top. Gu Yi pointed at the ever-changing image. Fang Yuan's gaze turned around, and he saw that at the top of the mission board, there were several missions. One of them had much larger font than the rest, selling the research results of how to get rid of the zombie status and regain life through generations of work in Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan read it. There are prices stated there, but even the smallest research results need 20 contribution points. Gu Yi was very familiar with this information. In truth, every immortal zombie was very familiar with the details of this mission. What was the reason most immortal zombies joined Zombie Alliance? Was it not to find a method to get rid of their immortal zombie status and revive themselves? The reason for creating Zombie Alliance was also to research on how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance who have revived due to these research findings? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors, there seems to be cases of it. Gu Yi said in an uncertain tone. Seems to be? Fang Yuan frowned. You have to know, a lot of the research findings here are priced at 1,000 contribution points or more to exchange them. After you join the Alliance, you have to sign an agreement and will not be allowed to sell these research findings on your own. Gu Yi laughed bitterly as he said. He saw Fang Yuan frowning even more deeply, stating, you do not need to worry too much, At least I can guarantee that these findings are not fake. I had exchanged for one of them previously. It had great use. If you can obtain these findings, you will be able to step on the foundation of these predecessors. You will save much effort. Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance was an organization that responded to the mentality of the members. By using the research findings as the bait to keep the members working, almost no immortal zombies could stay away. Even if the immortal zombie exchanges for many findings, as long as they have not revived, they would still need to work for Zombie Alliance. The most amazing thing was that Zombie Alliance preserved some hope for the immortal zombies. Even if this research finding did not work, maybe the next one could help them to revive? Fang Yuan did not need to ponder upon it to know that the prices would be extremely high. They had to use an immense amount of contribution points to exchange for most of the research findings. But thankfully, the inheritance in Earth Trench was left behind by a great expert immortal zombie. There are research findings inside for the rebirth of immortal zombies as well. In my previous life, because Northern Plains immortal zombies obtained this, their battle strength surged rapidly. In fact, for a period of time, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance closed themselves away from the rest of the regions. It was even more powerful than the main branch, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason why Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was to obtain that inheritance. Fang Yuan had little interest in working hard normally and accumulating contribution points slowly in order to exchange for the research findings in Zombie Alliance. After all, the time and effort expended was too much. After a while, the discussion hall became silent again. All the immortal zombies had put up their missions and stated the contribution points for them. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image in front of them. Some were looking around while others were thinking. Yin Liu Gong continued to direct the meeting. We will now issue missions. Do it one by one. Do not be noisy. First, it will be the mission of feeding the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Kylan in Zombie Alliance. I'll do it. I'll take this mission. I want to compete for this mission. The moment Yin Liu Gong spoke, several immortal zombies responded, fighting for this mission. Gu Yi explained to Fang Yuan softly, the Half Moon Kylan is an ancient desolate beast. It is not easy to feed, but its pregnancy period is about to end. It is going to give birth to a half-moon Kylan soon. These young Kylan are born as desolate beasts. As they grow up, they would develop into ancient desolate beast half-moon Kylan. Many members in Zombie Alliance are trying to take advantage of this. They want to be close to the young Kylan to gain an advantage, making it their own, and establish a strong relationship between them before paying the contribution points. So that is it. Fang Yuan understood. So this was the reason. No wonder so many people were fighting over the mission. After all, the half-moon Kylan would grow into an ancient desolate beast after maturing. It had battle strength equivalent to rank 7 Gu immortals. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. But he was only moved. He had just arrived and had a secret motive. Blindly contesting now would attract unnecessary animosity and attention. It was not good for him. Regarding the half-moon Kylan's feeding, everyone fought over it intensely. Eventually, Yin Liu Gong lowered the contribution points of this mission to 300, before some people gave up and the sole winner emerged. Feeding the half-moon Kylan was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Kylan has a bad temper, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it. They might even get injured. Most importantly, when the Kylan is pregnant, it would feel great pain. It would damage the surroundings to divert its attention. This was a dangerous process. Just 300 contribution points made many immortal zombies back out. And even if the half-moon Kylan was born, the immortal zombie feeding it would only be the first to establish a relationship. This was only a head start. When they truly competed for it later, they would still need to bid a high price. After the mission of feeding the half-moon Kylan, was a mission to gather Ruai fungus. Ruai fungus collection area is between Zombie Alliance and Liu tribe. Every year, when the Ruai fungus ripes, the two forces would split them. But because Liu tribe's power is bigger, they would take advantage of us. The difficulty of this mission is on that point. An immortal zombie with high cultivation level is needed to hold the ground. but they cannot be too overbearing. Gu Yi explained. With Gu Yi beside him, it was much more convenient for Feng Yuan. This mission was also quite popular. It fell into the hands of Granny Yuan. This immortal zombie old lady not only had rank 7 cultivation level, she was also closely related to Liu tribe. With her presence, Liu tribe would not go overboard. Next is a request from the Superforce Yao tribe. They want us to provide another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to do research, to improve his healing immortal goo. The remuneration for this request is quite a sum. Yin Liu Gong said. Seeing this mission, most of the immortal zombies showed an indescribable expression on their faces. Letting someone else do research on them, it was quite hurtful to one's pride. They would lose face. But on the other hand, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 great rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Furthermore, the reward for this mission was truly profitable. Everyone looked around. They did not speak. Yin Liu Gong expected this scene. He smiled lightly as he looked at Feng Yuan. I wonder if Xia Huang is interested in this mission? Feng Yuan immediately shook his head, giving a forced smile. I have no interest. He had too many secrets on him. Simply the 2 apertures alone could not be easily exposed. Yin Liu Gong nodded, no longer urging him. But his intention, other than to probe Feng Yuan's personality and foundation, was to induce some of the other immortal zombies to make a move. As he expected, soon, several immortal zombies spoke up, wanting to accept this mission. These few people competed, but their voices were not loud. They spoke softly with expressionless faces. After all, being used as research material was very damaging to one's reputation. Gu Yi was beside Feng Yuan, explaining this to him. Feng Yuan knew the situation of these immortal zombies. They were those bottom-tier immortal zombies. Because they were stuck between reputation and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all different aspects. There was a huge number of different missions. There was a mission requesting the Superforce Yuan tribe to return an immortal Gu. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had loaned an immortal Gu to Yuan tribe. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, she instructed them to urge Yuan tribe to return the immortal Gu. But Yuan tribe had long exceeded the loan period, yet they refused to return it. Zombie Alliance would send members there every year to request for it, but they had always ended in failure. Not only did Yuan tribe find excuses for themselves, they even chased away Zombie Alliance members using force when the situation escalated. Initially, no immortal zombie wanted to take this mission. Yin Liu Gong had to raise the contribution points and it was finally accepted by someone. There were also requests for purchasing glass soil and diamond soil, missions to capture beast groups or collect souls. The final mission was related to Feng Yuan. It came from Fairy Li Shan, who was looking for souls everywhere for the production of Gutsku. She even went to Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to enter deep into Earth Trench and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the blessed land. In the outside world, or to other Gu immortals, it was a very useful Gu refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. Black oil from Earth Trench was the most important trading item in Zombie Alliance. It was akin to the sale of Gutsku for Feng Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Gutsku trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into the Earth Trench to extract black oil, other than handing up the amount required by the mission, they would keep the rest for themselves. Thus, the profit of this mission was publicly recognized as among the best for immortal zombies. As a result, almost everyone fought for this mission. Feng Yuan wanted to compete for it as well. If he could enter Earth Trench through this and secretly take that inheritance, it would be ideal. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have the Zombie Alliance token yet. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Furthermore, this mission had a time limit too. Feng Yuan was busy with the auction and refinement path convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In winning the 3 spots on this mission, Not only would these 3 victors not have any contribution points as rewards, they even had to pay several hundred contribution points to Zombie Alliance. From this, one could see how profitable the extraction of black oil was. Chapter 743, Harboring Malicious Heart. Black oil is valuable in itself, but as it can delay the shrinking of blessed lands, its value is a level higher to immortal zombies. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He was also coveting the black oil. His blessed land was constantly disintegrating and a lot of space inside had already dissipated. Black oil was similarly useful to him. However, he needed to go through Zombie Alliance to get this black oil. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main headquarters, Darkflow Giant City, was located above the entrance of Earth Trench, and they used much of the Alliance's strength to guard this entrance. Zombie Alliance sent large amounts of black oil out every year, but they had fixed quantities sold for this. There were few goods but the demands were high. It was completely a seller's market like the business of guts goo, thus Fang Yuan could not meddle in this aspect. He had allied with Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lulan, but their force was too small and could not match with super forces. So I need to make my move from inside Zombie Alliance. Accepting this task as one way. Fang Yuan engraved the mission of gathering black oil in his mind. The conference continued. The conference hall had dim lighting, even if most of the over 20 immortal zombies had participated with their wills, it still seemed dark and gloomy. The whole conference continued for close to a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the whole process, roughly understanding the position of Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than super forces. But from the missions, one could see the Righteous Path super forces were clearly in tacit agreement to suppress Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had a much more cooperative relationship with Demonic Path Gu Immortals, especially with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a Demonic Path headquarters in Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance could be considered both a righteous and a demonic force. This position was related to the higher-ups. Zombie Alliance's higher-ups were all immortal zombies. There were almost no immortal zombies that did not want to regain their living states. These immortal zombies came from all walks of life with all sorts of identities when they were alive, and after death, they gathered for similar purposes. As long as it was related to the goal of revival, Zombie Alliance would be interested and do everything possible to get it. This infringed upon many of the Righteous Path's interests, and many methods that could not be exposed openly in the Righteous Path, Zombie Alliance also frequently used. This led to another characteristic of Zombie Alliance. They had a lot of members, but they also had a loose structure. There were over 20 immortal zombie level members in Zombie Alliance. Even Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not compare to this amount. Even if immortal zombies were weaker than living goo immortals, over 20 of them was a great power, and if they were to truly be united, they would have already been a super-level force. However, Zombie Alliance's barrier for entry was low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan's admission to the Alliance. The immortal zombies had varying origins and it was very difficult for them to be united. This was the reason there were many cases of immortal zombies being extorted by goo immortals recently. After the conference ended, Fang Yuan left behind a malicious will in the conference hall. He then followed Gu Yi to another hall, where he received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to Zombie Alliance. Besides the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Gu used to transmit information of tasks from Zombie Alliance, information about new members or members leaving the Alliance, or important information like the death of the members. Gu Yi wanted to take his leave, and suggested for Fang Yuan to stroll around Darkflow Giant City. Now that Fang Yuan had the token, he could freely move around Darkflow Giant City. However, Fang Yuan did not let go of him and dragged him around, walking and chatting, probing out some information from him. Fang Yuan focused on inquiring about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie called Blazing Heaven Demoness. Her cultivation was rank 8 and her behavior was tyrannical and rampant. Her battle strength was especially prominent. Fang Yuan asked how it was prominent and Gu Yi replied one sentence which allowed Fang Yuan to understand. Her lifespan had not reached its end, but she intentionally turned into an immortal zombie just to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu immortals that were on their last breaths and had no other choice. Naturally, there was many other methods other than to turn into immortal zombie for Gu immortals on their last breaths, like Woodpath Gu immortals turning into treemen. However, these methods often had limitations. For instance, Strength Path Gu immortals and Fire Path Gu immortals could not turn into treemen. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method which could be done by Gu immortals of every path. This blazing heaven demoness was not someone who had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. Instead, she had done it intentionally. It was to make a breakthrough and increase her battle strength. If one thought just a bit, what was the extent of the increase in battle strength, the extent of the breakthrough, that made blazing heaven demoness not hesitate to turn into an immortal zombie? Clearly, the extent of this breakthrough was sure to be extremely high and shocking. There is a rumor going around Zombie Alliance. It is said that the leader already has a method to revive. In the midst of the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie of her own accord. Who was to say she did not have a method to revive herself? Fang Yuan was able to extract much useful information from Gu Yi. Combined with the information Fairy Li Shan gave him and his own experiences, Fang Yuan was able to quickly gain a rough idea of Zombie Alliance. Gu Yi still had the mission of guarding Old Earthwood, and finally bade farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also left soon after. Before leaving, he climbed high and looked at the giant gully being guarded below Darkflow Giant City. The giant gully was like the bloody mouth of a vicious beast, quietly opening up in the dense darkness. This was the entrance of Earth Trench, which was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Wang, 3 rank 7 immortal zombies took turns in watching over it. Fang Yuan was using 100 Li Eye to observe this clearly. He knew that following deep into this entrance, the gully would expand by tens of times and even hundreds of times. Earth Trench was extremely grand, with such large space that it would not be a problem to contain innumerable Darkflow Giant cities. It was also extremely deep and dark. Zombie Alliance still had not explored its true depths. One day, I will explore deep inside and take the inheritance, adding it to my foundation for a much brighter future. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan inwardly said. Even if he had not transformed into an immortal zombie, he would have tried all sorts of methods to get this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. His body rapidly rose higher and left Darkflow Giant City like a large bird. After flying a huge distance, Fang Yuan finally left the darkness covering Darkflow Giant City and saw the bright sunlight again. He changed his direction and flew high up in the sky before he finally confirmed there were no pursuers. Only then did he land down in an inconspicuous forest, arranged Mortal Goo and activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Jade green light flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The Mortal Goo left behind moved about, removing as many traces of the immortal Gu aura as possible. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for news from Fairy Li Shan's end, he started researching the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring Malicious Heart. This mortal killer move was not meant for attacking. Instead, it used Wisdom Path methods to transform a Gu Immortal's heart, causing the heart to be filled with Wisdom Path Tao marks inside and out, turning into a malicious heart. If it succeeded, not only could it use one's blood essence to automatically create large numbers of malicious wills, it could also reduce the amount of malicious wills consumed by a large extent when Fang Yuan used them to ponder. Unfortunately, this mortal killer move might be good, but it fit a normal Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was already filled with Strength Path Tao marks and he was not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. The crucial point was his physical body was already dead, and was unable to nourish malicious will with his blood essence. Even transforming his heart into a malicious heart was an enormous barrier. Although Feng Yuan could not use the killer move harboring malicious heart, he was able to gain much inspiration from its workings. In particular, the inner contents of the killer move had several similarities to a killer move Feng Yuan obtained previously. This killer move was Poison Breath, which he obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Poison Breath killer move could let poisonous breath be emitted each time one breathed, and as it accumulated, it could injure enemies. And harboring malicious heart could let every heartbeat transform blood essence into malicious will. There were indeed similarities between the two. I am not a poison path Gu immortal, and I am lacking in a wisdom path foundation, but since there is a common point, I might as well use wisdom Gu to test it. Northern Plains, Fengxian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, the rank 8 Gu immortal, Prince Fengxian, was sitting upright, while Fairy Li Shan and Qian Beisheng bowed, requesting to leave. Go. I have many immortal Gu that do not suit my path and need to be exchanged in the auction. You both are holding a good event for Northern Plains, preventing many fights and massacres. Very good. Prince Fengxian allowed them to leave, his tone full of encouragement. Lord Prince being unable to be present at the auction is truly a matter of regret for all of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Fairy Li Shan flattered. Prince Fengxian shook his head. There is nothing to be done about it. I was mediating the heaven and earth chi in my immortal aperture when I was forced to come out because of the immortal Gu. Now, it is the crucial time to manage my immortal aperture world. I cannot go out. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, send them off. 2 attendants were standing beside Prince Fengxian. These 2 were actually rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cool and refined like ice and snow, the other was delicate and beautiful, like a yellow flower in a lush valley. At Prince Fengxian's command, that cool and aloof female Gu immortal stood up and first bowed to Prince Fengxian, before saying to Qian Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan, "Guests, please follow. We have troubled Sword Master Yulan." Qian Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be conceited, and quickly replied. This Sword Master Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated Sword Path, and though her cultivation was only at rank 6, her battle strength was very strong and moreover, she had Grandmaster attainment in Sword Path. Sword Master Yulan led the 2 in silence. The 3 walked along a long corridor and through several doors before they finally stepped out of the entrance of the Grotto Heaven and returned to the world of Northern Plains. Sword Master Yulan, please stay, you don't need to send us off any longer. Qian Beisheng politely said. His cultivation level and battle strength were higher than Sword Master Yulan, but the latter had one of the few rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Sword Master Yulan nodded and closed the entrance of the Grotto Heaven. Once the entrance was closed, there was no strangeness in the sky and there was no difference between the sky and the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air. We have paid visit to 5 rank 8 powers and also came to an agreement with all of them using Mountain Pledge Gu, and have successfully invited them. Now, the situation is set. The auction is a certain event. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. Qian Beisheng with a smiling expression. Saying this, he took out an immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. As per the agreement, this is the remuneration to Fairy. Qian Beisheng said with sincerity and gratitude. Fairy Li Shan was moved. The auction had yet to start, but Qian Beisheng already gave the remuneration to her in advance. Even though Fairy Li Shan had seen a lot and had done dealings with all sorts of Gu immortals, right now, she could not help but inwardly praise Qian Beisheng's social conduct. Chapter 744, Vaguely Familiar Face. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan laughed, receiving the immortal Gu. She inspected it and placed the immortal Gu into her immortal aperture. This matter has been settled. We should split up and meet half a month later. Half a month later was the agreed date to hold the auction. The location was in Qian Beisheng's Beisheng Blessed Land. It was situated inside Crimson Reed Marsh. The 2 immortals went their separate ways on the spot, choosing different directions as they flew. Not mentioning Fairy Li Shan, who was using moving perspective cup gu to contact Feng Yuan while she traveled right now. After Fairy Li Shan and Ken Beisheng left, someone appeared in the entrance hall of Feng's Yan Grotto Heaven. This person was dressed in a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, a divine light was flashing in his eyes. Under his amicable appearance, he was unbelievably self-confident. He had the disposition of a roaming, fierce dragon. His lips were curled up into a gentle smile. He was very gentlemanly but also domineering. His arms were behind his back. He faced the rank 8 Prince Feng Xian with no pressure on his face, as if they were of equal status. But from his unconcealed aura, he was merely a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Ken Beisheng could not help but lower his head when facing Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian looked at this person as his attitude also changed. He was no longer mildly arrogant like when he faced Ken Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan. He really acted as if the two were of the same level. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Feng Jiayuj, have you really decided to take my place and join this auction? The rank 7 Gu immortal dressed in a red and white robe smiled as he nodded. That is exactly the case. Prince Feng Xian frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi of your immortal aperture world come from Central Continent. It is different from Northern Plains. There are powerful experts going to the auction. Even rank 8 Gu immortals will be present. If you are discovered, it would be terrible. You have to know, all of Northern Plains Gu immortals are furious right now. They are trying to find the culprit who caused the downfall of Imperial Court-blessed land. Before Dongfang Changfan died, he deduced that the culprit is not from Northern Plains, but from the other regions. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is discovered at this time, it will have huge implications. When Prince Feng Xian said this, he did not hide it from the 2 Gu immortal attendants. The 2 female Gu immortals, including Sword Master Yulan, had no change in expression when they heard this. Feng Jiayuj laughed brightly. Prince, don't be anxious, look at my method. Saying so, a bright light flashed on his body. As his appearance changed, Prince Feng Xian gasped lightly, while Sword Master Yulan, who had a cold attitude, stared with wide-opened eyes. The other female Gu immortal, named Li Yao, opened her mouth as she looked repeatedly between her female companion and Feng Jiayuj. It turns out, Feng Jiayuj transformed into an exact copy of Sword Master Yulan. He resembled her perfectly, as if they were twins. What method is this? Prince Feng Xian smiled, praising. Not only is the outer appearance flawless, you even disguised your Dao marks. They really resemble sword path Dao marks. Your aura is also no different from many Northern Plains Gu immortal. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Jiayuj said the answer. So that's it. No wonder, no wonder. Prince Feng Xian realized. He then exclaimed, only thieving heaven demon venerable could produce something so mystical and breathtaking. Feng Jiayuj nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face. This series of killer moves originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is nothing much. Vaguely Familiar Face is an immortal killer move with 3 immortal Gu as the core. Among them are 2 Transformation Path immortal Gu. When used, deception will truly be hard to tell. I obtained this killer move long ago in a chance encounter, but it has a flaw. That is, I need acting skills. If I act poorly, my tone could expose flaws in my transformation. As for Familiar Face killer move, there is no such flaw. Even if the acting is not precise, others will not feel sudden strangeness. It can even affect other people's perceptions and mentalities. Even if you transform into a non-existent person, others will still feel like you are their friend or acquaintance. Feng Jiayuj explained. The immortals realized now why Feng Jiayuj transformed into Sword Master Yulan out of everyone here. That was because this woman barely spoke normally. There was not much acting skill needed to disguise as her. Prince Feng Xian nodded over and over. Rank 9 venerables are all incredible geniuses. Their methods are out of this world. With this move, I will not be afraid of you getting exposed. Feng Jiayuj laughed arrogantly. Even if I get exposed, Who can stop me from leaving? Prince Feng Xian thought about a few days ago when he sparred with Feng Jiayuj. He could not help but smile, praising, "That is true, your immortal killer move has incredible power. Even I, a rank 8 Gu immortal, would not want to take the hit directly." Feng Jiayuj, your reputation is well deserved. You really have the power to roam freely in this world. Feng Jiayuj cupped his fists, speaking with sincerity. It is nothing compared to senior brother and junior sisters. You chose to ascend to immortal in Northern Plains for the sake of Spirit Affinity House's major task, staying hidden here for hundreds of years. I am truly full of admiration towards you. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned dark. He clenched his fist as he said, "It is a pity that someone used our methods before I activated our plans, taking the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of someone in the 10 ancient sects. Don't let me find out who it is, otherwise." HMPH. The truth was, the great Prince Feng Xian, one of the few rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House made a huge move. In order to set up Prince Feng Xian, Spirit Affinity House undoubtedly gave up a lot of benefits in Central Continent. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal stationed in Central Continent, they would be able to fight for more benefits when contesting with the other 9 sects. But Spirit Affinity House was the leader of the plan to topple 88 Truyang Building. To complete this plan, they had to send Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Prince Feng Xian might have made many contributions and provided much help for the Central Continent Gu Immortals to destroy 88 Truyang Building. But in this life, Prince Feng Xian had not done anything yet and the plan was already ruined. The culprit of this matter, the immortal zombie Feng Yuan, was already in Lenya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he borrowed it for a fee. Feng Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Essence Stones for this. 3 was an extremely good deal due to their relationship. If it were another person, Fairy Li Shan would not casually lend it even if they paid 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Lending Immortal Gu carried risk. There was an example right here. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, lent Yuan tribe an immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness was out in Eastern Sea, thus Yuan tribe had been holding on to this immortal Gu, refusing to return it to Zombie Alliance, who had been asking every year. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to make an agreement with Langya Spirit, more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil with a cry from Langya Spirit. These coffins were oozing with immortal auras. They were pure white as clouds. On the surface there were clouds forming and breaking down. It was the manifestation of a certain immortal killer move. After opening the coffin, the sleeping Gu immortal could be seen inside. In each coffin, there was a Gu immortal captive. A total of 13 coffins. That was 13 Gu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan was mentally prepared, after seeing this number, he was still shocked. So many captives? Feng Yuan opened his eyes wide. He displayed a somewhat exaggerated expression. Langya Spirit laughed smugly. He loved to see Feng Yuan shocked. He shook his head as he said, "Who am I? Think about it. These Gu immortals were simply courting death. They dared to attack my blessed land. Selling them is the punishment they deserve." Feng Yuan looked at Langya Spirit deeply. On the surface, there were only 12 desolate beasts in Lenya Blessed Land. To defend against the 3 waves of attacks from a mysterious force, the group of desolate beasts was insufficient. Langya Spirit's true methods were likely to be his prized immortal Gu collection. "I have some ideas. The number of immortal Gu in Lenya Blessed Land definitely exceeds the number of immortal Gu I have. Also, it seems that among his immortal Gu, or among the immortal killer moves that Langya Spirit owns, at least one of them has the ability to capture Gu immortals." Feng Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was not normal. Most of the Gu immortals who attacked were captured. Only a small number died from battle. Feng Yuan looked at the coffins one by one. He saw some familiar faces, like the 3 Huahai immortals, Loner Hongyu, and Gui Huang. As for the others, Langya Spirit introduced them to him. There was the Metal Path Gu immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Great Immortal Zhuang, Wood Path Gu Immortal Mu Dian Kang, a famous lone cultivator in northern plains, carefree 4 sages, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He had rank 7 middle-tier battle strength. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives of such strength gathered together. It was as if the Gu Immortals were not worth anything, they were like cabbage sold in the market. Fang Yuan's joy gradually faded, and he showed some worry and solemnness. To be able to gather such power and attack Langya blessed land multiple times, this mysterious force hidden behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. The moment I sell them, I will become a thorn in that mysterious force's sight. Fang Yuan touched the coffin as he sighed. But before such huge profits, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan had decided to do it. He was not someone afraid of trouble, someone afraid to take risks. He was a person in the demonic path. He was a risk-taker. If he chose to not take the risk, that meant that the benefits related to that risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked Langya Land Spirit, "You had interrogated them intensely, using many methods. Did you have no gains from it?" Langya Land Spirit waved his hand. "None." These Gu Immortals were gathered due to various reasons. There were 3 crucial people who contacted them and organized the attack, while also providing information on Langya blessed land. But these 3 Gu Immortals have already died in battle. Even though I controlled my attacks, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation became a little strange. Their souls perished completely. I could not even find a fragment of their souls. Towards the end, Langya Land Spirit gradually frowned. Fang Yuan frowned as well, looking at the Gu Immortal captives sleeping in the coffins. He was silent. Chapter 745. Incomplete Immortal Move. Fang Yuan planned to bring all 13 cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because they had made the mountain pledge. Not only did Langya Land Spirit not stop him, he even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the key to unsealing the immortal killer move Sleeping Cloud Coffin. Remember the order that I told you. That is the only way to unlock the coffins, otherwise, it will be destroyed along with the Gu Immortals inside. Before Fang Yuan left, Langya Land Spirit instructed him. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing all of the mortal killer moves. These mortal killer moves had no names, their only use was to act as the key to opening the coffins. But towards Cloud Path Gu Immortals, it had some reference value. Taibei Yunsheng had cultivated Cloud Path on the side. Fang Yuan planned to give these mortal killer moves to Taibei Yunsheng for reference. Fang Yuan brought the 13 Gu Immortal captives back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land successfully. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest news. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Hu Immortal Land Spirit had been steadily doing what Fang Yuan had instructed her. She was progressively selling the Rockman in the Blessed Land and buying some fox groups. Hu Immortal herself was an enslavement path Gu Immortal skilled at manipulating fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was most suited to raise fox groups. By following this route, eventually, desolate beast-level fox groups would appear. It was a huge benefit. The profit was even higher than 3 transactions of Fang Yuan's Gutsku. But this method took a long time to see effect. It needed a long, sustained effort. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator. She was in a terrible state back then. After several earthly calamities, her finances collapsed, her losses could not be recouped and her battle strength fell, eventually dying in the hands of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. The Gu Immortal's immortal aperture would experience calamities and tribulations at certain intervals. It was like rounds of challenges that strongly limited the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. There was another huge obstacle, that was the limitation of lifespan. Back then, Hu Immortal had Danghun Mountain. She wanted to use this unique resource to generate great income for herself. Her method was a wise choice. Even though raising fox groups was in line with the proper management of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the effect took too long to nurture. The longer it took, the more accidents could occur, especially when Hu Immortal's circumstances were getting worse by the day. She could not afford to develop slowly. However, she did not have wisdom goo. She could not think of a method like using air goo. She could only use the guts goo to raise the number of rockmen and sell the rockmen. Fang Yuan had used this method before. There was not much benefit and it was very troublesome. The rockman market was saturated. Why would it be as profitable as directly selling guts goo? Eventually, Hu Immortal failed and died in the earthly calamity. The fortune she left behind assisted Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it provided him with immeasurable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be Fang Yuan's initial startup fortune, the foundation of his rise. In his past life, Fang Yuan destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land in order to kill Feng Jinhuang. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was a wondrous contrast. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell guts goo directly and had enough money, he could start to develop Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, going on the proper path that even the previous owner, Hu Immortal, could not accomplish, slowly accumulating fox groups and raising desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was in no rush, and he was not looking for short-term profits in this aspect either. After looking over the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Immortal Crane Sect and Combat Immortal Sect. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary force in name. He had to pay some attention to Immortal Crane Sect. As for his younger brother, Gu Yu Fengxing, who was inside Immortal Crane Sect, Fang Yuan had stopped paying attention to him long ago. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, what could he do? Just like back then on King Mao Mountain, as long as he did not hinder Fang Yuan's path, he would not even bother to stomp on him. He was too busy. Mortals were like ants. There was no need to waste time and effort to stomp on them. That dear brother of mine is probably dead now? Fang Yuan had a guess. Earlier, Feng Xing had used mutual sense Immortal Goo to connect with Fang Yuan. This allowed Fang Yuan to gain much information, learning about Feng Xing's predicament and seeing that he was in a blood pool, and the sad sight of demon flowers growing on his body. During this period of time, Immortal Crane Sect's situation was quite calm. They successfully resolved the problem of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a newly emerged third Gu Immortal and was ready to get rid of their status as a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect was a righteous sect, even though their strength greatly exceeded Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Because of the rules of the righteous path, they could not attack forcefully. They could only recruit the Gu Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they succeeded in recruiting a Gu Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. It was that new third Gu Immortal. Great Heavenly Sword Sect controlled limited resources. It was tough enough to provide for 2 Gu Immortals. A third was too much for them. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was given alluring conditions by Immortal Crane Sect, joining them in the end. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost the crucial person and their strength fell. They no longer had the foundation to detach from Immortal Crane Sect. They could only sign the subsidiary contract once again. However, even though Immortal Crane Sect stabilized the situation in the northwest area, they were heavily suppressed in the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan, who was the Gu Immortal stationed there, was heavily injured. He had no choice but to return to the sect to recuperate. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had taken control of this area for many years, engaging in fierce competition. Immortal Crane Sect's attention went back to the reincarnation battlefield again. For the time being, they had no energy to think of new ideas to deal with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yi Fengying, who was in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, had been busy recently in trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was undoubtedly good news to Fang Yuan. He could attend the auction in peace without caring too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid attention to Combat Immortal Sect next. From some unimportant-looking news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something strange. This news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for the time being, but to Fang Yuan, who was aware of the inside story, he could tell what was going on. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed deployed the battle strength of Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. What he did not know was, after he left, Immortal Monkey King Shilei was trapped inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals to reinforce him, but after they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with some obstacles as well. In this case, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has been exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. The Dream Realm of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a connection to the predictions of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely attack the Grotto Heaven in secret. I have to make good use of my time. The advantages of my rebirth are shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency again. Ever since he started selling Gutsku and had made contact with all the large and small forces in Central Continent, it had become much easier for him to gather information compared to before. But this information was very general. There were no secrets involved. It could not compare to Fairy Li Shan's intelligence, those that came from northern plains. Fang Yuan did not mind this at all. Many Gu Immortals placed importance on collecting information. Every year, they would invest a huge amount of funds to search for critical information or to sustain the avenue of their source of information. But Fang Yuan did not need it. He saved a huge sum from this, because with his rebirth advantage, he had a lot of intelligence about his previous life, compared to the information that these Gu Immortals obtained through hard work and resources. It was much more comprehensive and important. After confirming the situation around Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was at ease. He looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng's letter as well as Hailu Land's situation. Tai Bei Yunsheng was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and some others. Immortal Gu landscape as before had completely restored Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. It made Tai Bei Yunsheng gain the favor of the others, and he successfully mixed in with the exploration group. As for Hailu Lan, she had recently undergone tribulation. Gu Immortals faced calamities and tribulations once in a while. Rank 6 Gu Immortals faced one earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not in terms of the time of the 5 regions, it was the time in the Gu Immortals' immortal aperture. Because the branch of the river of time was different in every immortal aperture, the time flow was also different when compared to the outside world. Hailu Lan went through immortal ascension with a great strength true martial physique. She obtained a super-grade blessed land. The flow of time in her blessed land was extremely fast, even faster than Tai Bei Yunsheng, who was a time path Gu Immortal. It was at 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions would be 38 years in Hailu Lan's blessed land. During this time, she would need to undergo 3 earthly calamities. With only 2 years left until the 4th, more than half a year had passed in 5 regions' time since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hailu Lan's Blessed Land had already undergone 2 earthly calamities. This was the 3rd. Each tribulation was a trial, but Hailu Lan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and with several immortal Gu in her possession, if she met with any real difficulties, she could ask Fang Yuan for help. No news from her currently meant good news. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan had no more reservations. He fully committed to his plans. He calculated, only half a month was left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the flow of time was 5 times as fast, that was approximately slightly less than 2.5 months. The transaction of Gutsku had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to try to follow up on that burst of inspiration that had emerged earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months went by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out from the underground cave with a satisfied look. He had made great achievements in using the light of wisdom for deductions this time. He successfully fused the details of poisoned breath and harboring malicious heart to form a new, incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Spit. Using immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was called immortal, but this was not complete yet. because each time it was activated, large amounts of poison would remain in the body, causing backlashes due to the toxicity. Thus, this was only an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can activate poison spit 3 times. More than that, and the remaining poison would be able to kill even my soul. The 2 killer moves are the crystallization of my wisdom path and poison path attainment. It is a solid foundation. With the unlimited inspiration brought about by the light of wisdom, I could use this foundation to create something new. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. The more he used it, the more he felt the benefits and convenience of the light of wisdom. He could tell that wisdom goo had immense value and an even more incredible effect. Chapter 746, Joyful News, A Way to Escape the Zombie Body. A few days later, Tai Bei Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met with him and saw the joy in his eyes, saying, "Old Bei, it seems that you have obtained something great in this journey to Eastern Sea." Tai Bei Yunsheng laughed heartily. "Junior brother is sharp as ever." "That is right." "Guess what gains I made this time?" Fang Yuan said in curiosity. Fairy Yulu is a female attendant of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivated Earth Path and Water Path. She was skilled in defense and healing. "I know about the group that you went with to attack the Blessed Land. Did you unexpectedly succeed in one try, and manage to take down Yulu Blessed Land?" In truth, Fang Yuan did not think well of the prospects of Tai Bei Yunsheng's trip. Tai Bei Yunsheng's expression turned stiff. He sighed. "So junior brother did not expect us to succeed. You were right after all. In this attempt, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit, and suffered huge losses. A Gu Immortal nearly died, but I used man as before Immortal Gu to save this person." "Oh?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew about the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Bei Yunsheng exposed this Gu, his value would greatly rise among this group of people. As expected, Tai Bei Yunsheng continued. "After my man as before Immortal Gu was exposed, I gained a lot of attention and respect. Next, Shark Damon invited me enthusiastically to go to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. Why would I dare to go to other people's base all alone? Thus, I rejected him. In the end, Shark Demon and 2 other immortal zombies hosted me in Haishi Blessed Land, and during the banquet I heard an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Bei Yunsheng paused, halting his words as he looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes. Fang Yuan laughed mentally. He followed his intention and asked, He, what important news is it? For you to leave me hanging like this?" Tai Bei Yunsheng's expression was solemn. He said, "It is a method that can revive you, junior brother. It is a method to break free of your immortal zombie body." "Oh?" Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. He had made no progress after joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. To think that Tai Bei Yunsheng would make more progress before Fang Yuan even gained anything. "What method is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai Bei Yunsheng said, "Shark Damon has a wife called Su Bei Man. She is also an immortal zombie. A long time ago, she obtained a time path immortal Gu from an opportunity after defeating strong foes. Its name is Time Anchor. This Gu can leave a mark in the river of time, even though that is useless on its own. When paired with other time path immortal Gu, the effect is incredible." Fang Yuan heard this and understood what Tai Bei Yunsheng was going to say. His eyes shined, but they quickly dimmed. "Old Bei, I understand what you mean. I've heard of Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago. If paired with your landscape as before, it can indeed make a mountain or river be restored to a certain period in time. If used with man as before, it can theoretically send a target back to their body condition at a certain time period as well. But the requirement for this is, Time Anchor Immortal Gu has to leave a marking in advance." "That is correct. My man as before Immortal Gu can only go back by an instant in time, but with Time Anchor Immortal Gu, we can exceed that limit of a single instant." "Junior brother, with this method, you might be able to get rid of your immortal zombie status." Tai Bei Yunsheng was excited. Tai Bei Yunsheng's words were not wrong. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They each have one effect, all being different. Immortal Gu are unique, Although they are powerful, they have weaknesses and limitations. Man is the spirit of all beings. They were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using a combination of different goo worms, they could raise the overall effect and make up for the respective goo's weaknesses. With Time Anchor Immortal Goo's assistance, man as before Immortal Goo can break free of the single instant limitation, but Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, the coordinated usage of two Immortal Goo is not as simple as just using them. Many Immortal Goo are needed at the same time. In fact, other Immortal Goo might also be needed, in order to form an Immortal Killer move. Time Anchor and man as before can indeed coordinate theoretically, but you do not have a corresponding Immortal Killer move. I think Shark Daemon is providing you such hospitality because he wants you to help them, to contribute man as before so that they can research the Immortal Killer move, right? Taibei Yunsheng nodded continuously, praising, Junior brother is smart, you guessed accurately, that was indeed the case. It is a pity, it is a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again, a pity what? I think this method has high hopes. Taibei Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan uncertainly. Old Bei, you should know, the fact that I have become an immortal zombie has long since been set in stone. Maybe Shark Demon and others had used Time Anchor Immortal Goo before becoming immortal zombies, and left a marking in the river of time, but I did not. Thus, even if you research this killer move successfully, it is useless for me. Fang Yuan sighed. Taibei Yunsheng laughed. Junior brother, your concern is right. But I have good news for you, that is, Su Man and Shark Demon had not used Time Anchor Immortal Goo to leave a marking. Oh, back then, Su Man forced back her enemies and obtained Time Anchor Immortal Goo, but she did not know its usage. Su Man was heavily injured at that time. She had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned about this, in order to accompany his wife, he became an immortal zombie even though he had ample lifespan. Years after the two became immortal zombies, they finally learned about the origin and usage of Time Anchor Immortal Goo. So that's it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Getting a mysterious immortal goo and spending a few years or even over 10 years to learn about the origin and use of it, this was quite common. Previously in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan obtained many immortal goo as well, but he did not dare to test them recklessly. Thankfully, there was Lang Yalan's spirit to clear up the information regarding those goo. Taibei Yunsheng continued. When they found out about the use of Time Anchor Goo, they were in deep regret, but it was too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, and asked them during the banquet. Shark Daemon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method, that was Spring Autumn Cicada. Oh? Fang Yuan had a curious but suspicious expression. Spring Autumn Cicada is that mystical goo? Legends say that it can travel up the river of time and return to the past, but that has never been confirmed. Taibei Yunsheng did not suspect anything. Spring-autumn cicada is not reliable. Mentioning spring-autumn cicada was only as an example. Shark Demon was trying to say that even though they missed the timing to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo, if they could use Immortal Goo like spring-autumn cicada, they could bring the Goo Immortal in front of the river of time. By then, using Time Anchor Immortal Goo to leave a marking upstream, one could use man as before Immortal Goo successfully. I think that this method has a high chance of success. Fang Yuan shut his eyes slightly. He fell into deep thought and did not speak. What Taibei Yunsheng did not know was, Fang Yuan in front of him was the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Taibei Yunsheng, they were not familiar with Spring Autumn Cicada. They only knew about it from rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could directly use Spring Autumn Cicada, I would have used it. Why would I need to use an additional step with Time Anchor Immortal Goo? But this method, in theory, is possible. Fang Yuan had an agreement with Wisdom Goo. In a way, he controlled Wisdom Goo. He could rise up quickly despite being an immortal zombie, charge forward in over half a year, rapidly changing his situation and finances. Half of the reason was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring Autumn Cicada to be reborn and get rid of the immortal zombie trouble, he would have used it long ago. That is, leaving aside for now the failure chance of spring-autumn cicada. But during the Northern Plains journey, Fang Yuan was too weak. Even if he was reborn and did it again, there were too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have a 5% confidence of getting greater benefits from it. The agreement with Wisdom Gu was truly due to the perfect time and place. That moment was simply too unique. The rank 9 Wisdom Gu was Fang Yuan's greatest profit. If he did not obtain Wisdom Gu, there would be no better benefits in comparison. Other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal Gu, like Looking Back Immortal Gu and Vivid Recollection Immortal Gu. They can allow a Gu Immortal to stand in the present and observe the past, except that the two have differences. Using Looking Back in the area of the old Earth would allow one to see the former glorious scenery. Using Vivid Recollection Immortal Gu would allow one to inspect their own past. By refining the two Immortal Gu together, one could obtain the rank 8 Immortal Gu Extreme Past. The Gu Immortals can be drawn out and observe all that has happened in the past through the river of time. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I had the Time Path Investigative Immortal Gu Extreme Past, using it with the Time Anchor Immortal Gu, I might be able to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move, standing in the present and marking the past. Next, I can use Man as Before Immortal Gu to return to my human body and restore my living state, without losing Wisdom Gu. Of course, Extreme Past Immortal Gu is just an example. There might be other Time Path Immortal Gu that are more compatible with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought over it before opening his eyes. Old Bei, thank you. He thanked Tai Bei Yunsheng sincerely. Although this method is innovative, it would expend a lot of time, effort, and resources. It is at least a 100-year project, but it is a form of hope at least. We are like family, there is not need to say thanks. Tai Bei Yunsheng responded immediately. However, old Tai Bei understood what Fang Yuan was saying. He sighed as he continued, exactly, it is at least some hope. Even though it will take a long time, during this period, junior brother, you can use the black oil in Zombie Alliance to slow the destruction of your blessed land. Even though black oil is hard to get, with my cooperative relationship with Shark Demon, I will be able to get enough. Fang Yuan laughed. During the period when you were gone, I had already used a fake identity, called Sha Huang, and made my way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So junior brother had such a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I want to attend the auction in Northern Plains, come along with me. This is the Mortal Killer move. Unfamiliar face, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. I have a few Cloud Path Killer moves, you can take a look. Aren't you cultivating Cloud Path now as well? Tai Bei Yunsheng received these killer move as a warm feeling emerged in his heart. When I was thinking about my junior brother's problems, he was also looking out for my benefits. Fang Yuan showed him the Gu Immortal captives and the deal he had with Lang Yilan's spirit. Tai Bei Yunsheng was shocked. He said with worry and excitement, it seems that this auction will be a great show. I will go with you. It would be best if Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan also are there. They will definitely go. But although our alliance was exposed to Hai Cheng, now is not the time to openly travel with them. Fang Yuan said, junior brother makes sense. Tai Bei Yunsheng nodded. Chapter 747, Auction. 1. The mountain stood high above the clouds. On the peak, there was a mirror-like pond, reflecting the traces of clouds in the sky. This was Zhenwu Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Yuan tribe. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very ordinary. In southern border, eastern sea, western desert, it existed in all 5 regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was much more significant. It represented a super force, a supreme authority. In the sky above the water, a white-robed old man was waving his spear. His aura was grand as he whipped up wind currents that moved the clouds. The old man was white-haired but greatly spirited. His body was moving around, sometimes fast as lightning, sometimes slow like a rock. With the spear in his hand, he extended it like a dragon's movement. It was very surreal. But regardless of how much commotion he caused, the lake on this mountain peak did not even have any ripples. It was calm like a mirror. The lake water had much life. The seaweed was moving without any currents in it. A large group of carps watched the white-robed old man wave his spear under the water. They were opening their mouths continuously as they spoke one by one. "Old man Yuan, you danced pretty well. It was a good sight. These spear skills are not bad. You had a trace of Taoist spear's shadow. The spear was swept too greatly though. The angle was a little off." Hearing the carp's words, the old man stopped his movements, landing beside the pond. The long spear in his hands was still giving off a bright white light. It turned into a goo and went into his robe. Next, he paid respects to the carp in the pond as he inquired, "May I ask, the horizontal sweep earlier, why was the angle off?" "You used too much strength." "Too brutish, you lost your grace." "Old man, you are too old and yet feisty. You should eat some seaweed to lower it." The carps spoke incessantly, criticizing with no restraint. These carps were not ordinary. Their skin was white as snow, while their scales were black like ink. The black and white formed a clear contrast. There was no other color. People called them true martial carp. They were born from heaven and earth. Each of them was a mutated beast king. The old man thought about it before raising his finger, using his arm instead of a spear, and practicing his moves. "Is this okay?" "No." "Wrong." "Old man, you are so stupid." The carps spoke one after another, scolding the old man. At this time, a Yuan tribe Gu immortal, Yuan K, came running. Hearing the true martial carp's criticism, he did not feel anything strange. He paid respects to the old man as he said dutifully, "Greetings to First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder, having rank 7 cultivation level with peak battle strength. Seeing someone come, he frowned unhappily. "Junior Yuan K, why are you here?" "Didn't I say that when I am practicing my martial arts? I do not want anyone to disturb me." "Lord, you instructed me earlier, so I am here to remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Kai was extremely respectful. "Oh, there was such a thing, I nearly forgot. That means the auction is happening soon?" Yuan tribe's first supreme elder patted his forehead. Yuan Kai laughed bitterly. "Lord, today is the day of the auction." "Ah, time flies so quickly." "Lad, thank you for reminding me. When I return, I will reward you." "Off I go." Saying so, Yuan tribe first supreme elder waved his sleeves and an immortal goo flew out of the pond. This goo was called human language. It could turn the words of beasts into human words. Human language immortal goo left, and the discussions of the true martial carps came to an end. One could only hear the slight bubbling when they opened their mouths. Yuan tribe first elder collected the human language immortal goo and flew away, turning into light. The carp group swam around one another. After some discussion, they felt bored and swam away. Yuan Kai looked at First Elder's figure as he vanished into the horizon. First Elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves at the pond. Winds blew and clouds moved. A thick white cloud covered and concealed this important place in Yuan tribe's territory. Magnolia pulp boat returns to the homeland of the lotus flower. Singing in the hull lasts till late into the night. The lake reflects the willows surrounded by light fog. Mountains far away resemble the contours of a beard that curls beautifully like a yellow moon. A scholar moved his head around as he held his scroll, sitting in a pavilion with lotus flowers in the water. He recited in this calm night, as wind blew and a fragrance spread. A female attendant was beside the scholar. Her facial features were picturesque. Her skin was white like snow. She was holding a small vessel as she poured wine into the wine cup. After the scholar finished reciting his poem, he held his scroll as he looked at it while grabbing the wine cup on the table. He drank the wine without even looking at it. After gulping it down, he said, "Although the wine is good, there is not much left. During this auction, we should request for a few more jars from that person. Hong Xiu, you will go with me on this trip. Let Tian Xiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The female attendant was overjoyed as she replied quickly. Ding ding ding. Immortal Gu heavenly gong sound resonated in the mind of Gu immortal healing Z. He sat on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal goo heavenly gong is very powerful. I had only activated 5% of its power, but my 5 intestines shifted and my blood flowed backwards, even though I had also been activating a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. Yilangzi laughed sinisterly. His blood flow went back to normal. In a few breaths of time, it was like he had never been injured. Such power. I do not need to worry about the immortal goo not being raided by anyone. He stood up and flew towards Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh. The scenery is great here. A rank 8 goo immortal wearing a tall hat and with a common face was looking down at the Crimson Reed Marsh below him. But all he saw were reeds growing, with water pathways that were complex and interweaved, resembling a maze. What was most eye-catching here were not the water ducks, the gulls, or the fish, it was the crimson red reed. Countless reeds surfaced from the water vigorously, seemingly carrying grandness and boldness. They were imposing and expanded without restraint, with the attitude of a king. They subdued all of the living beings here and took them for themselves. The rank 8 goo immortal observed before saying with some amazement, "This scenery has both delicateness and grandness. The outstanding nature is hidden deeply." Based on such a sight, this Qin Beisheng clearly is a meticulous person. Despite his grandness, he is unrestrained but also has a scheming mind. No wonder he could cause such a commotion and hold this grand auction. Esteemed guest has brilliant judgment. A rank 7 goo immortal beside him nodded in agreement. Qin Beisheng's actions were truly the source of a huge commotion. It was a great method to protect himself. I, Murong Jinzhou, admire his actions greatly. I am looking forward to it. This auction that involves almost all of Northern Plains heroes. The rank 8 goo immortal greeted as the esteemed guest retracted his gaze, his tone becoming excited. Ha ha ha, Eastern Sea is rich in resources. Countless heroes emerge from there. Esteemed guest is an overlord of the region, controlling the entire Glass Sea. Although Northern Plains has many talents, there are few that are worthy of receiving your compliment. Murong Jinzhou said respectfully. From his words, it seemed that this mysterious guest was not a Northern Plains goo immortal, he came from Eastern Sea. Brother Qin, we meet again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, greeting Qin Beisheng. Ha ha ha, Brother Sha, I have been waiting for you, but I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Beisheng was very enthusiastic. He grabbed Fang Yuan's arms, like he really regarded him as a brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng went together. They did not travel in Northern Plains. Instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land and used Whole Earth Goo to reach Beisheng blessed land. With their earlier agreement and the Mountain Pledge Goo, Fairy Li Shan's and Qin Beisheng's blessed lands had been set up with a pair of Whole Earth Goo, allowing them to connect. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and arrived in the blessed land through this path, meeting Qin Beisheng once again. There's no choice. I have such valuable treasures with me. With my low cultivation level, I can only come here through this method to reduce the risk. Fang Yuan purposely laughed bitterly. Don't be humble, brother. You are so well hidden. Your depth is unfathomable. With just you and Fairy Li Shan's relationship, who would dare to target you? Qin Beisheng said respectfully. No matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you. But if I have brother's battle strength, I would have no fear. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In terms of interpersonal skills, he was not inferior to Qin Beisheng. I wonder who this is? Qin Beisheng turned around, looking at Tai Bei Yunsheng who was next to Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Bei Yunsheng had used unfamiliar face and turned into an ordinary old man. His appearance was very different from before. This is my good friend, Goo Immortal Beisheng. Fang Yuan introduced fearlessly. Beisheng. Forgive my ignorance, I did not know that a person of your caliber was hidden in our Northern Plains. Qin Beisheng took the initiative to greet. No, I am flattered. Tai Bei Yunsheng quickly responded. Qin Beisheng brought Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng to the auction hall. For this auction, I purposely altered my blessed land to form this huge auction hall. Qin Beisheng introduced. It is quite extraordinary. There is a very magnificent aura, as expected of Brother Qin's setup. Fang Yuan smiled as he praised. Qian Beisheng showed a hint of worry and doubt, saying, I have no choice. Many huge forces and countless experts in Northern Plains were all invited to this auction. As the person in charge, if the auction is to run down, I will be offending them. Honestly speaking, there had been a huge pressure on me these recent days. I could barely sleep. Thankfully, with Brother Shah, the blessed lands will definitely be a popular item when up for auction. I can't wait to see that commotion. I wonder if you have many. Fang Yuan did not say a number, only smiling as he said, Brother Qin, you can be at ease about it, no need to worry. Haha, of course I'm not worried. Qian Beisheng's gaze flashed. Since he could not probe the answer, he changed the topic. In this auction, I have the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can allow free interaction. The single rooms are for those Gu immortals with strange temperaments or who enjoy being alone. The secret rooms will hide everything about the Gu immortal's identity. These three arrangements have been written in the Alliance content long ago. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I have done some tricks behind the scenes. I wonder which location Brother Shah would choose. These three locations, can they be swapped at will during the process of the auction? Fang Yuan asked first. Of course, but if a secret room is already occupied, unless the owner agrees, nobody can get in. Qian Beisheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will choose a secret room too. Tai Baiyunsheng followed behind. Qian Beisheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms have been booked already. I'll give you the 10th and 11th rooms respectively. How about that? Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng had no reason to say number. After they entered their secret rooms, Beisheng Blessed Land opened its entrance and invited many Gu immortals in. Chapter 748, Auction 2. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was playing with the Gu worms in his hands. These mortal Gu were owned by Qian Beisheng, but currently they were lended to the secret room's owner. Thus Fang Yuan could activate them. He activated his primeval essence and tried to inject it. As the environment in the secret room changed at once, it seems that Qian Beisheng really put in some effort. Even though it is a secret room, it is like a small world in here. It is larger than a garden. These mortal Gu can be used to change the environment. It can become a mountainous or river-like area, or even become an ocean or lake, a pavilion or a terrace. As Fang Yuan continued to use the Gu, the environment in the secret room continued to change. At times, it was a lush mountain and he was at the peak of the mountain in a pavilion. At times, there were huge rivers and he was in a boat docked at the side of the river. Of course, these changes were just illusions. They were not real. If they were real, such terrain-changing abilities would definitely come from immortal Gu. He would need to spend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan retrieved the Gu worms and browsed one with his mind. This East Window Gu had many of the auction items listed in it. They were all precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazed upon seeing the huge catalog. Some of the auction items had the conditions written in the description. Other than using immortal essence stones to bid for them, one could also trade for them using resources. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the auction item were looking for. Fang Yuan swept through the content of the list and focused on the latter portion. This portion's information listed a variety of immortal Gu. They had all sorts of effects and were from all kinds of different paths. The information on how to trade these Gu were all written on the back. Unlike the previous content, immortal Gu were unique. They could not be bought using immortal essence stones. This rule was practically set in stone. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war it was still in place. Thus, to buy an immortal Gu, one needed to use another immortal Gu as the price. Fang Yuan's focused his mind and quickly saw that his immortal Gu were also listed there. There were 4 immortal Gu: Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and a Light in Water and Mountain. The former 2 were Movement Immortal Gu, one was Cloud Path and the other was Water Path. They were incompatible with Fang Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Baiyunsheng cultivated Cloud Path as well, he was a Time Path Gu immortal. rising azure cloud was also not suitable for him. As for calamity beckoning immortal goo, it was rank 7, but the effect could be said to be harming oneself. It was practically a luck path suicidal weapon. Even though Fang Yuan had conceived some uses for it, if he could exchange it for other immortal goo, that would be more worthwhile. The final one was delight in water and mountain immortal goo. It could produce huge amounts of joyful will, but Fang Yuan was already prepared to mass-produce malicious thought goo. In that case, it could replace the use of joyful will. He might as well put it up for auction and see what immortal goo he can get from it. If there is no suitable trade, he could just take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, Fang Yuan naturally listed the conditions for exchanging them. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were all put up using Fairy Li Shan's channel. He was not associated with them. Even though calamity beckoning immortal goo was quite troublesome to sell and might even attract trouble, if it could be traded for a useful immortal goo, the benefits exceeded the cost. If he missed this golden opportunity, he might not have an equivalent one for several hundred years, until the 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was also resolute. When he needed to take risks, he would not cower in fear and doubt. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and in a way Wisdom goo. Fang Yuan counted. He needed these remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not put them up at the auction, or even give any chances of exposing them if possible. Spring Autumn Cicada's actual effect would only be known by the user. Even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of benefit from it and gained much experience. He could not do without it. Even with Wisdom goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his biggest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided that Spring Autumn Cicada would remain as his vital goo in his first aperture. In the future, if he had a chance, he would choose Time Path in undergoing Immortal Ascension. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was the core of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Although it was hungry and could not be used, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal goo could make up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was out of the question. If he took it out, it would cause a huge commotion and make countless people go after his life. As for Woman's Heart Immortal goo, it was originally something Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan deduced the Poison Spit Killer move. This Woman's Heart Immortal goo was its core, and was now placed at the right part of Fang Yuan's chest. It was like a heart, beating continuously. It was small like a baby's fist. It looked purple-black and was surrounded in poisonous energy. It was already connected to Fang Yuan's bloodstream. Every time he breathed, the zombie blood would flow slowly, carrying the poison and circulating in Fang Yuan's body. From this point, one could see traces of the Wisdom Path Killer move harboring malicious heart. But the mortal goo assisting Woman's Heart were like a goo formation for reverse refinement. Through reverse refinement, they were extracting Woman's Heart's strength. This was due to Immortal goo Woman's Heart's special property, refinement and nurturing in one. This goo needed the hearts of women to feed it. After it is full, the more it is fed, the stronger the poison. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a reverse refinement process to draw out that poison. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Although Woman's Heart is a consumable immortal goo, and would be expended in one use normally, through his own method, and combining it with other goo worms, it could be used repeatedly by extracting its power slowly and continuously. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal move. It needs to be improved later. With Wisdom goo, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan gathered his thoughts as he put down the East Window goo. He willed and the view in front of him became clear. Fang Yuan could see the auction hall. The auction was split into the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two. He could only see the main hall. Right now, on the seats in the main hall were more than 20 goo immortals. They were talking openly without fear of eavesdroppers. Old Lu, it has been a while. I trust that you have been well. Oh, King Zhuanzi, you have gone through the second heavenly tribulation already, right? I am ashamed, my foundation is too weak. I was scared and have placed my blessed land in the outside world of Northern Plains these recent years. After spending a lot of resources and borrowing a time path immortal goo, I have slowed the flow of time in my blessed land. Right now, I still have one heavenly tribulation cultivation. The earthly calamities are hard to survive. The heavenly tribulations are even harder obstacles. You are very stable and careful, not taking huge risks. This is a very safe method. Shiyu Yan, you are here too? Your words are too funny. If you, Wu Rong, can come, why can't I? HMPH, the grudge of you snatching my goo back then, I will take revenge. Just you wait. He. I know this immortal goo is suitable for your use, but I am going to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to bid for it. Some goo immortals were catching up on old times. Some were building relationships, but there were others with great animosity. They were like barrels of gunpowder. At this moment, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall. There are quite a number of people. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed heartily. His laughter soon attracted the attention of the people in the hall. As talks became softer, Fang Yuan directed his gaze as well. This first supreme elder of Yuan tribe was a rank 7 Gu immortal, the leader of the super force, Yuan tribe, of Northern Plains. He had exemplary battle strength and financial power. He was a strong contender in this auction. Ken Beisheng was standing at the entrance inviting guests inside. He went up and paid his respects. It is truly my Beisheng blessed land's great fortune that Lord Yuan is here to grace our auction with his presence. Don't call me Lord, call me by my name, Yuan Rengzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Ken Beisheng and his eyes shined. He patted Ken Beisheng's back with much enthusiasm. Long ago, he had fought with Ken Beisheng. The latter's strength had gained his acknowledgement. But, I had some gains after practicing my spear skills recently. Is there any time we can spar once again? Yuan Rengzun's changed the topic and he showed his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Daomark spear arts are still vivid in my memories. I wonder if Senior Yuan would like to sit in the main hall, or get a single room or a secret room. Ken Beisheng laughed. He did not reply to the invitation. Give me a single room. Yuan Rengzun knew that now was not the time for this. He thought about it and gave his response. Just as Yuan Rengzun stepped into his single room, a handsome scholar walked into the auction with a female Gu immortal following behind him. Unfettered scholar came too? The gazes of the Gu immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I had heard that Unfettered scholar has great luck with women, having 2 Gu immortal attendants, named Tian Xiang and Hong Ziyu. I wonder who came with him? Many male Gu immortals turned around to look at the female Gu immortal. She wears a red dress that looks like fire. It should be Fairy Hong Ziyu. If it was Fairy Tian Xiang, who was born with a certain fragrance, the main hall would have already been filled with fragrance if she was here. A certain Gu immortal who knew a lot about them said with much enthusiasm. Fang Yuan's mind rapidly went through the information. This unfettered scholar was a lone cultivator. He had quite a few obstacles in life. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains. He came from a clan in Central Continent that had gone downhill. Central Continent was full of sects. It was tough for clans to survive. If they could, they would cross the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Alone in another region, Unfettered Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of their strength. They were barely surviving in Northern Plains. Their situation was turning worse. After several generations, they had finally mixed into Northern Plains, but at that time, they were on their deathbed, like a dying old man. By Unfettered Scholar's generation, the clan had already been thoroughly destroyed. Unfettered Scholar brought along his 2 attendants and they escaped for their lives, living a tough life. In their most difficult moments, even though they were in danger of dying, Unfettered Scholar had never abandoned his 2 attendants. Eventually, he obtained an opportunity and became a Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal, he spent a lot of money and effort to make his attendants immortals as well. This was quite a story in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Be it Yuan Rengzun, Unfettered Scholar, or the other Gu immortals. They each had their own exciting stories. They were the main characters of their own legendary tales. Gu masters who were able to become immortals naturally were exemplary characters. Before this auction had even begun, before all of the Gu immortals had entered, brilliant heroes and geniuses had already appeared like shining stars in the sky. Chapter 749, Auction. 3. Brother Kin, go ahead with your work, we can choose a room for ourselves. Unfettered Scholar waved to Ken Beisheng as he spoke in a tone that revealed his close relationship with Ken Beisheng. Next, Unfettered Scholar walked away slowly, into a room with Fairy Hongxiu. After he left, more Gu immortals arrived. Some chose single rooms, but most chose the main hall. As for those who chose the secret rooms, they entered through secret channels into their respective rooms. This could not be seen from the main hall. Although Ken Beisheng is a lone cultivator, he has great strength and yet shows great respect for people. He has a wide network and relationships with many experts. Tai Bei Yunsheng transmitted from the 11th secret room. This was the first time he had met Ken Beisheng, yet he had a high evaluation of the man. Fang Yuan looked at the hall as he analyzed. It is not entirely Ken Beisheng's credit. Earlier, when 88 True Yang building collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals obtained many immortal Gu. They need to trade them and satisfy their own requirements. There is also the essence of the luck path true inheritance. In addition, with Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, Northern Plains' situation has rapidly changed. All the super forces need to establish new rules. Because of this specific timing and situation, the auction could become so huge. Ken Beisheng and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite rank 8 Gu immortals not only as a result of their own reputations. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals arrived. In the hall, Gu immortals were talking and created lots of noise. Although Gu immortals were powerful and had unlimited primeval essence, capable of crushing mortals, they were busy with managing their immortal apertures and had to make lots of preparations for the calamities and tribulations. They had very limited time. Furthermore, the world was huge and Gu immortals were small in numbers. It was rare for them to interact with each other, especially an opportunity like this which gathered so many Gu immortals. It was very rare. Gu immortals needed to interact. They placed great emphasis on their social network. Immortal Gu were unique. Often, Gu immortals needed to borrow immortal Gu to settle their problems. Furthermore, the economy of this world was not developed. Many precious resources could not be bought using immortal essence stones. They could only be traded with rare goods at times. This auction gathered almost all of the Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to interact was extremely rare. In the main hall, Gu immortals talked and exchanged information. Even several enemies had their grudges temporarily mediated and resolved. Gu immortals were so rare, their social network was only so big. If one was not a friend, they would be an enemy. Even if they were a stranger, they would still be connected somehow in this social network as long as they talked about their friends. After Unfettered Scholar, an old man carrying a walking cane walked into the auction hall slowly. Ken Beisheng saw this and his expression brightened. He quickly walked forward and paid respects. Ken Beisheng pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. The hall was silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit any longer. They stood up and greeted. Lord Yao Huang, you are my benefactor. Please accept my respects. If not for Lord Yao Huang, I would still be injured now. Lord Yao Huang, do you remember me? I am Zhao Si, who searched for the bin sprout worm for you back then. Even the Gu immortals who were in the single rooms walked out and greeted Yao Huang. Hello everyone, good day, good day. Yao Huang had an amicable expression as he nodded. He did not put on airs and was not acting arrogantly. Like Tai Bei Yunsheng, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal and was famous in the righteous path. He had a pure Huangjin bloodline. Being the first supreme elder of the super force, Yao tribe, he had a lofty reputation in Northern Plains. It could be said to be the highest of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Stories regarding Yao Huang was numerous. They would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to read. The following story was closely connected to Feng Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal goo. For the last 100 years, he had been asking for immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance to do experiments on them. As his research got deeper, Yao Huang had some results and actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Many goo immortal experts were unable to learn about the truth. They were deceived and thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was almost used up, forcing him to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang thus proclaimed that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, already had left and entered Eastern Sea. Without the leader, Zombie Alliance only had Yin Liu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s to guard the headquarters. No one in Zombie Alliance could expose Yao Huang's methods, but at the final moment, he lost to the entrance of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang pushed it, he could not open the door. This made the immortal zombies only able to look at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not get in and could only laugh loudly, removing his disguise and explaining the truth. Even though he had lied to everyone, he had a great reputation and high cultivation level. None of the immortal zombies dared to offend him. In the end, they even sent him back courteously. Just as Yao Huang walked in, Yin Liu Gong arrived as well. "Oh, little Liu." Yao Huang looked back and greeted. Junior pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yin Liu Gong had a flattering expression as he went up and greeted. Right now, Zombie Alliance took up the mission just in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao tribe and my research was not held up. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to the cooperation of your Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang thanked while smiling. I am flattered. It is our honor to work with Lord Yao Huang. In the future, when Lord Yao Huang succeeds in the new healing immortal goo, it would benefit the goo immortals in Northern Plains as well. Yin Liu Gong was skilled at social relations. He spoke appropriate words. Yao Huang stretched out his wrinkled arm, grabbing Yin Liu Gong. "Come little Liu, sit together with me." Before Yin Liu Gong could reject him, he said to Qin Beisheng, "Little Qin, give us a single room." Thus, under everyone's envious gazes, the 2 entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 goo immortal to enter. Next, Heavenly Lord Beizu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Zhu who appeared. Each of their appearances unavoidably caused a huge commotion. Before the appearance of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, rank 8 was the peak of the goo immortal world's battle strength. The 5 rank 8 goo immortals in Northern Plains were noble existences that earned much reverence from people. Among them, Old Ancestor Zhu, who was the #1 person in the demonic path. He was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was the first supreme elder of Yao tribe. He was a rank 8 of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Beizu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were neither righteous nor demonic. They were in the neutral faction. Lastly, there was Prince Feng Xian. He was also a righteous path goo immortal, but he was only an external supreme elder of the Super Force Gong tribe. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline in him. His status was rather awkward, because he had some grievances with Gong tribe. He had been living outside for many years. He did not work for Gong tribe. Only when Gong tribe encounters a huge crisis would he help out. Among the 5 rank 8s, 2 were righteous, 1 was demonic, and 2 were neutral. Such a relationship was also the current balance of power in Northern Plains. The next 3 rank 8 experts all chose single rooms. In the hall, there were already 40 to 50 people. Among the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already appeared. Only Prince Feng Xian is left. This is really a rare event that is hard to witness in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opening experience. To be able to leave an impression on these experts, this trip was worth it. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and have naturally imposing auras. I wonder what Prince Feng Xian's demeanor would be like. As everyone waited in anticipation, a cold-looking female goo immortal walked in silently. It was Feng Jiayuj, who had disguised himself as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about Fairy Yulan and Prince Feng Xian's relationship. Their attention was quickly drawn over. Ken Beisheng quickly attended to him. Master is blending his grotto heaven's chi. I will be representing him for this auction. Feng Jiayuj said, without laughing or smiling. He had huge guts. As an outside region's Gu immortal, he dared to attend the Northern Plains auction at his sensitive time. The moment he appeared, he announced this loudly. It was to deter the others. By using Prince Feng Xian as a shield, it would help him during the process of the auction. Hearing that Prince Feng Xian was not coming, a wave of disappointment came over the main hall. Feng Jiayuj had a calm expression. Vaguely familiar face was really an amazing killer move. None of the Gu immortals in the hall could see any flaws in his disguise. Of course, this also was because the Gu immortals were respecting each other and did not use investigative Gu to peek at one another for no reason. Especially when Fairy Yulan, who Feng Jiayuj was disguised as, had a rank 8 great expert behind her. In addition, nobody would expect him to be so daring. Under everyone's shining gazes, Fairy Yulan walked into a single room. Like Feng Yuan, he toyed around with the mortal Gu and changed the environment in the room. Next, he grabbed the east window Gu and looked inside. Oh? The moment he looked at it, Feng Jiayuj's heart jumped. Worldly wave trace immortal Gu, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms for an immortal Gu house? What a pavilion! Of my sect? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jiayuj's eyes, but it quickly calmed and disappeared. This showed his supreme control over his own mental state. It seems that the supreme elders in the sect guessed correctly. Back then, our sect's saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, she would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88 True Yang building collapsed, it seems that Water Pavilion also broke apart and the core Gu were taken by Northern Plains Gu immortals. Oh, there is calamity beckoning immortal Gu. According to the sect records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of luck path in 88 True Yang building, refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu to help her husband, Bo King. But Bo King's tribulation was too great. Even though calamity beckoning immortal Gu drew away part of the tribulation, they could not survive. Both of them perished. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was also destroyed in the process. To think that there is a new calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This discovery gave Feng Jiayuj further suspicions. How did calamity beckoning immortal Gu come about? Who refined it? The person auctioning it? Or did it scatter into the outside world after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, thus being taken by someone? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the way to refine calamity beckoning immortal Gu? At once, Feng Jiayuj fell into deep thought. Many ideas appeared in his mind. He suddenly laughed. This auction was really worth coming to. The moment I entered, I obtained so many clues. In any case, I have to take back delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace. Spirit Affinity House has lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for calamity beckoning immortal Gu, it is rank 7. The price for exchanging for it is very high. I'll see how things go first. Chapter 750, Auction. 4. Things progressed stably with the passage of time. The Gu immortals entering became fewer and fewer. After a while longer, Ken Beisheng closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the raised platform in front of the main hall, proclaiming briefly and to the point, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. The auction will officially start." Strange, why have Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lu Lan not arrived? Tai Bei Yunsheng transmitted a message to Feng Yuan. Yes, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the main hall after she arrives. However, there is not even a trace of her. Feng Yuan replied. The auction currently has 3 spaces for participants: the main hall, single rooms and secret rooms. If they had chosen a secret room, they would have entered directly through secret pathways and not made a public appearance. But even if Fairy Li Shan entered a secret room, she would not have done so without even greeting us. Have you noticed this? There are no Gu immortals of High Tribe present. Tai Yuansheng pointed it out. Fang Yuan mumbled, "We should first send a letter inquiring about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and Hai Lu Lan are bound to us by the Snowy Mountain Alliance. The possibility of them betraying us is not likely. If they encountered an ambush from Hai Cheng and others, with the strength of those two, they should have been able to send a message to request for support." While the two were secretly discussing, the first auction item was already displayed on the platform. "Everyone should know, these are Sky Chief clouds. When they are spread out, they can stretch out for over 1,300 square kilometers. Such a large amount of Sky Chief clouds are rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The starting bid is 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Every bid should be an increase of at least 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Please start." Qian Beisheng announced. "Sky Chief clouds, this is useful for my Taipei blessed land." Tai Yuansheng's attention was immediately attracted, and he subconsciously utilized the prepared mortal goo in the secret room to make his bid. Qian Beisheng sensed the bid and immediately announced, "The 11th secret room bids 30 Immortal Essence Stones." The next moment, a Cloud Path Goo Immortal in the main hall shouted, 35 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Yuansheng chuckled as he activated the mortal goo to bid again. He directly raised the price by 10 to 45 Immortal Essence Stones. 45 Immortal Essence Stones were enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The Cloud Path Goo Immortal who had made the bid gritted his teeth, hesitating for a while but not making another bid. On the ground, there was the Earth Chief Beast. In the sky, there was the Sky Chief Beast. Within the immemorial 9 heavens, Sky Chief Beast groups more or less lived in each of the heavens. The so-called Sky Chief clouds were formed from the breath of the Sky Chief Beast, condensing slowly over long periods of time. These clouds could construct an environment in the immortal aperture that could greatly increase the production of cloud path goo worms. If a group of Sky Chief Beasts live in this cloudy environment, the effect would be even more wondrous, and if it was managed properly, there would be a never-ending flow of Sky Chief clouds. However, the intact parts of the immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 goo immortals. Every Sky Chief Beast was at least a mutated Beast King, comparable to an ordinary Beast Emperor. And the king of every group of Sky Chief Beasts was essentially at Desolate Beast level. 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qian Beisheng spoke, seeing that there were no more bids. "There are already large numbers of float balti in my blessed land. I will have the first batch of harvest at the end of this month. I intend to bring in jade hummingbirds later on. If I can add Sky Chief clouds, I will have the building blocks to smoothly bring in sky flowers and floating sparrowhawks." "Junior brother, you advanced to Goo Immortal later than me, but you already have experience in managing blessed lands through Who Immortal Blessed Land. Can you tell me what you think of my plan?" Tai Yuansheng chuckled as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. On the platform, Qian Beisheng shouted again, 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going twice. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and replied to Tai Yuansheng, "Sky flowers indeed grow on clouds, and floating sparrowhawks often are the host for cloud path goo worms." "Old Bay, are you thinking of cultivating both time path and cloud path?" "Yes, my time path abilities are specialized in healing. If I can add in cloud path, it can make up for the other shortcomings," Tai Yuansheng said without reservation. He was originally skilled with cloud path in movement ability, his attainment reaching flying master realm using it. Later, he had dealings with Northern Plains Inkman King, Motan Sang, who sold him the killer move 9 Cloud Ring for a low price. This deepened Tai Yuansheng's interest in Cloud Path. Fang Yuan did not feel this choice was abrupt. At this moment, Qian Beisheng shouted for the third time, 45 Immortal Essence Stones for over 1,300 square kilometers of Sky Chief Clouds, going 3. Hold on. 55 Immortal Essence Stones. The bid was just about to be decided, when suddenly a Goo Immortal spoke up. His voice came from the 17th single room. Tai Yuansheng had not expected such a change as he hurriedly made a bid, 60 Immortal Essence Stones. This price finally dispelled any thoughts of buying from everyone present. allowing Taibei Yunsheng to get his wish. The second item for auction is a group of rare black spirit antelopes. The beast group's size reaches 320,000, and has 5 beast emperors. The lowest price is 10 immortal essence stones. Every bid should be at least 4 immortal essence stones higher. The price can be lowered if you use vertical rainbow ointment to trade. Ken Beisheng announced. Black spirit antelopes were already hard to find in northern plains. This beast group's size was so large, it should have been reared in some Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. The Gu worms residing in black spirit antelopes were mainly soul path Gu worms, thus this especially attracted the attention of soul path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal putting this group of black spirit antelopes up for sale required a Gu refinement material, vertical rainbow ointment. Thus the bidding could be done using immortal essence stones or vertical rainbow ointment. A round of bidding passed, and this black spirit antelope group was purchased by a Gu Immortal for 28 immortal essence stones. The third item is a set of Gu recipes that came from the medieval antiquity era. Its name is Inch of Time. It contains all the recipes from rank 1 to rank 5. And the crucial point is that these Gu recipes have already been improved. All of the refinement materials can be found commonly. The lowest price is 22 immortal essence stones, and you can also use the desolate beast, 6-headed snake's skin to reduce the price. Ken Beisheng announced. 23 immortal essence stones. Isn't it disgraceful to add only 1 immortal essence stone? 30 immortal essence stones. I bid 32. This time, there were clearly more Gu Immortals bidding than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm which could not be used on humans but could be used on other targets, and was extensively used in Gu refinement. For instance, if a Gu worm required 3 days and 3 nights to be refined, and the Inch of Time Gu was used, it would quickly reach the state that required 3 days and 3 nights of time, by accelerating the growth and transformation of the Gu worm. And the amount of time the Gu master would have to spend probably would only be few short moments. Fang Yuan had obtained the Gu recipe for the olden antiquity era's group strength Gu, the market price of which was only 2 immortal essence stones. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but it was a complete set, from the rank 1 Gu, 1 inch of time, to the rank 5 Gu, 5 inches of time. The most important point was that this Gu recipe had already been improved by the Gu Immortal. All the Gu refinement materials required also conformed to the present situation and were not difficult to obtain. It was not like the original Gu recipe, in which many refinement materials would be extremely scarce, expensive or extinct. This point determined the explosive increase in the price, reaching the base price of 22 immortal essence stones. Soon, the bidding reached 48 immortal essence stones. Taibei Yunsheng also made his bid at this time, 58 immortal essence stones. He increased the price by 10 immortal essence stones at once, attempting to scare off the competitors. Taibei Yunsheng was rich, even more so than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before, 2 great time path healing immortal Gu, and therefore was very much sought after in Eastern Sea, especially in the exploration of Yulu Blessed Land. They might have failed, but he had used man as before to save a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal gave him 100 or so immortal essence stones as remuneration, and also said he owed Taibei Yunsheng a favor which he would pay in the future. Most crucially, Taibei Yunsheng's blessed land was healthy and produced green grape immortal essence at every fixed interval of time. His green grape immortal essence was accumulating day by day, to the extent that he could not use them all up. His Taibei blessed land's time flow was 33 times faster than the outside world, nearly the same as Hailu Land's supergrade blessed land. This was because his was a high-grade blessed land and he was also a time path Gu Immortal. Thus, in the aspect of time path resources, it was rather outstanding. 1 day in the outside world would be a month in Taibei Yunsheng's blessed land. In theory, blessed lands would produce green grape immortal essence every month. In the same given time for the outside world, the amount of green grape immortal essence Taibei Yunsheng obtained was several times or even 10 times higher than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. On the contrary, Fang Yuan might have got Sku business, but he had to handle all sorts of expenses, especially the constant converting of immortal essence stones to green grape immortal essence. His immortal aperture was dead and could no longer produce immortal essence. Moreover, it would crumble and shrink every set interval of time, which was an extremely large setback to him. Tai Baiyunsheng's bid indeed scared off most of the competing Gu immortals, but there was still some who persisted. As the bid increased with 2 additional offers, the price had slowly risen to 66 immortal essence stones. 66 immortal essence stones to purchase a set of mortal Gu recipes. Some of the low-level Gu immortals in the main hall were tongue-tied. It can't be considered expensive. Inch of time cannot be used on oneself, but it can be used to save time and has wide range of applications like reducing the duration of Gu refinement. If you consider it in the long term, especially for those Gu immortals who also cultivate refinement path, they can use inch of time to slowly accumulate savings worth 66 immortal essence stones. A Gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already at the peak. It would be unwise to raise the price further, unless you have a special requirement for it. Another Gu immortal added his analysis. 66 immortal essence stones, going once. Ken Beisheng started to close the bids. At this moment, Fang Yuan transmitted his voice to Tai Baiyunsheng. Old Bei, let's split the immortal essence stones and make the bid together. Tai Baiyunsheng was happy. Junior brother, you also have the intent to get it. That is good. He thus raised the price directly to 68. Only one other Gu immortal continued to bid, adding 1 immortal essence stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng paid an expensive price of 70 immortal essence stones to finish the purchase of inch of time. Time passed by, one after another. Treasures continued to be auctioned off. The competition in the main hall was getting more fierce and the atmosphere had also turned fiery. Many Gu immortals lost their bearings and started arguing. Although they had sense and calmness, with large profits in front, they could not help being flushed with agitation. After dozens of items were auctioned off, some low-leveled Gu immortals already became powerless to continue fighting. Some were perspiring, some were pale, while many were exhausted. The bidding did not only compare wealth but also involved psychological battles. Gradually, rank 6 Gu immortal bidders became sparser. Rank 6 Gu immortals usually had several hundreds of immortal essence stones of savings, while rank 7 would have several thousands or over 10,000 directly in their hands. At rank 8, having several tens of thousands available was a certainty, and those who had accumulated over the years would have hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones in hand. The stronger the cultivation, the more resources they owned. Ordinary rank 6s had too weak of a foundation. Fortunately, they could lower the price with other goods, otherwise most of them would have already been completely out of the game. Fang Yuan also only had few hundred immortal essence stones. He had made bids, but there were very few successes while most failed, and he was still waiting patiently for the main show. Finally, he heard Ken Beisheng announce, "Next, we shall begin the auction of immortal Gu. The most important part is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, other Gu immortals were also invigorated. The previous auction could only be considered the prelude. The true event had just taken stage. Immortal Gu trade.